Good morning. Did you miss us? Well, we're back. Welcome to TopstepTV. This is the opening call today, December 8th, 2025. We got a great show of trading lined up ahead for you today, starting with the opening call.
Oh,
There's
I
Hogue
think we
stealing.
just lost Hogue. His
He's
camera
there.
switched. His camera angle moved on us. He's there.
One of those days.
One of those days. JD, Hogue, how are you guys feeling this morning? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. We'll get back to Hogue in just a few minutes. I'm sure I'll get that figured out real quick. But happy Monday. Happy Fed week, everybody. We got an exciting week ahead of us. Can't wait to get started. Apologies for starting the stream just a little bit late. Had a little tech hiccup in the back. We're going to get Hogue back in just a minute. Gold is open for business. We got a 60-tick wide opening range. I see that poll in the chat. We're looking at a 5-minute. There's our boy, Mr. Hoagland. Good morning, John the Goat Hoagland. How are you doing today?
Good. Good morning. Happy Monday, everyone. Another week here. Interesting things going on, always. Hope everybody had a good weekend. I know I had some fun with the family this weekend. And, yeah, we're ready. We're all here now.
We are ready to go. We do have that poll up in the chat. It did come back with a 5-minute opening range. We do have that 5-minute range closed here in gold. 42.35 last trade in gold. Got a high of the range 42.39.50, low of the range 42.33.50. If you're wondering what trade we're talking about, gold opened up 7 minutes ago. We polled the chat asking which opening range are we going to take. Is it a 1-minute or a 5-minute opening range trade? 5-minute opening range wins, and we are waiting for a candle close outside of that range. Like Dobie says, shocker. Surprise, surprise.
Shocker.
They voted for the 5. We'll wait for a 5-minute candle close outside of that range, and we'll take the trade in that direction. If it closes below the low, we're short. Closes above the high, we are going to get long. We're kind of stuck in the middle right now for what I'm seeing in gold. But JD, do we have anything on the economic calendar that we might have to look out for that could get these markets moving?
Yeah, let's take a look at a macro. Let's take a macro look at the economic calendar for the week. Starting today, this morning at 10 o'clock Central Time, New York Fed inflation expectations. We'll kick off some inflation data for the week. We'll also have a small business optimism index tomorrow, and PPI. I've got PPI on one of my calendars for Thursday. We'll keep you posted on that, though. I think it's tentative. And then we've got trade balance on Thursday also. So a little bit of inflation data coming out this week. We've also got quite a few jobs reports coming out, starting with JOLTS tomorrow. Job opening and labor statistics coming out at 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time tomorrow. I apologize, U.S. labor cost coming out tomorrow first, and then the JOLTS report. We've also got jobless claims on Thursday, as usual, and a couple other jobs reports sprinkled in throughout the week. Bond and note auctions, Tuesday, tomorrow at 12 o'clock Central Time, we've got a 10-year note auction. And then Thursday, 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time, we will have a 30-year bond auction. The FOMC meeting, like I said, it's Fed week. So Wednesday, we will have the release of the statement from the Fed's scheduled two-day meeting, which starts tomorrow. 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time, we'll get the decision on rates. 1:30 p.m. Central Time, we'll get a press conference with Fed Chairman Jerome Powell. That'll be at 1:30. We're also going to be hosting a Fed watch party right here on TopstepTV, so make sure you are here for it. We're going to be here, bell to bell, wall to wall coverage for Fed week. Party.
That'll be
sure
Powell's last press conference, right, as Fed chair.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Last Fed rate decision for Powell's tenure.
Pardon me. We've also got some talking Feds coming back on Friday. Most of the Fed governors are on a blackout period right now ahead of the scheduled two-day meeting, which again starts tomorrow. So we won't be hearing any talking Feds until Friday. We'll have Paulson, Hammock, and Goolsby.
Hello.
5-minute bar is closed. What are we doing? Triggering a short.
We're short.
Let's get in here. All right. I just sold a pair of micro gold 42.33.20. Let's count short 2 micro gold 42.33.20. What do you think, Hogue?
It could go either way, if you ask me. I mean, we don't really have any overnight inventory. We're inside value. We're right at the low of value. So if we reject Friday's value right away to the downside, we could be in pretty good shape. But if we just kind of stay in value, it might get a little iffy here. We do have possibility of you know, we're gonna have to see how this goes. If we reject value to the downside, I could see us getting down to 42.18 to 42.20 pretty quick.
42.18 to 20. Got it. We're taking about $170 worth of risk on this trade. CYA is up at 42.41.70.
I love that
Far enough.
42.18 target. Yeah, I like this trade. I may be biased. I took a short in gold last night also. I've been trying to short this market every time it trades near 42.50. So maybe a little bit biased, but I do like the trade that we're in here. House count short, 42.33.20 last trade in gold, 42.32 evens. Hogue, we usually do this before we get into a trade, but let's make sure we do it anyway. Better late than never. Let's get to that checklist. Make sure we are prepared for the trading day, and then we'll get into these charts.
Well, we know we're prepared. We're doing our pre-market research before we get here, and we're doing it now as well. It's all about context. Check. Morning checklist. Got your coffee, got your dog, you got your dog walked, you got your walk in, you got your water. Check. Mindset check. Are you in the right mindset for trading? Mindset can affect your decision-making process. Check. Get your trade entry checklist. Get that ready. Get your paper, get your pen. Write down those trades so you can do your post-market checklist, end of the day, review those trades, do your journal, review your journal, finish your journal, and be ready for the next trading day. There is our Topstep daily checklist.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Hogue. We are ready to trade. JD, before we get into any gold charts, do you have some news on inflation?
Yes, we do. An inflation gauge hit its highest level since April 2024. That's from information coming out on Friday. Consumer spending cooled off in September, and inflation rose to the highest level in nearly a year and a half. That's according to data released Friday by the Commerce Department. The September report was delayed because of the government shutdown. The Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index, the Federal Reserve's preferred inflation gauge, rose 0.3% on a monthly basis. That brought annual inflation to 2.8%, a rate last hit in April 2024. Americans also reined in their purchases a bit in September. Spending rose 0.3% from August and was flat when accounting for inflation. It's an update on what we saw Friday from that PCE number.
So thank you for that, JD. Seeing gold pop just a little bit here, 42.34.40. House count, again, short 2 micros, 42.33.20. We will let you know how this trade plays out. But Hogue, let's take a look at the higher time frame charts. What are we seeing here in gold?
All right. As always on Mondays and Fridays, we like to get way out there and start the day by looking at the monthly chart. And the monthly in gold, we have ceased one time framing to the upside in the November. The December bar, very narrow, seemingly looking for new information. We did have a rollover in there at some point, but very narrow range so far. Take a look at the weekly. The market is really kind of, well, narrowing, and that's what range-bound markets do. So we've got, the all-time high up around 44.38. We've got the recent low here down around 39.50, and we've been just kind of putting in lower highs and lower lows. We've got the pennant formation or the Dorito formation on the weekly chart, very narrow range again so far this week. Just going to run to the daily here. We're seeing, some expansion of the original pennant formation, but still kind of showing some resistance along the top here. We've got 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 points of contact along this upper trend line. And on the daily, we're day 4 really inside of this smaller range that we established last week. Last week's high and low, very interesting. 4 opportunities. 42.99.60 is last week's high. 41.94 even last week's low, and we're kind of in the middle of it. And we all seem to be waiting for new information. Jay, what are your thoughts on the daily chart here?
So looking at the daily, Hogue, 42.82.20 has been that level that I've been looking at. 50% of the October 21st candle. We rejected up there again on Friday. Pretty nice rejection. We saw that it was like a $60 sell off in about 15 minutes in gold, and it started right at that level. So I'm still looking for this market to maybe sell down to the lower extreme of that candle, down near the 4130s. But like you said, we are making higher lows, right? So more so than ranging, we're kind of seeing this market channel upwards with a ceiling, right? So the floor keeps rising, but the ceiling hasn't yet. And maybe that's building pressure for a breakout, for a move. So don't know that I've taken a long in gold over the last week, but when I've taken shorts, I've had to have reasonable expectations because the market's just not trading lower. We saw 4,200 tag last week and we found some buyers there. So a really tight range that we're in. I wouldn't be surprised to continue to see this over the next couple of days before that Fed rate decision. So just trading the extremes of the range for now, I think has to be the trade, and it has been the trade for a little while now.
Awesome. Let's take a look at the 30 now. So settlement on Friday was exactly the same as settlement on Thursday. This is my settlement line here, and it's just straight across through Friday. So no change in the settlement price between Thursday and Friday. There's our look above that 4250 area. And we did see some pretty good rejection there. This is Jay's line in the sand here is 4282, that halfway of that daily bar, and really a lot of rejection up there. And where are we now? I mean, we don't really have any overnight inventory. Let's take a look and see where we opened last night. We opened here. We are trading here. No real gaps or anything to worry about. I'm really kind of thinking, depending on what platform you're looking at, the Topstep X platform has value low up here on 42.47 half. Well, look at our overnight high. It's showing signs of potential rejection of value from Friday. We're currently short and pretty much right at our entry point here. So what I'm looking for the opening range trade is rejection of value from last night, right? And continuation to the downside. We're looking at 42.20 for a potential initial target for this trade to the downside. We don't know if we're going to get it, but without any opening or without any gaps, we're not looking at any gap guidelines, maybe rejection of value. Again, depending on the platform you're looking at, some platforms have value not right near the low of Friday, because it all depends on where they're putting the point of control. It could go either way here, if you ask me, as far as the opening range trade is concerned. But as far as trading this today, I'm gonna try and stay patient. We know we've got the FOMC coming on Wednesday. Market is really relatively range bound. We've got the high here, we've got the low here. We're centrally located inside of that. We're also centrally located inside weekly kickoff high and low range. Weekly kickoff low 41.27 remains, 43.44. I think that also remains 43.44. Yeah, so there was no change in the weekly kickoff levels. That's how range bound it is. Jay, what do you think on this 30-minute chart?
Looking at this 30-minute Hogue, I have a 20, 50, 200 moving average, as well as a VWAP, and it looks like a cup of noodles, which means that we're not going anywhere. All of the moving averages are wrapped around each other, which says range-bound market. And could we get an extension to the downside? We could. But how directional is this market going to get? That 200 moving average is pretty much a flat line right now. We did see it trending up, and it's starting to flatten out a little bit, which to me feels like the start of a topping pattern that we could see gold pull back. But we don't really get to choose when it does that. So I like what you said about being patient today. Let the market determine what the extremes of the range are going to be today, and then find some opportunities around there. I do like this trade that we're in for the opening range trade, but if let's say we do get stopped out on this one, then I think, remain patient and wait for some opportunities near extremes.
Yeah, and Friday we had a double distribution trend day. I'm gonna put the box around the single prints here. Those single prints.
Just going to ask you about that, Hogue.
The single prints go. No, it's not going to let me do this here. Let's do this. The single prints go to the initial balance low, and I will get this on here. Those single prints, IB low 42.55.90 down to 42.51. Now, if we were opening in that area, I would look for potential repair for a move to the upper distribution as well as the lower distribution. But we're already showing, at least initial signs of rejection of repair today and rejection of value from Friday. So I don't dislike the fact that we're short here. I'm going to try and keep reasonable expectations for any profits that we get from this. Not sure if we really want to keep this as an all-day sucker. That said, watch and see what happens. But, the double distribution on Friday could bring price back up to repair. We're going to find out, of course, if that's going to happen. But right now, it's indicating that it is rejecting value and that is rejecting possible repair from yesterday. From Friday. Over open interest last week. There was some good days, there was some down days. It really overall, I think, kind of waffled, which is kind of typical for range-bound trade. This market is seeking new information, and it's likely to get it on Wednesday. The question will be in all these markets, is that information already in the markets? And how are traders and investors going to respond to the fact that it's already in the marketplace? Sometimes it can be a buy the rumor, sell the news type of an event or a non-event, but there is anything, as usual, ACH, anything can happen. Very kind of a volatile day on Friday.
Yeah, there was.
Gold has been providing really good opportunities if you get the right direction at the right time. You could say that about all these markets, but I mean, pretty decent range on Friday. Let's see if it hit the average true range.
I think it was just short.
Just short. Okay.
Yeah,
all right. Jay's on it. Jay's on it. All right. So anyway, that's our look for gold. We'll watch this opening range trade, and we'll see how this plays out for the day.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Hogue. That average true range that Hogue is talking about on the daily in gold is $73 right now. So what does that mean? On a daily chart, the average range that we're seeing over the last 14 days, $73 high to low range, which means there's still some opportunity in this market. Even if higher time frame, it's not going anywhere directionally. You saw that $60 sell-off in 15 minutes. There is some opportunity in these markets for sure. Let's take a look, Hogue, then at the S&P. But before we do that, JD, let's get to a little bit more news.
For sure. Let's take a look at what happened overnight. Stocks in Asia closed a little bit lower. The Hang Seng Index down 1.23%. The Nikkei up 0.18%, and the Shanghai Composite up 0.54%. Stocks in Europe currently trading a little bit mixed this morning. We've got the FTSE down 0.08%, the DAX up 0.32%, and the CAC down 0.12%. The US dollar index up marginally, 98.998 last on the dollar. VIX is up about 6%, 16.32 on the VIX today, above 16. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note, 4.151%. Again, we've got a 10-year Treasury note auction tomorrow at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. All right, how about an update on this Netflix Warner Brothers merger? In the wake of its announcement that it is buying Warner Brothers and HBO Max, Netflix is reassuring subscribers that nothing is changing, at least for now. Netflix sent an email to its subscribers Friday titled, "Welcoming Warner Brothers to Netflix." In it, they say, quote, "Nothing is changing today, and Netflix and Warner Brothers will continue to operate separately until the deal closes." This was reiterated in a frequently asked questions section where Netflix said nothing is changing with a subscriber's current plan. Both companies have said they expect the deal to close later next year if it passes regulatory approval. Warner Brothers will still move forward with its plans to split into publicly traded companies next year. Netflix will take over the streaming and studio side. The other half will be renamed Discovery Global and will house CNN and other cable channels. There's your update. Gold
No
not
change.
looking so pretty
Yeah.
in gold anymore right now. We're a little bit underwater on this trade. I don't like it. But we'll let it play out.
Where's our stop on this one?
All the way up at 42.4170. Should we tighten that?
No,
I just got a bad feeling about this trade now. Yeah.
Yeah, just not liking it.
I'm just not liking it. It's coming for us. I got that feeling.
We're toast.
Toast. But we'll let it play out. Give it some room to breathe. I'll check back in with you guys in a few minutes on it.
Cool.
Some stuff. Thanks, JD. Oh, let's take a look at the S&P. What are we seeing over here?
All right. Again on the monthly. One time framing ceased, just like the NASDAQ. We've been, showing higher highs and higher lows for 6 months in a row after an excess low. Well, we had an excess low at the end of the month last month as well. The Dragonfly Doji, the potential for market state change was greatly reduced with all this excess on the low. Narrow range again so far for the week. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. Okay, we've established balance. We've got our weekly kickoff levels on here, and they are correct. All right, good. So the weekly, we're inside last week. We know that we're relatively range bound. The market is waiting for new information. A little bit of excess high on the weekly chart here, excess low on the weekly low on the low here. Narrow first week, one time framing higher again, however. So we had, the week before last, higher high, higher low. Last week, higher high, higher low. Are we going to do the same this week? Are we headed towards all-time highs? It's anybody's hypothesis. Eventually, I firmly believe that it will happen. It's just a matter of when. Here's the daily. So last week we put in the low right at pretty much the high of this October 10th bar that we've been watching with the benefit of Jay. Since it was created, it's provided some pretty decent opportunities, and now it's last week's low, pretty much, right? Everything's a zone. It's not precise, but close enough for rock and roll. We started one time framing higher on the daily chart again last week. Higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows. We've got a higher low now, or higher low so far today. We're going to put in a higher high. We're going to take out last week's high. Don't know. We're inside of the range from Friday. Jay, what are you thinking? What are you looking at here on this daily chart?
So on the daily here, Hogue, we are less than 1% off the all-time high in the S&P, like you just said, right? That's less than a daily ATR move. Right now, the daily ATR in the S&P is $77, 77 points. If we see all of that range exhausted to the upside, that's an all-time high. Now, the question is, can we get there in a one-day move like that? There's a potential catalyst, if anyone could think of one, sometime this week that could get the markets moving above average ranges. But before we get to that, I'm going to be honest, Hogue, I think we see more range personally. Like you said, last week we had higher lows on the daily. There wasn't a day that we took out a prior day's low all last week.
Mm-hmm.
But if we look at the movement day to day, there was a lot of indecision in the markets last week, and I think we probably see more of the same until the Fed rate decision. But we are moving higher, right? We are moving higher. I want to see these markets make all-time highs before the end of the year. That'd be really nice. Just the question is how do we go and take out that last 1%, if at all, right? I wouldn't be surprised to see slight pullbacks in the market. Again, I'm not looking for a big sell unless it shows me that, because again, we haven't taken out a prior day's low in 6 trading days. But I'm not eager to buy the highs of the market moving like this. I need to find a pullback somewhere that you can draw like a trend line from last week's lows, the lows of the day last week, maybe a bounce off of that trend line. But, reluctantly moving higher, we are less than 1% off the all-time high though. So equity markets are doing what they're supposed to do, and that is trade to the upside.
So I like this. I mean, this trend line is good. Dalton reminds us when the market trades to exact levels, and this is somewhat of an exact trend line, at least the beginning of last week. It's the shorter time frame traders. The longer time frame is not acting on this tiny little trend line. Although it can provide opportunities, the exactness again indicates shorter time frame control. And don't forget, folks, we are in rollover. We are in rollover. A week from tomorrow will probably be the day we're going to switch to the March 2026 contract. It's not exact, it's a probability. We also saw a lot of open interest increasing last week, but you can't depend on that for directional activity during rollover. The market is going to accumulate between 400 and 500,000 new open interest, and on expiration day, between 4 and 500,000 are going to expire and settle in cash. It's just a function of how the longer time frame works the rollover. A lot of them are rolling those positions into the March contract over the next week. Some of them are accumulating in one to let the other expire in and settle in cash. So you can't really depend on open interest. If it wasn't rollover with the increase in open interest we saw last week, I would be much more excited to see continuation to the upside. But remember, it is rollover right now. We are in anticipation mode for the FOMC release Wednesday. We may see some range bound activity. We may not. We don't know. That would be my primary hypothesis, and I think Jay's primary hypothesis as well. As looking for opportunities as the day goes on, focusing on the extremes, maybe the initial bounce high and low, for some bigger or better opportunities throughout the day. But because we're in rollover, yes, we've been seeing open interest increasing. We're seeing signs that shorter time frame traders are in control of any directional activity, which makes sense because the longer time frame doesn't want to be directional during rollover. It complicates things for them. So let's take a look at the 30. So, all right, where are we? We are, as far as overnight inventory, there's our open. Here's where we are now. Okay, maybe nothing that I would look for as far as opportunities against overnight inventory. We've got value high and low here. Value low. We're inside value, so that says to me that there's very little change in the perception of value of the S&P at this very moment. Time is an advertising mechanism, and time is where the collective perception of value is at this very moment, and it's inside of value from Friday, which was, it did move value higher on Friday, so there are good things about that. And there's also some bad things about it too. If that if that open interest increase on Friday was new longs in the shorter time frame, this is what we're looking at, folks. We're trying to pit time frame against time frame. If our direct competitors, if the speculators are too long up here, then we could probably see some sort of a little pullback, which is exactly what Jay is kind of looking for and maybe even hoping for. Now, I'm going to get this set up because I know Jay is going to be looking at these simple moving averages. Jay, take it.
That's exactly what I'm looking at, Hogue. That trend line that was making the higher lows on the daily is basically the 200 moving average on the 30-minute. 68.63 is that price right now. We can see last week we took 3.5-ish. Friday we didn't get exactly down there, but we took a bunch of looks under that 200 moving average, and that's where we found buyers. That's kind of setting the low for the day each day. So I'd be welcoming a pullback into that range. I think all last week during the opening call, we were kind of in the same position. We were up near the upper extreme of the range. We saw a pullback when the New York session opened up, and then a rally throughout the rest of the day. And patterns are patterns until they break. Now, we're at that upper extreme right now. 68.88 is where the S&P is trading, right below 6,900. No real overnight inventory to talk about. So I wouldn't be surprised at another, sell off into that 200 moving average, maybe seeing some buyers step up there and take a long from there, that does mean that there's a potential 25-point move to the downside. If I find myself in a short in the S&P, my expectations can't be further than that 200 moving average right now. Just the way the market's responded. If I get down there and there's more selling, then great. But the way I'm looking at this market, there's probably about a 25-point move to the downside before we find some buyers step in, just because that 200 moving average has been so supportive.
I like that, Jay. You know, you look at this, the most recent activity here, right? It's been relatively organized. You know, once we put in this low here, we haven't left any weaknesses in structure. Points of control have been revisited the following day. Point of control revisited. Point of control revisited. The only one we left behind was on Thursday, which is 68.59. We've got that 68.64 200 session simple moving average, and it has been somewhat, if you will, penetrated, traded through and then rejected, traded through and then rejected. Could we do that today? Could we go back and trade through it to clean up this little naked point of chill, this naked point of control, this little comfort level from Thursday, and then see those buyers come in? It is entirely possible. It is entirely possible. If we are getting a little bit too long, I would welcome that pullback. And then if we do see some basing down in that area, 68, let's just call it 64 to 60, I would look for an opportunity, possibly there, if we even get that opportunity. Overall, though, I mean, we're opening in range, center of value, center of range from Friday, inside value, price not advertising, outside of value, at least not at this time. Little change in perception of value, so I'm going to be patient. Jay, any last thoughts? I mean, we've got the poor high that was put in on Friday. It's a a neutral day, point of control centrally located. Nothing really big about that, except for the fact that we did have a somewhat of a weak low. Exactness is weakness. This is that weak low right there. We got two exact lows right there within a tick of each other. That's kind of an unfinished downside auction, although it's kind of a tweezer as well, because we've got lots of excess off those lows. So some conflicting information there. Jay, thoughts? Anything else?
No, I think that's it, Hogue. Stay patient here. 68.94, pretty close to that overnight high. Just watching the market's reaction there, that's right around 50% of the candle that turned us around on Friday. So, yeah, I would just be patient here. There are going to be opportunities all week, right? Even if the equities don't present a great trading opportunity today. Today's just Monday, right? So there's more than enough time to trade. So I think that's what we got on the S&P. Gold trade looking a little bit better now. 42.30.10 last trades there. So we're about $2 in the profit there in gold. Did make a low near 27s. But we have crude oil opening up as well. Crude oil opens up at 9 a.m. Eastern time, 8 a.m. Central. We did put that poll up in the chat. Which opening range trade are we going to take a look at in crude? I think the 5-minute was in the lead the last time I checked. Last time I checked was like 4 months ago, because the 5 minutes just kept winning, so I stopped checking. But we do have crude oil opening up in just 30 seconds here. We are going to take a look at that 5-minute opening range trade. Hogue, let's take a look at the crude chart. What are we seeing here?
All right, so there's really no change in the monthly and the weekly charts. Every Monday and every Friday, we're just kind of saying, okay, balance. Let's start with the daily now. There is a little bit of a downside tinge, if you will, a little bit of a downside color to the daily chart. I mean, we're below the moving averages, the 50, the 200, and the 100 sessions simple moving averages. The 20 session moving average is currently holding our pre-session low right now. We've got narrowing on multiple time frames. We had the narrowing here. We've tried to break out. We seem to be failing that. We've got 1, 2, 3 points of contact on this upper trend line. The lower trend line is the same on both, on longer time frame as well as the daily. And where are we? We're smack dab in the middle of last week's range. Last week's high 60.50, lows 58.28. We got weekly kickoff high $61, weekly kickoff low $58. We tightened up that weekly kickoff low just a little bit, and again, now again, we're smack dab in the middle of the weekly range and the weekly kickoff ranges. Anything can happen here. It's been a tough trade. There's been some opportunity. You just got to be patient. Look for the right time and the right place. It's been a tough trade in crude oil. And what else we got? Yeah. So I think that crude oil has been in such a short time frame control. Your opportunities are going to come when your direct competitors are too long or too short. The squeezes, if you can fish them out, are going to be where your opportunities lie. Jay, what do you think?
I agree with that, Hogue. Crude did something last week that it hadn't done for 2 weeks. It traded above $60, and we're right back under it now, 59.32. But I agree with what you said. This market is so tight right now that if it stretches in either direction too far, you can kind of expect it to come back the other way, right? The daily ATR in crude oil is $1.39. So if we get too extended, there's a high likelihood that we come back into the range unless something is changing, right? Unless something fundamentally changes about crude. I think we're seeing a market that's in a range. So nice opportunity to sell it above $60 last night. Am I seeing much opportunity today? We'll see. There's, daily ATR is $1.39. So far, high to low range, we already have $1.15, right? So if we think, range exhaustion, there's about 24 cents left somewhere. Maybe to the downside, I'd be leaning just a little bit short just because we are coming from being above $60 and not finding any buyers up there. But I think this is, again, a market that you need to continue to be patient in. And there are opportunities, even for day traders, but those have to be patient opportunities.
All right. Yeah, that 20 session simple moving average. I mean, that's our pre-session low to the tick. Interesting. Let's take a look at the 30. All right. So overnight inventory is obviously short. We opened about right here and we have moved price lower. Looks like we're going to be opening with a session gap. To close the session gap, we'd have to trade back up to 59.49, the initial balance low from Friday. So we'll go here to here. That would close the gap. Couple of things. On Friday, we lost about a 10,000 in open interest. Okay. And we ended up with a P-shaped profile. So there's the open, the rally, and then the market falls into balance. There's your P-shaped profile. That is indicative of short covering, and that is supported by the loss in open interest. If this was short covering, this was initiative buying created by traders who were down money. That takes buying power temporarily away from the marketplace. Now, have we already seen our move to the downside where a lot of these shorts got squeezed out? Maybe they're getting back in. Maybe. A lot of it is going to depend on from where I'm sitting. If we can maintain the session gap unclosed, even if it closes, it can become resistant. We had some single prints from Thursday. We're finally moving through them, but we haven't moved through them in regular trading hours just yet. So, as long as we don't close the gap, I'm looking for opportunities for shorts. Jay, we got the 200 session simple moving average right in the middle of those single prints.
Yep.
That be resistance if approached from the bottom? What do you think, Jay?
I think so, Hogue. I was actually just looking at that 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart. We are looking like price is trading below it, and we have the potential market's open now, right? So we have the potential for more volume to come in and pull VWAP lower than that 200 moving average. 59.41 is the average. 49.63 is VWAP. So I do like these shorts as well. The only question I have is how much more room is there available to the downside today. For the rest of the week, I probably do like crude oil shorts, just under $60. But yeah, if the house account or if the opening range does trigger a short, I do like the short side of this market.
So according to ATR, there's maybe a quarter left to the downside unless we really find some sellers down here. So that kind of makes me wonder: does the juice is the juice worth the squeeze? But again, if we never close the session gap, it's looking to the downside. There's the late spike that occurred back here on the 28th that showed signs of rejection. So, I like that for a potential target. Last week's low, also good for a potential target. There's weaknesses in structure down below in the form of naked points of chill, comfort levels from past days, popular prices that a lot of trading occurred. We've got 5806, we got 5772, we got 5720. Lots of weaknesses in structure left down below to target. We still have a weak low from back here on the 26th that remains unchecked, unfinished downside auction. I don't know if it's going to hit that. Nobody knows, but these are all just weaknesses underneath that if traders get their eyes fixated on them, there's the tendency for them to bring price there. So we're gonna see how this plays out. I don't dislike the short. As long as we don't close the gap, we got to stay below 59.50 or 49, basically the gap close. We can go in there, but we just don't want to show any signs of acceptance above that level. If that's the case, then shorts are off. But again, we shall see. Any last comments on this 30-minute here, Jay?
Nope. I think that's it on crude oil. I think that's it on crude, Hogue. We do see gold now turning around. 42, 35, 90. Gold can't decide where it wants to go. It just wants to put us through the ringer here in this opening range trade. We are going to take a look at the NASDAQ in just a minute here, but I do want to mention, we were talking about energies. Last week, we mentioned natural gas being a big percentage mover. Right now, it's our biggest percentage mover to the downside, down 6.09% on the day. Natural gas traded above that $5 level last week, and last Friday's daily candle in natural gas was the second highest volume candle we've seen all year. It was at one point, it was up 9.5% on the day at the highs. So we are seeing a little bit of a pullback here from that. Where we rejected was just under 50% in the overnight session, just under 50% of Friday's range. So seeing a little bit of a pullback here. Again, for all the traders who maybe you started picking up natural gas recently, hearing us talk about it on TopstepTV, this market does this, right? It moves big percentage-wise. Again, last Friday, I think it ended the day up 6.5%. At one point, it was up 9.5%. So don't be surprised to see these swings in this market. It's why people call it the Widowmaker, especially if you see the gap down that we had on Sunday. So I would definitely not suggest holding positions, but it does present opportunity. I wouldn't be surprised at a pullback to the 20-day moving average here in natural gas before we continue higher.
All right. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Jay.
No problem. Thank you, Hogue.
All right.
Going to take a look at the NASDAQ chart. But before we do that, JD, any more news that we want to get to?
Sure, just a little bit. So Americans are feeling slightly better about the economy. This is based off of some numbers that came out. A poll on Friday, the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment. The survey's preliminary reading climbed from 51 in November to 53.3 in December. That's better than economists expected. Those polled by the Wall Street Journal had predicted the preliminary December survey would be a bit lower for the month. It ran from November 18th to December 1st and will be updated. The monthly index was above 70 in January, near the record low of 50 this past spring due to President Trump's sweeping tariff announcements and again during the recent government shutdown. So a little boost in confidence on the consumer side for the month.
Consumers are confident.
I filled up. I got to use premium gas, and right down the street here it was under $4. It was $3.69 a gallon. Haven't seen that, and I don't
Nice.
remember one. I don't remember one.
Not bad, huh?
Not bad.
I'm liking this gold trade less and less, guys. Every tick higher. I just want to
Yeah.
bump it.
It's creeping up there.
All roads
Started getting
lead
real
to
wiki on a
VWAP.
5-minute chart.
Yeah. We could cut it.
We'll continue to let it play out. I'll continue to watch it. I thought we were toast on it 20 minutes ago. I'm not feeling any better about it. Even when it was going our way for just a few minutes.
Just kept you in long enough for you to believe it, and then it takes our money.
Isn't that
Take a
always
look
the
at
way?
it.
And it
Right.
taketh away. Yep.
Yep. It's like, no, just trust me, this is fine. No, it's not. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ chart, Hogue. What are we seeing here?
All right. The monthly, very similar to the ES. One-time framing higher for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost 7 months. Breaking the one-time framing, but the excess low on this doesn't look too bad. Let's take a look at the weekly. Again, somewhat range bound. We've put in the all-time high. We had a decent pullback. We got 3 down weeks in an uptrend. Is that it? Is that our pullback? Who knows? How about the daily chart? Here's the daily. So there's that pullback. There's that October 10th bar. We looked into it and rejected it last week, and again, we've been one-time framing higher. Open interest has been kind of taken out of the picture again because of rollover, but I think we've seen a pretty good boost in open interest. If it wasn't rollover, I'd be looking at that as a positive for continuation to the upside, and it doesn't mean that it's not good for continuation to the upside. Rollover just makes open interest much more blurry. We have, just like the S&Ps, and as Jay was pointing out in the S&P chart, we've got some indecisive bars last week. The market kind of opening and closing, near right where it was. We didn't take out any of the previous day's lows all week last week. We haven't taken out Friday's low yet today. The market is continuing to try and push to the upside. Jay, any thoughts on the daily chart?
On the daily, the NASDAQ has the most work to do as far as getting back to all-time highs out of the 3 out of the 4 equity markets. We won't talk about the Russell right now. But the NASDAQ is 2.25% off the all-time high right now, where the S&P and the Dow are about a percent off their all-time highs. So the NASDAQ has to play a little catch-up here. Maybe there's more opportunity in that catch-up trade. But like you said, Hogue, on the daily, we didn't take out a prior day low all last week, so we do have higher lows, channeling upwards on lower volume. We'll see. I think we'll see a little bit more on the 30-minute chart, but the equity markets are trying to rally here. I think that we just need to a little more conviction for some of these moves, because if we break above, I feel like the next test above 26,000 in the NASDAQ is a run to all-time highs, right? I don't know that we stop again. So do all the buying you need, get all the discounts you need, because I think then at that point we do see all-time highs, unless something changes. Again, can anyone think of a catalyst this week that could change things? Let us know in the chat. Let us know. What are you seeing on the 30-minute chart, Hogue?
Well, just so you know, Jay, again, I'm doing my part. I am wearing the rally sweater. Would love
Yes,
to
you are.
see new all-time highs, of course. That would be a great thing. Of course. Again, exactness on these lows indicates short time frame. Volume, yes, it's been falling off in the December contract, but it should be increasing in the March contract. So volume and open interest, again, relatively blurry to be able to gauge the auction process. We're just going to look at what the chart is telling us, and it's putting in higher highs and higher lows. Let's take a look at the 30-minute. So overnight inventory, what do we have? We have overnight inventory maybe a little bit to the long side. We're holding above value. Again, value rejection versus value acceptance. As long as we, stay above value, and on this platform, it's right around 25,761, 62 area. very close to that 50 session simple moving average, 25,761. You're gonna have to see how this plays out. I like the fact that it's above value. Maybe see some more buying coming into this market, but again, we're in short time frame control, and nothing is more evident than that than seeing this 200 session simple moving average as such wonderful short time frame support. Jay, what do you think of that?
Yeah, again, that 200 moving average, 25,654 on the 30-minute, has been in the zone to kind of look for buyers to step in all last week. And today, how I'm looking at this, that 30-minute candle, that was 9:30 Central Time on Friday, 25,788. 50% of that candle is 25,788. And we have volume getting ready to trade above that. View up right now, 25,783. So the NASDAQ so far, we talked about the S&P really not having much as far as direction goes from the overnight inventory. The NASDAQ does look like it is trying to trade higher with some volume, right? Not just price advertising higher. So a pullback to 25,780s may present some opportunity if buyers are convinced that we need to trade higher today. But so far in the overnight session, it does look like the NASDAQ is doing a decent job at trading higher. We'll see what happens. Would really want to see VWAP trade above 25,800 if I'm going to be convinced about longs here. If not, we come right back down to that 200 moving average on the 30.
You're right. I'm trying to figure out what else we got to say here. So yeah, to me, it's value acceptance or rejection. That 50 session right at value high, 25,761. We have, overnight VWAP leaning higher, possibly providing some support to some degree. No, we're in range. We're in value. The profile didn't have the excess high that the S&Ps did. We didn't leave that failed upside auction here in the NASDAQ. This is incorrect here. This last week's high. It's the IB high. Oh, wait a minute. That's all right. Just trying to think of what else.
I'm going to be honest, Hogue. I think that there might not be anything else. The market has to
Right.
give us something different, right? We talked about these prices, and especially some of the downside prices. We've talked about them for a little while, and I think that's just evidence of these markets not being super directional. So sometimes it is can we or should we just be waiting for new information to come out? Because I know in the S&P you didn't really change your weekly levels if I'm not mistaken. So the markets are imbalanced, and I think they may be this way until Wednesday. What I am seeing is the Russell, and I'm going to keep an eye on the Russell today, up 0.8% on the day. If the S&P and the NASDAQ stay range bound, I may look for a trend trade. If I'm a trend trader, I may look at the Russell.
All right.
May take a look over there.
Another little side trade.
Yeah, a little side trade. Might put a little Russell side trade on. I did pass Combine last week trading the Russell, so maybe it's a main trade, and we make the S&P the side trade. But JD, speaking of trades, we got 5 minutes before fast markets here. Who do we got with us trading on TopstepTV?
We got a great lineup today here on TopstepTV. Coming up next in fast markets, Andre, Jack, Hogue, Chike is back, and Dakota will be here. Hogue's coming back at 11 o'clock Central Time for the morning recap. He's going to take a look at some of the trades we took here in the opening call and any potential trades we take in fast markets coming up. 11:15, power player, Diamond Hands, George is back. He's going to be here with Coach Jay and Dolby Time. Jack and risk manager Ben will be here at 12 o'clock Central Time for the shoulder tap. Me, Coach Vincent Hoop, will be here at 12:15 for group coaching. Trade with Topstep at 1 o'clock Central Time. Jack, Anne Marie, and me. That'll be a great lineup there, so stick around for that. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Muhammad, and Dolby Time. As always, plenty of tradertainment coming your way on this Monday. Let's go get it.
Let's go get it. I think that's what Gold just said about our stop. But
Yeah.
we're
Looks like it.
close. We're
Yeah,
close.
I hate this
42
trade. I really do.
Yeah. Want to just take it off here, JD? We're 2 points away from our stop.
I mean, let's just let it ride. Let it play out. Maybe it'll come. Maybe it'll turn around for us. I doubt it. But we've already accepted the risk on the trade, so let's let it play out.
Let's quote some prices here. 42.39.50 last trade in gold. 25.817 last trade in the NASDAQ. The S&P trading 68.91 evens, and crude oil last trade 59.17. No trigger on a opening range trade in crude. We are still in that 5 minutes. JD, we got one more piece of news. If this trade does stop us out,
we do one last piece
cheer you up.
For all you traders out there with a sweet tooth. Guess what day it is? It's National Brownie Day. It's one of America's favorite desserts. Millions of people love brownies, and Monday, today, marks National Brownie Day. Whether you like them plain, with nuts, or a la mode, brownies have been a staple of American life for more than a century. The earliest recipes date back to the 1900s. Cookbooks and even newspapers published recipes between 1904 and 1906. While blonde brownies also are popular, experts say most Americans prefer the chocolate brownie. Blonde brownies, though, are a close second. National Brownie Day. Go make yourself a treat.
Awesome stuff. To view up, George says, what kind of brownies are those? Make sure you save your extracurricular brownies for the weekend. We got some trading to do today. I see Dakota in the green room. He's ready to go. Jack's there. Andre's there. I'm excited for Chike. Chike to be back on Topstep TV. We saw Chike in the chat last week, so welcoming Chike back to the show. Not stopped out of this trade yet. 42.39.60 last trade there in gold. We're long two from short two from 33, right, JD?
That is correct. 33.20. 42.33.20.
20.
40.
Taking a look at
41.70 this.
Yeah, 41.70.
Yep. We're almost there.
Yeah, we got a kind of a weak high there now, so we'll see.
Took out our opening range high already, so
yeah. We're gonna run the stops.
Stalling out just a little. Yeah, it's gonna run us out before it turns back into range here. I've got that feeling. As we see that buying volume starting to dry up, it's just gonna keep creeping higher on us.
Could leave a failed upside auction here.
Not before it runs us out, right?
It doesn't get us hurt.
About a point away from our stop here. I'm looking at the Russell. The Russell just made new highs of the day. We are coming up on highs of the year, and then all-time highs pretty close there. Just under 1% off the all-time high here, up 0.83% on the day. And I'm seeing some pretty nice buying coming in here before the open. Yeah, I'm going to keep my eye on that. Also, one more alternative market, micro Bitcoin, up 2.25% on the day. What's interesting in micro Bitcoin here, right before we go into the fast markets, the 20-day moving average, 92,413. If you look at a daily chart and that 20 moving average, it was the resistance all last week and the high of the session today. So would be watching maybe for some opportunity near that 20-day moving average to see how the market responds around there. Hogue, I think the team is ready to go.
Okay. Yeah.
You got that thumbs
up?
JD,
happy Monday. Always a pleasure to be with you guys. Always a pleasure. All right, folks. It is Monday. Let's get to it. FOMC. It's going to be a great week. FOMC is going to be huge. This is going to be a really exciting week. I always got to check in with my early birds in the chat. We got Anastasios. We got Shubham. We got Man Caves. We got Alexandre. We got Acoustic Immersion. We got Parabas. That's a new name. We got Valis. That's a new name. Welcome, everyone. My good friend Lou D is here. We got DJ the Trader. We got Nick Nichols. And we have all of you. We appreciate you all We are happy you are here. Don't forget to stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Pray for peace every day. And we are heading to fast markets right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
Good morning, everybody out there. Welcome to Fast Markets. It is Monday. Dakota, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
I see what you do in the background.
I will tell you one thing.
You got another one coming up on the 20th.
Oh, yeah, but don't tell me you weren't sweating at the end. How
Who's
about
open,
when,
Dakota?
Two people were
Dude,
open. How about
I didn't
Young
even
guy
watch it.
breaking off a piece
I didn't
of that
watch
dude's
it. It was
helmet?
like it was
They're
like
mean.
an
Wide
A+
open.
setup in market. You place the trade and let it work out. Don't even need to watch it. You just know
Same
what's
play
going to
that beat
happen.
the Eagles. Same play that beat the Eagles.
You're scared. Bears are winning the next one, but this is Fast Markets. Andre, take it away.
Nah, let's stay right here. Bears should have beat them. Anyways, welcome everybody to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. To the right. I see what you're doing with that background, Dakota. Funny, har. We got Jack in the middle. We got Dakota to the right. We got Chike joining us here shortly. Let's get right into it. Dakota, thoughts coming into this huge week with FOMC on Wednesday. But right now it's Monday. Take a look at the NQ. 25,790. And we're about 500 points, 600 points from all-time highs. Dakota, thoughts?
I know. I mean, you said it. Jay and Hogue, they said it at the beginning of the day is huge week, Wednesday. And we've been a little bit choppy last week. We all know, we've all experienced it, but it's choppy with slightly going higher. I think we could experience more of that. I think we're going to see some choppy price action until we get the clarity of FOMC. Now, anything can happen, and we just have to play it as such. But be prepared to see more price action, just like we saw last week.
This week was a tricky one, but yes, like Dakota said, FOMC on Wednesday. Jack, I took a look at Fed Funds Watch. What's your thoughts on this trading day and week coming in?
Yeah.
What's up, Jack?
I expect the chop as well. First off, Dakota's background looks like the inside of Aaron Rodgers' yurt, I presume.
Ooh.
Here's what is most interesting to me right now is despite the Russie being up ahead of this, 10-year yields are rising, actually. We've been in this range since the announcement of the last rate cut 6 weeks ago, topping out around where we are now. Lows just below 4%. Andre, I did take a small bond scalp this morning. I'm back, baby.
Nice.
Yes,
2,
look out.
10, 5? What do we do? 30?
We did the bonds in the 10-year.
Right, okay.
That being said, I'm going to keep an eye on this. If we break out above this, I don't know how we would do that before the FOMC, but that's going to be something I'm monitoring this week.
Good stuff. Like it. All right, let's take a look at some of these prices. ES trading 68.87. Got gold trading 42.38. House account short 2 micro gold from 42.33. Crude oil trading $59.22. The Dow trading 48,035. About 500 points away from all-time highs there. Making his triumphant return, joining us from England overseas. What is up, Chike? Good to see you, my man. How are you? Welcome back.
Not bad, Mas. Not bad. How are you guys?
A lot better now. How have you been? What's happening?
Yeah, I've been good. Yeah, it's chilling.
Yes, you have.
Yeah.
How has the trading been going? And are you still doing the same strategy? For those that are meeting Chike for the first time, Chike is very deliberate in your approach. Talk about your approach a little bit, what you're looking for in terms of execution.
Yeah, so I've quite a systematic. Yeah,
Yes.
15 minutes actually, but yeah, so I have quite a systematic approach where I trade time-based. So every day at 2:45 p.m., I place a trade, aiming for 100 points with a 50-point stop loss.
Very good. All right, here we go.
I kind
We're
of
now-
let that first 15 minutes dictate the rest of the day, essentially.
Okay, first 15 minutes. Very good. Okay, we are open. Little selling here in the ES. Bottom out at 68.80. Snap right back up to 68.85. Yes, Chike is back. Great to have him. Dow is selling off now beneath 48,000 straight, 47,975. Actually, a bit of a bid in the NQ, pushing higher here, 25,822. Chica, you're watching the NQ, correct? Or micros? But you are NASDAQ, right?
Yeah, NASDAQ, yeah.
Yeah, very good. Oh, NASDAQ catching up.
Yeah. I'm actually looking for us to get above 26K before FOMC. So
Okay.
I do expect us to trend in the next 2 days.
Of 26K. What about 180 points from there? In the NQ, I saw in the there is some size. Where was that? It was 300 lots somewhere. But all right, here we go. Pushing high here in the NQ. YM selling off. Dakota, any prices of interest you have your eye on? As NQ buyers are in the house right now. New session highs 25,844.
Not really. I mean, this has been a level of resistance. I mean, we look at a higher time frame, and I just want to see how it plays out.
From the buyers. Dow selling off, continue to push lower. ES a little stuck, but right now 25,851. 851 in the orders. Session highs there. In the NQ. Look at this ES, Jack. 6882. I know 6880 has been a number of price of interest. What are you looking at? I mean, wait for the
gotta
options. It's
sort
early.
out. I'm waiting
Yeah.
for things to populate here. I would still be biased towards buying, I suppose, but I'm gonna wait a few more minutes here for sure. Bitcoin had another interesting weekend. Remember that trade's 24/7. Dipped down. Was hanging out in the 90s that were like 88 handle or something. Kind of popped yesterday. Also, our whale is back in the market. This guy, don't miss. He's currently long. A casual 54,000 Ethereum, up about 5.7 million on the trade as we speak.
No
You
kidding.
must be following me.
Yeah, I like that. A quick update on the tilt. We got a 75% long tilt in the NQ right now. Average price 25,809 as we trade 25,851. And 75% long tilt in the NQ. Must be following you. Dakota's now crypto bro. Adding another tool to the toolbox there. Chike looking for you said 26,000 before FOMC. We might get there.
Ooh.
What would you like to see? What if we got there today, Chike? What would you be looking for? How we get there?
It depends.
Reaction?
It actually depends how high we go. So if we do get like to essentially like 26,300, I will be like 26,269. I'll be taking a short from there, or even 26,159. So I don't want us to get too high. I just want us to be above 26K.
All right. Okay. All-time highs NQ 26,399. 26,399.
Nvidia's quote ripping. Nvidia's up 1.6%, so trading 185. Tesla's down 1.5%. The leader of the mega caps is Broadcom. No shock, up 3.6%. Ring a ding. That's a new all-time high for Broadcom.
It is
incredible.
Tesla's taking a beating.
So Mag 7 mixed, essentially, is what I'm gathering, or mostly green?
Yeah, it's a mixed bag.
Okay. Pretty muted open so far. We got look at that, gold's turning around, pretty much back to entry price for the house account. Now trading 42.33. House account short 2. Micros, that is. ES pushing lower here. Now trading new session lows in the ES 68.78. NQ just made new session highs.
Ooh.
Okay. Interesting.
And look at that turnaround in the NQ. Now 62%. 62% long on the tilt. We trade 25,819.
This is that choppiness that we need to prepare for, or at least not get surprised.
Yeah. Well, we got ES flat right now. NQ up about 0.4%. That could be the overweight of Broadcom and Nvidia. Nvidia back to just up 1%. Broadcom still up 3%.
Yep, 60% long on the tilt. And the NQ is pretty much 50-50 across the board. All right, let's get right into it. Pin to the top of the chat. Got those top step daily levels. Click on that link, have a little real estate on the screen, or I'll do you one better. Indicators tab at the top of TopStep X. Click on that, type in TopStep daily levels, and have them overlaid right there on your charts. Also, upper left-hand corner of the screen, making a triumphant return just like Chike. Hashtag fast markets. Hashtag power hour. Here's the TopStep TV on the X. Let's see some cool trader station setups, some wins. Let's see some swag. Anything you want to share with us in the community, we'll turn that around to you in Power Hour. You got hashtag Power Hour, hashtag Fast Markets on X.
Never thought the day would come. Also, Carvana, 7%. Carvana will be joining the S&P 500. That's why they're up 7%.
Oh, they really will, huh?
Yeah, congratulations. You all own Carvana now.
That's a good club to be in. Let's take a look at the data for the day. Looking at the calendar, nothing for today, at least. Nothing really jumping off the page in terms of schedule. It really starts picking up tomorrow. And of course, Wednesday, FOMC. Huge decision. Sure, stay tuned in. Tune in to top. We're doing something a little different this time around. We're gonna have a little strategy session.
Isn't that Powell's last time as chair?
No, May next year. May will be his last, but there will be new. This will be
okay.
It'll be Myron's last. There will be some turnover come January 2026 in terms of the voting members. Paul is done in May 2026. Correct, Jack? Correct me if I'm wrong.
That is correct. He can choose to stay, though, for I believe another 2 or 4 years. He just won't be the chair anymore. Who will the chair be? Well, Polymarket. Gaining a little bit more momentum for Mr. Dow 36,000, 79%. Probability of Mr. Hassett becoming the next Fed chair.
Should be a decision next couple weeks. All goes according to plan.
I believe they said they would nominate someone before Christmas.
Okay.
Ooh.
That coincide with the Santa Claus rally.
I wonder how the market will respond to that.
The bond market, I would say probably unfavorably, but who knows?
You think so?
Stocks. They have made it clear that they would prefer someone else.
Well, we're gonna get who they're gonna get.
Justice for Waller.
All
right.
Oh man, the Waller corner, hanging around the lows in the ES, about a point off of the 68.79 last trade. Dow continuing to push lower. New lows 47,000. I'm gonna call it 900. And new lows ES 68.77.5. I'm pushing lower as well, and there goes gold. House account now in the money on that gold trade. Let's trade there 42.31. It's in the NQ ladder. Chike, since we saw you last, it's been what, about a month and a half. How's the trading been? Market's continuing to adapt. In the chat, do you trade minis or micros, or a little bit of both in the NQ?
So for like my systematic approach, I trade micros just to keep
micro.
it
Okay.
more, and obviously to decrease the variance, so I don't have large P&L swings in that type of strategy. But I've actually been working on a new strategy. I've kind of just been forward testing it in the markets at the moment, and it's a high risk to reward type of strategy. So I usually risk about 30 points and aim for 200 to 600 points.
Okay.
And this market's been quite favorable for that type of strategy. But I just need to see how it acts in like different market regimes. So in the new year and stuff like that.
Is this a variation of the previous strategy, or completely different,
so
or blend?
A variation. It's a variation of the So it's actually to do with these levels right here.
Does it still involve new lows ES 68.76? Got NQ took a peek beneath 25,800. Now still there. Thought it was going to go there. 50-50 on that tilt. Oh, we got here on the NQ ladder, something down below. Nothing major, about a 50 lot. All right, pretty muted open for now.
Those 770s do have 400 though.
In the micro?
400 or like. Oh no, the minis.
Minis.
Yeah,
770s, okay,
sitting there.
It's on the bid. Taking a look at using that level 2 data here on Topstep X. And there it is. Dow continue to push lower. Will the ES follow new lows in the Dow? NQ not quite there. NQ sells about 40 points for session lows, that is. NQ trading 25,806.
And Bitcoin took a peak lower. Down below 91,000 in the spot right now.
What do we see? We were beneath 90,000 last week.
Oh, and yesterday as well.
Oh shoot! Okay.
Yesterday we got as low as 87,800 in the
We
spot.
sure did. Look at that.
If you just can't get away from the market, I do. On Sunday, we'll usually take a look at the Bitcoin spot because it's a pretty good indicator of where the NQ is going to open.
I like that. Just in terms of higher, lower.
Oh yeah, well, especially if it's like up or down 3%. It's your proxy for risky assets. Yeah.
New lows. So we're selling off here, and there is that 400 lot like Gio was talking about, 25,770, about 15 points lower in the NQ. 400 lot on the bid, 25,770, bid 400 times.
Like the resistance down at, I think it'd wait to buy down to 68.60 or so. See if we have another fight over that 68.50 in the SPX. Going back, we were in that range that we broke out of. Back tested it once, came back. Let's see if the sellers have any chutzpah.
See, I would love to go long here, but I need to make myself wait till 245. This would be the best location for me to go long.
What's keeping you from going long? Still just sticking to the plan? 15 minutes?
245.
Gotcha. Yeah. Love it. And it was filled. Whoa.
Ooh, something happened right there.
Was that
a little bit of a tape
big
bomb?
bounce there? The big bounce in the NQ there. So those 770s were filled, or they come up. They actually came. Holy shit, that was a big one. They actually came up and lifted the offer 778. We are now trading 25,806. So that 400, I do believe, came up and definitely lifted a bunch of offers. So that thing turned around. ES as well. 5 point. There's a hard lot on the bid. 25. They are coming up. Interesting.
They heard you, Chike.
Yes, they did.
You wanted
the
to
long,
long.
Chike. The long. You didn't take the trade, but was that? Was
That was my location, but I want to remain like just probably below 810s. Preferably.
Okay.
No rush. Monday morning.
Yeah. For the FOMC. And don't want to say this is the price action I expected, but this is the price action that we need to be aware of before a big event like FOMC is just what we're seeing.
Gold pushing lower. Gold trading 42.28 now. Session lows 42.26, about $3 to go there. Yes, about 7 points off the lows. Trading 68.79.
And another thing we need to be aware of is getting close to rollover.
Yes, it is.
Bond yields approaching their high of the day. Almost a 4.16 in the 10-year.
416, okay.
Mm-hmm.
The wrong way. Again, Fed watch, looking about an 89% probability of a 25 basis point cut this Wednesday. Is the last FOMC meeting of the year. If they do indeed cut, there'll be 3 rate cuts in a row. I'm going to push the downside here. Gold new lows, 42.23.
What tends to happen when approaching rollover? Well, it can just make things a lot choppier. There are more big block orders and things like that. It was a very tough time when we were like trading spreads, for instance, because there would be just big, as people roll, just big orders that would wipe out a few levels. And when you're fighting over tickies like we were, that's not what you want to see.
Nah, that 400 lot is back. 25,770 in the NQ, bid 400 times.
So I'm in short.
As an outright?
I'm in long right now.
Oh, perfect.
From 804s.
Long from 804?
Yeah.
How many times?
3 MNQs.
3 MNQ. That's 25,804. Is this the risk 30 for reward of 7x or so?
50 for 100. 50 points for 100.
Okay. Gold bounce a little bit, 42.30. Last trade there. 700 lot is, or I'm sorry, the 400 lot. The bid in the NQ about 20 points lower.
I like the longs here.
Dow turn around to the upside.
Usually the right decision.
Yeah.
I'll go wrong with longs.
Oh, I like that. Did you make that up, GK? Did you make that up? I like that.
Yeah, it just came to my head.
Let's do it.
It's true though. Most of the time.
A little pop in crude. I'm trading $59.41. Tell you what, we got 4,200 people watching right now on this massive week here on Topstep TV. Please click subscribe. Please click like on the march to 194,000 subscribers. Thank you kindly.
Possible SPX areas for support or resistance. I regret to inform they're not particularly close. In the futures, 58.60, and then like 6,900 maybe for resistance upside.
NQ now pushing much lower. That's 400 lot was filled. We are 20 points lower. New session lows in. Yeah, did you? Okay.
We're making new highs. The 10-year yields are getting a little saucy. If we looked at the ZN, we're up to 4.166. So
quickly. Okay.
Yeah, quickly. Let me.
Interesting.
I mean, now we're popping above the high yield from the 20th, which, as I recall, that's when everything was going to hell.
Oh yeah, look at that. Okay, I've got the ZN. That's the symbol. Prices go lower, yields go higher. New lows NQ 25,729.
If we were to break out above here, I would think that's not good for stocks.
ES now breaking new lows. ES 68.69. Nice cut, Chike.
Okay, there's settlement for the NASDAQ. Yeah, we just tagged settlement, so now it's yeah, I'm a little slow to pull that trigger. Dang it.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Sometimes it's a split second.
40-point bounce off the lows in the NQ as we trade 25,760. 50-50 on the tilt. Nice catch on the 10-year there. That's the ZN. Prices continue to push lower. Any news? What was that? And they're just hitting the bid in the 10-year. NQ did turn around. Get about 45-point bounce off the lows. As we trade 25,765. ES trading 68.74. 6 points off the lows there. Here come the buyers. It's wild. This is wild.
Yeah, I want to get long the NASDAQ, but I think that was the opportunity missed. It's moving really quick.
VIX is up a point, trading 1646. We're
What just happened?
well below 16 on Friday.
Yes, we were. Chiki, would you look to get back in? Same trade, same setup, same execution, or reset?
No, that type of trade is one and done.
Okay, very good.
So, honestly, I'm only really looking for those 26.159.
26,159. Righty.
Yeah, but
Now looking at 70%.
unlikely we get there before FOMC.
Perhaps we could. We might be able to get there today, Chike.
Yeah, anything can happen.
Absolutely. 70% short tilt. 10-year still getting hit here, Jack.
Yeah, that's interesting.
70% short tilt in the NQ. 79% long tilt in crude oil right now.
Mm.
All right, let's get my man in here. Saw him an opening call. I can't trade without this guy. You can't either. Mr. John Hogan. What's up, Hogue? Happy Monday. Happy FOMC week as well. Talk to me, Hogue. What are you seeing here? And gold. We got the gold trade back in the money.
Yeah. We had a selling tail in gold, failed upside auction, which was our stop was just far enough away to keep us in. We were going to try and take one off at the IB low. We were a little bit slow on the execution on that, so we still have two on, but at least we're sitting in profit right now. So 42.26 is the IB low. We'll take a look at taking one off if we get down there again. As far as the equities are concerned, the opening range, 1 minute opening range in the ES is the dead ass high of the range so far. So it's got me kind of looking for opportunities for shorts. I'm not really seeing or holding high expectations for anything that we might be able to get into here in the equities. It was kind of a opposing situation. Initially, the NASDAQ had the opening range at the dead ass low, so it was kind of crossing my eyes, when that happens. You're getting conflicting information, and so I'm just trying to stay patient. I'm trying to see if we can't work this gold position to our favor, and kind of just holding pat here in the equities. The ES opened in range and in value. NASDAQ opened above value, traded back down to settlement. We haven't hit settlement yet, I don't think here. Yes, we have in the S&Ps. Just looking for the right opportunity. I saw Valis, I think it was earlier in the chat just a few minutes ago, saying, Topstep taught me well. If I don't get my trade location, don't do anything. Make sure that you demand your trade locations. And I think it's going to be really important for that today.
Stuff, Hogue.
Agreed.
10 years. Still
Good to see everybody.
Good to see
Chike,
Chike.
Coda,
Yeah.
Jack,
See,
Yeah.
Andre,
Monday.
happy Monday. Great to be with you.
You too.
Just watching.
man.
Yeah, like what you said. Demand trade location. Days like today, sometimes those that don't even place a trade or lose the least are in a good position, not blowing the accounts.
That's right.
Survive till tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a reason it's your location.
Mm-hmm. Timing is everything.
I know that.
Top of the hour here in 5 minutes. Yeah, it's about 9 points off the lows, trading 68.77. NQ trading 25,760. Gold 42.32. Again, crude have a 79% long tilt in crude. Average price of 15 around for pretty much where entry is right now as we trade 59.39.
Yeah, crude. We didn't even get an entry for the 5-minute opening range trade yet. I mean, we're an hour into the session. We still don't have a signal.
And a 70% short tilt in the NQ. Keep an eye on this.
Apparently, there was a earthquake in Japan, 7.2 on the Richter scale.
Ooh.
Tsunami alert issued.
Oh, no. Okay. Keep an eye on that.
Was that today?
The headline came out, what, 10 minutes ago, Hogue? 8 minutes ago?
Yeah. Pray for peace. Pray for safety.
A 10-year yield shot up, Jack. Lows.
Yeah, man. New
lows in the price, new highs in the yield.
4.174.
Well, yeah, that's especially FOMC week, 2 days before. Not typical that way.
Oh, something just got into gold.
Some did just get into gold. Nice catch there, Hogue. Popped about $8 there, 42.40. I'm back to 42.34. Damn.
That was quite the pop.
Sure was.
Maybe
Just like
tied into the
that.
same move in bonds.
Could be.
We're still in it. Didn't take out the high. Right back to our entry point right now.
All right. A $10 pop just like that in gold. We're what?
Russia's Deputy Prime Minister Novak, Russia to limit gold bullion exports from 2026.
There you have it.
Okay, yeah, there it is. Gold export. $10 pop on that. Right back to 42.30. 42.29's in gold.
Yeah.
You get stopped out. We're still in this?
Yeah, we're still in it.
Okay, good. And house got short 2 micro gold from 42.33. Now we're trading 42.30.
Okay, we've got value low right here, right now, 42.29.70. We get anywhere near that IB low, JD 42.26. Take one off.
2.6. All right.
Anywhere between 29.70 value low and the IB low 26. Take one off.
NASDAQ heading lower.
Yeah, might get around to selling in the NQ. Sure are.
Here we
Gold
go.
now selling
Here we
off
go.
hard. Gold selling off hard. 42. Damn.
Still believe we end positive for the day, though.
Buy one for the break.
You might not need to, Hogue. This thing, look out below on this thing.
Yeah, right.
I have to see this chart.
Which one, Jack?
Gold. Ooh, that's a
look
candle.
At a 5 minute. Look
That's
at
a candle.
Minute, yeah. You want to talk about a candle?
Okay, we bought one at 42.25 even.
Nice. So short one.
Short one.
Good.
Cheers.
Yes. Every time I say right here, right now, JK always getting on me for that one. All right, Chike, we're about a half hour into this New York session. Still liking the longs, or
yeah, I do. But
assessment?
It looks like we're gonna go down for a bit. So
new 5 minute just open there, top of the hour. Pretty much in this New York.
Just consolidate within 200 points. Yeah.
And last 6 minutes. Huge pop. Go ahead, Dakota. What are you seeing here at the NQ?
I'd like to see NASDAQ hit. Be honest, lower 700s, maybe a retest and a peak below settlement. Here in the NASDAQ, like 702, maybe 690s could be a decent long if we could get down there. But I don't know if we could get down there. This market is a little bit choppy.
We're looking at $40. Sorry, $20 turnaround in gold. Gold new session lows there. 42.18.
Netflix down
Wild.
3%, Dakota.
I see that. I see that.
MBT doing
42.20
anything?
was an initial target for this trade. See if we can break this trend line.
MBT
Okay,
is selling
careful.
off a little bit.
All right. 10-year.
We continue lower in gold. 41.90 is the target.
4190. All right.
Ooh.
Last
Oh,
week's
yeah.
low is 41.94.
As a reminder, it's going to be tough sledding for that Netflix deal when you got folks from both sides of the ideological spectrum coming at you.
No doubt.
Gonna be tough.
Dakota, you're looking for beneath 700s, correct?
Yeah, I'm liking longs of the NASDAQ. The question is just where and how. And it's difficult in this market structure. Yeah. Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
that.
You see not
Wow,
this
wow, wow, wow.
it's going. It's going. We're buying it up right now. There's 50 points
Nice.
almost.
Yep, 25,770. Oh, what is that? What's up, Chike? I mean, what were you saying? I'm sorry.
Personally, I would wait for the ES to break its previous high of the previous candle, because it's kind of what led this move down. So I think once the ES starts looking a bit bullish, that's what's going to cause NASDAQ to go up.
We'll trade 42.19 now. Looking to
Go.
make new lows. Looking to make new lows in gold. About a buck away, there are new lows. There you go. 42.17. And house got short one. Short one.
Yes.
It popped up to 42.40 just like that.
ZN keeps getting drilled.
Yes, it is. Fed watched. Fed watch not moving too much.
Well, what you
Oops.
don't want to see. One moment.
What is happening?
Okay, we're up to almost 418 in the yields here. Is, you know, as we mentioned, this is where we cut rates the first time. What you don't want to see is us keep on cutting rates on the front end, but the rates on the far end of the curve keep on rising. That's not what you want to see. 'Cause this rate's like, that's why the whole cut thing, I think, is overrated sometimes. It's like, this is the rate that matters. And the
True.
rates further out are determined by your fiscal position, your stability, what the perceived inflation rate's going to be.
We cut rates the first time. Are you talking September? September FOMC?
Yeah.
Okay. Gold just made new lows. 42.15. We got a $25 turnaround to the downside in the last 8 minutes. Yeah, there's a lot going. At the bottom of the hour in about 25 minutes.
Get positive delta in the S&Ps.
No kidding.
We're coming into rollover. I'm not sure how important it is, but positive 3,300 in the S&P is not too far off the lows. Pretty much flat in the NASDAQ as far as delta is concerned. Negative 1,000 in gold, which makes sense.
What was it about 12 minutes ago, Hogue, when that pop happened? You have that handy?
It's the deepest it's been so far yet today, right now.
Gotcha. Thank you.
It's been negative all day. This is the deepest
Look at this.
deepest part of the pool here.
42.12 last trade gold.
You know, a little bit of iceberg selling at 42.13. Yeah, there's some sellers down here.
Sure is. 42.10 new lows gold.
They're not done.
No, they are not. We're talking a $30 turnaround push lower. Last 12 minutes or so. 42.09 new lows. Gold. Yes, about 3 points off session lows as ES trading 68.72. A definite quant scuffle going on right now. 50-50 tilt. Jack, you look at the options prices. Have they populated? Any prices of interest? Say you're looking at options for ES futures?
Yeah, still 58.60 for if we're going to stop the sell off. Like there should be some support there. We get down to in the futures like 68.60. However, I'm keeping an eye on this 10-year. Like if we really start breaking out here, I don't want to be standing in the way of buying a dip based on an options level.
Gotcha. Gold. 42.07 last trade. New lows. Whoa, wow.
NASDAQ.
Cheeky, we're about. It sure is. Neither is ES. Cheeky, we're about 40 minutes into this New York session.
Yeah. Watching that ES.
God, watching the ES.
Are
you watching the ES? You watching ES to make an NQ trade, or are you watching ES to make an ES trade?
All the time. I watch the ES to make an NQ trade. I'm stubborn, but
it's like having a big brother.
Essentially, yeah. Especially when an ES kind of like has a move first to the downside or the upside, and the NASDAQ follows it. I need the ES to repair itself before I'm looking for a reversal in the NASDAQ.
Okay.
But I really want to do really want to go long on the NQ. Need that confirmation on the ES.
Okay.
We've taken the risk off of the other contract in gold. We're at break even on that.
I agree. Not hearing the nonsense. Indeed. That's how you do. So you stay locked in. New lows gold 42.06.
Ryan Weg asks, why do forward contracts always seem to have much higher prices than the current ones? It's because they expire in the future. And, stocks always go up, but think about it this way. You could essentially imagine two trades. Say that this contract, this this December one was trading at the same price as the March contract 3 months from now. So I have two options. I could just buy this at this price, or I can buy the next one using about 90% of not my own money because it's a future and get interest for free in the meantime. So essentially there's an arbitrage opportunity, especially in equities that are cash settled. You're only going to ever see something like that invert under like a crazy flash crash type scenario. But generally the future contract should always be at a higher price.
In a normal market.
Right. Commodities are different because you have, storage and supply and demand stuff. But in a cash settled market like the ES, like there's really no fundamental reason that a contract in the future should be trading below the price of the front month.
The front month.
Yeah.
There's that favorite word, contango.
Bingo.
Series 3.
New lows gold 42.05.
What is that? Series
E-
3 pop quiz.
Yes, about to. I'm gonna say it. All right, we'll eat as make new lows. About a point to go. NASDAQ looking like
heavy.
it is looking heavy.
Yeah.
NASDAQ trading 25,752. About 30 points off the lows.
I wouldn't be mad at a short.
Right. I feel like it wants to go.
Hug Traveler.
Saw that, Hug. Also saw some of the
Tango and
chats.
Cash.
Yeah. I wanted that for something like one of the VIP teams or something.
Gold, $8 pop there, 42.13. Last trade, ES. 2 ticks off the lows there, trading 60. Yeah, what's might be going here, Chica?
Could hold those 66s though.
68.66.
That's going to be a very good entry for an NQ.
I'm going to take a 2 micro short here to see if we could come down and test settlement. These 720s.
What price you get, Dakota?
I got 740. 2 micros.
Yep.
Yeah, looking for a break and a test of these lows. To the bottom of the range, and if this bounces, hindsight's going to say, range bound, you buy low, sell high, and I just sold low, so I'm okay with it.
If you got long down here, and it didn't work, they'd be like, why are you going counter trend, Dakota? Beauty of...
Yeah, that's the catch 22.
Catch 22, indeed. New lows just downticked in the ES 68.68, and the orders. NQ still holding a little more reluctant to go lower. ES didn't really make a convincing new low there. See if there's any more gas in the goose to the downside. Well, we do have one live funded trader already putting up a pretty dang good start to the week, to the day. We got Collins K up $16,000. Job well done. Make sure you preserve that.
Dude, what is up with these Collins? We've had multiple Collins killing it lately.
Collins, would you like to come on and tell Jack as to what's up with the Collins? By all means,
please
get you on here. Good to see, though. 50-50 tilt. Pretty much across the board. Hogue, house account still short 1, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Stops at break even.
Very good.
Not thinking it's going to get there, but what do I know?
Some in the chat said Hogue seems like a pro. Hogue, you seem like a pro. I agree.
I've seen some shit.
He's seen some shit. He's been around. That's right. That's my guy, Hogue. Okay. Oh, yes. James, it's one more time. Upper left-hand corner of the screen, hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour. Show us how you're doing today on the X. Be so kind. Also, give us a follow there. Thank you. All right. Oh, he is
approaching 90K in Bitcoin in the spot market.
What you added?
I added 1 contract. Yeah, 740, same price.
Short 3?
Yes. Yep, short 3.
Low ZS.
All right. Big levels coming into view, Dakota. You can get through. About 10 points below here is when I would expect stuff to get real in the ES at least.
On a little structure in gold right now. Again, we saw a $35 sell off in the last 20 minutes or so. Making new lows 42.05. Now we're trading 42.07. ES kind of grinding lower. New lows ES.
I added another one, so short 4.
Like NQ
I'm
trade
low
25.
on the
740 still.
NQ.
Okay. GK long.
737 right now. 737. This is a
Sounds like a
breakdown.
plane.
Yes, it is. Well,
Hold on, guys. Chike just took a long. How many?
2 MNQs. So essentially,
Oh.
it's basically preempting that we hold this on the ES, the 66. We don't go below maybe 64.
664.
If we do
All
that,
right.
if we do on the ES, then I'll be cutting it on the NQ.
All right. What price are you long from in the MNQ?
734. 25, 734.
725.
734.
3-4. Roger that. All right. One long, one short. See how this plays out. Nothing really good cooking on the tilt.
I love it when both of them make money.
It absolutely can't happen. Absolutely.
Broadcom and
Yes,
Microsoft
sir.
still leading the way.
well, we did tick lows here. We got to those 720s and bounced.
They're still selling that 10-year. Lows.
Mhm.
Prices, new lows. Are we getting a 4.2% in 10-year yield?
I would imagine if we get that, we will be down on the day.
Well, we're 4.1886 now. Interesting. More selling 10-year. GK, your risk's around 664, correct?
I don't.
Give or take.
Oh, my entry, you said?
No, your stop price.
Oh, yeah. So my stop is on the ES. So whenever the ES like goes past it, I'll be moving it on the NASDAQ.
I see. Okay, interesting. Right.
Yeah. So I don't have a stop on the NASDAQ. It's just whenever the ES crosses 64, then I'll be exiting that position.
All right. All right. Last price in Q 25,745. Just to recap, GK is long the MNQ, watching the ES for exit entry. All right. On the hour in 12 minutes, we'll get those initial balance high, initial balance low prices. What are those, you ask? This is in the equities. Simply the highest price and lowest price traded in the first hour of the New York session. Jot those down and we'll work off those for some framework, perhaps. Some ranges.
Already got a good opportunity in the gold off the initial balance.
04s.
IB high. Failed upside auction.
There it is. That's one reason why you put. It's one reason why we take note of initial balance high, initial balance low prices. And we'll get those. We'll jot those down in about, again, 11 minutes at the bottom of the hour. I think I can get that for the ES.
We did leave a weak high up there, though. However, we have to see how that plays out.
And gold just popped $12. 52.14.
What a market.
42.16 now.
Huh.
Yes, still about 3 points off the lows there, 68.69. Now NQ driving lower. Look at him, about 10 points off the lows. Can we get it? Leave Hogue alone, they say.
No.
Damn, 10-year, Jack. Jeez.
Yeah.
Damn, okay.
A little bit surprising.
It is. I'm keeping an eye on that again. 10-year prices just going lower, 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 which makes yields go higher. Still selling. Yeah, and ES catching a bid, NQ selling off, NQ about 7 points off the lows.
They've been crossing my eyes all day.
Seriously.
All right, I just took profit for one here at 22.
New lows, NQ at 22. Okay. On all of them, Dakota?
On one contract. I still have
Yes,
three.
three. Okay, NQ, nice cover. One NQ just tapped new lows 25,718 and just popped 12 points as we trade 730. And right back lower. I know.
It's a little bit of a push right there.
Yeah, it's looking heavy. All right, Chike, what we're seeing here is we're seeing the NQ selling off. However, ES is staying bid.
Yeah, so as long as the ES is strong, I have confidence in this trade.
Okay. 68.69 last trade in the ES. Lock gold on the push higher here. $14 off the lows. 42.19.
Want it to stay below the initial balance low of 42.26. I see somebody else commenting on that level as well.
All right.
Tommy C. I agree.
Okay. Damn. $42.20 last trade. Gold. Damn.
That's going to be quite the excess low if that stays.
To 42.04. You're talking gold, Hogue?
Yeah. Yep.
One on the ladder here. Take a look at the ladder. Anything on the NQ? Got a 100 lot. 15 points lower.
I just took another one off at 715.
New lows NQ. 200714. ES staying bid. About 4 points off the lows. 68.70. Hogue,
Yeah,
how
we're
did
excited there.
Yeah, seriously. Damn.
Thanks, Hogue. We're not getting like a lot of momentum. But we're like tapping. Yeah.
No, it's not convincing. $25,709 now. New.
I'm gonna take another one off right there at 710.
Right.
And just trail this last one. I was
like
looking
a
for
zombie
690.
And ES.
Right,
ES. Very stubborn. We're watching NQ pushing lower, new lows. 5,703.
Okay, there's my 690s, and I'm flat.
Flat, nice trade.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
697 new session lows. NQES. Right there, 68.66.
The ES
Not coming out there,
is what's
Dakota.
keeping me in this trade.
It's the yeah, Chica, yeah, I been there. Well,
Right now, the dislocations for the ES is just down at 0.15%, NQ down 0.1, but they were about spread out by about 0.4% on the open.
well, about 30, 40 minutes ago, ES was making the lows. NASDAQ was not. It just flipped. Our new 5-minute just opened here. New lows ES, new lows NQ. 5,691. 690s now, new lows. NQ ES trading 68.64, new lows. 10-year prices have consolidated for the time being. Jeez.
Yeah, we're in the area now where we should get some option support.
Okay.
Coming up on 68.50 in the SPX right now. 5
Still
points off.
positive delta in the S&P is 2,300 positive on the lows.
How about NQ? Damn, look at this go.
Yep, I'm on.
Negative 900.
Okay.
Wait. Hold up.
All good. That was tricky, right? You're long NQ. Long NQ. Watching ES. ES wouldn't go.
Yeah, I'm on.
Now it has a new lows at 68.61, 68.60. Prints in the S. Now NQ 25,669. New lows
I was
there.
thinking about getting long. Now it's like I'm looking for some sort of
Mhm.
pattern to indicate some sort of failed breakdown. Because I like the area in general, but not while it's just drilling.
Yes, it is.
Let's see if we can
Oh,
leave
more
a failed
so.
downside auction. S&P's
Oh.
just traded to
Hello.
naked point of chill from last week, 68.59.
I remember that price, 59s. Yes, it
Mhm.
did. Lows,
The
68.58.
Bitcoin is below 90,000, or at least was briefly. Oh yeah, it's right now in the spot market, 89,850.
Nice catch, chat. Good job. Yes, it is. We have a bounce there. All right, 3 minutes to get the initial bounce, high initial bounce, low. Initial bounce low still not been determined. As we're making new lows here in ES and NQ. IB high. Be safe to jot that down. IB high. And I got in the ES 68.86 quarter. Hogue 68.86 quarter. NQ. What are we looking at?
Those buyers stepped in.
Again,
Yep.
860.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's another thing. I'm
5860.
Damn, look at that bounce.
Here's something else that I'm looking at here in the NASDAQ. I talked about it during slow markets, that we've had these sell-offs, and they've been some amazing buying opportunities, these dramatic sell-offs. And so this could be one. I mean, we're already seeing a 50-plus point bounce right here. So higher lows still in the NASDAQ during this chop and this kind of this ugly move. And so, yeah, I think this could be a buying opportunity. We're already back over 700. So I'm going to watch the price, the market structure, and look for longs now. I like longs in this market. It's just, like I said, when and how.
Like the longs, okay.
The
Yeah, I
200
agree.
session simple moving average on the 30-minute charts in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps has been golden for opportunities for longs. And we just kissed it in the NASDAQ, just looked below it in the S&Ps. You guys are seeing some buyers coming in. This could be an interesting spot.
Right here, right now, Hogue, or do you want to wait till the bottom of the hour for that to play out?
I mean,
If the setup.
658. I mean, we're looking at 40 ticks of risk to the low of the session right now. I'd like to be patient and wait for better trade location. But here's what we're looking at. I mean, here's that 200 session moving average. This red line right here, all last week support. Look below
price, Hogue?
Support. Well, currently it's at 68.64 and a quarter.
Right.
I'm sorry, 68.64.71. So it's right there right now. Looking back, on Thursday, we looked below it, rejected, and rallied. Wednesday, we looked below it, rejected, and rallied. The day before that, we looked at it, rejected it, and rallied. So, and here it is in the NASDAQ. Currently, it is coming in at 25,658 and a quarter. But again, this was last week. Looked towards it, rejected, rallied, looked at it, rallied, looked at it, rallied. It's been holding as support. We don't know if that's going to continue. Anything can happen, of course, but just looks interesting. Nice level to limit risk.
It's scary when we get down here, though, too, right, Hogue?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right. Initial balance high, initial balance low. Tell me if I'm wrong, Hogue. I'll get right to it. ES IB high 68.86 quarter. ES initial balance low.
Yep.
Initial balance low 68.58 below the session.
Correct.
NQ initial balance low, current low of the session of 25,657. Initial balance high in the NQ 25,860, 860.75.
Correct.
Oh, some of that. I passed the test. Hogue proud.
Nice work.
Okay, now Hogue, what do we do with that? What are we looking for with those prices here in the next half hour or so? Looking for rejection or continuation through?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Yes. Like, if we take a look below the initial balance low and we reject and close that 30-minute bar back above there, that's going to look like the rejection that we've been seeing, including the 200 session simple moving average. So now we've got a little bit of confluence from another unrelated strategy or another unrelated tool that says, yeah, if we look below that and we close that next 30-minute bar back above the initial balance low, that could be a failed downside auction. Helps you limit risk. And the opportunity is to the other extreme of the initial balance, which would put us up to 25,860 in the orders. Same thing in the S&Ps. So here we are. So we've got the 200 session simple moving average, 68.64, basically 65. If we were to look below the initial balance low and reject, in other words, we look below it, can't close a 30-minute bar can't close a 30-minute bar below the initial balance low, 68.58. We close that next 30-minute bar back above it. That's the failed downside auction. You would call it a buying tail. Some people would call it a buying tail. And that's your opportunity because that limits your risk. And your opportunity is to the other extreme of the initial balance, 68.86 and a quarter. We had a failed upside auction in gold today. The initial balance high was 42.40.30. The market looked above it and closed that 30-minute bar back below it. That sets the failed upside auction. Now, we did have some news come out, and it traded right to that same high, which usually isn't a good thing for shorts. It's a weak high, but we never did close a 30-minute bar above the initial balance high. The target, one of the initial targets would be the other extreme of the initial balance, which was 42.26. We took one off at 42.25, and we're still holding one of the shorts. So if this rolls over and continues to trade lower, possibly 41.90 is that point of chill. That goes all the way back to the 27th of November. Then we'll be sitting pretty. If not, we have no risk on the trade. We've got a profit locked in. We'll see what happens, but that's initial balance high and low. Decent reference levels for opportunities.
Seeing that turn around. By 50, 60 point turnaround here in the NQ off the lows. We trade in the NQ 25,715. ES, 10 point bounce off the lows there as we trade 68.68. The hours coming gone. And
we're looking for a failed for a 3-bar reversal down here, Dakota.
Yeah, I see traders in the chat already pointing it out. I missed my entry. My entry would be a little bit preemptive, right? We had that very long wick here in the 5-minute chart, and it's a great area because we pointed it out. And the entry would be like 706, right? 706. However, this is sometimes the give or take with this volatility. My entry is 706. My risk would need to be down here at like 650s, and that's 50 points worth of risk for a play. But I know traders in the chat, they're taking advantage of this. So shout out to you if you were able to catch some of that. We'll see. It's not closed yet, so it's not confirmed. But everyone knows how I love to be preemptive.
Right.
DBA
and Dakota,
concepts.
you are flat right now, right? What? How much are you making that trade?
Correct. I'm flat plus 257.
Okay.
New 5-minute has opened. Let's take a look at these prices. We got the new tip of the week here, Topstep TV. We got gold trading 42.19, 42.19. We got ES trading 68. There's the tip of the week. Stay informed. You beat me to it. Stay informed indeed. Stay updated on market news and developments. Be aware of economic indicators and earnings reports. Monitor changes in market sentiment. Where can you do that? Right here, Topstep TV. But yeah, with this week on Wednesday, FOMC announcements, last one for the year. Stay informed. Make sure you tune in. Topstep TV, real-time analysis as headlines do break. But this is very, very important. I believe, Jack, staying informed for those that are new traders. What's the best way besides Topstep TV? Stay informed with take a look at the calendar. Anything else?
I was gonna say
over the weekend. How do you stay informed over the weekend? Too, the markets are closed for 2 days.
Well, I don't do that much, but I do. Yeah, I look at the spot price and spot price in Bitcoin because that can tell you some stuff about how things might open. Even if you're someone who just purely is the biggest just price trader, nothing else, I don't listen to news. Well, you at least got to be aware where the numbers are, right? I mean, I think that'd be kind of suicide not to.
Chike? Yeah. You're very informed. Chike, how do you stay informed? What's your approach to news, headlines, economic data, all that?
I'll just look ahead. So I use Forex Factory. Or like financial news. Yeah, I always check that before I trade to know what's happened and what's going to come as well. But I'm pretty sure Topstep has financial news integrated as well.
You got Topstep TV, man. We'll give it to you all. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Don't get blindsided by a number. Don't get blindsided by a Fed speaker or Powell. It's you learn that
or
lesson.
A bond auction.
That trade a bit too early.
Bond auction, all that, yeah.
Especially the higher the yields creep, the more the bond auctions have the ability to move everything in the market.
Absolutely. I knew the answers. All right, Dakota. Seeing a bounce higher here. Grinding higher. Weird trade so far.
Yeah, as to be expected.
I've taken that trade a bit too early. We did respect one of the levels that we could have bounced off of.
I like Dolby's answer in the chat, though.
What did Dolby say? What's up, Dolby time?
I mean, Topstep's made it easy. I don't have to really stress too much if I'm gonna miss something. If I'm with you guys, like I'm sitting here chilling, trading, and if something's happening, you guys are gonna tell me. So it's made my life easier.
There you go. I always have you have to be careful how you parse the information, but I always have X or Twitter up for the last 15 years.
We have another kind of reversal pattern on the 5-minute chart in the NASDAQ. We got a hammer.
Let's see. Nice. Okay. Hammer. Look. With that.
Similar to a shooting star.
Wow.
And here it is. The hammer.
There it is.
Hammer of Thor.
Justice. Hammer of Justice.
Hammer of Justice.
Hammer of Justice.
Oh, Emmons. Easy, Emmons. Easy.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't expect, absent some new news or rates exploding or something, that we could expect probably more of this until the rate announcement.
More, well, this 10-year, nice catch there. The 10-year price action, $40 till FOMC. It was not expecting this. That's right, hit the like indeed. 130 likes. We got Chike back. Dakota in the house, star of Slow Markets. Sunday through Thursday, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. It's Monday, Dakota. Who will be joining you on Slow Markets today?
Coach J, man. He's my man.
Excellent.
Mondays and Wednesdays. And man, you don't want to miss it. Like, even if you don't trade it, come join us, ask questions, and it's always great insights into trading, the market in general.
You prefer slow markets to fast markets?
It depends. Depends on the day.
Just compare them, Dakota. You're on your average day.
No, it really it depends. It's hard to compare the two because like price action like this, I prefer fast markets. Price action like we seen a few weeks ago, I prefer slow markets, and it depends on the situation. It depends on so much. And Andrew, no, Jay did not give me a black eye. You guys are gonna see me with black eyes and fat lips going into spring, but sparring heavyweights is a different beast.
Why are you sparring heavyweights, Dakota?
They hit
You're not
hard.
a heavyweight. You're not a heavyweight, Dakota.
I know. I'm 180. All right, and I'm sparring these
heavyweights at
220
220.
plus
220.
Steel sharpens steel.
because just because, Andre. All right.
Yeah. Practice harder than you play, right?
Yes, exactly.
100%. 100%.
Yeah. Nate trades. Sure. Test myself. We'll just say test myself.
I like that. All right. And Q taking a peek beneath 25,700.
Regret to inform we're at 4.19 in the yields.
I'm watching. And there goes the equities. Are they taking note? Are they watching the bonds?
And just look what happened through 2022. I get my years right. Yeah. We don't like high rates in this country. We don't have the stomach for them.
New low prices in the 10-year. Yields, you said 4.19, Jack?
Yep. And they just keep on creeping. It's like it's doing the Michael Myers right now. It's just like every time I look up, it's another fraction of a bip higher.
Gold pushing lower here. Top of the hour in about 15 minutes. Again, not a whole lot on the calendar. We do have a 3-year auction at noon Central Time, but nothing notable. I think we do have some jobs over. Yes, looking to push lower here. 68.62, about 4 points. 68.61 now trades. 3 points off the lows in the ES. Now, see, NQ's being more reluctant to push lower this time. NQ about 40 points off the lows.
Someone says Bond Boy's not buying the Fed cut scenario.
I mean,
I think
that would be wild. That would be wild.
Man, there's two competing narratives, but they're always going to push you to max pain, and I think that they did this once before during the tariffs. Oh yeah, you want Hassett? How much do you want him?
Let me throw it to Chike. All right, Chike, we're seeing this price action. We're seeing ES now moving first to the downside. NQ, a little bit more stubborn. Any setups? Are you still liking longs? Are you done?
I don't really
trading
have.
for now?
I'm with trading for now. I'm waiting because I do expect us to get to, or at least to finish the day around 780s, so like above where we open.
780s, okay. Well, I'd be high. Initial balance high 860. That's 860. We are about 170 points from there in the NQES. Grinding lower, about 2 points off the lows, trading 68.60.
Someone says natural gas is down 7%. The Widowmaker.
That market, man.
We were
Still
looking at
below
that this morning.
90K.
It's up. Yes, looking to new 5-minute just open.
Tesla down 3%, Google down 1.6,
All right.
Nvidia up just under 1%.
Same with Microsoft.
And they just sold right in that to 12,700. A bit of a rock fight. They didn't like rock fight. What, they didn't like rock fight? They like tug of war. Which one was it?
Well, let's call it what it is. You know, we got some possible support just a little bit below here from about 68.60. Next 30 points down, I would think that there would be some buying on the part of hedgers in the options market. It's not a guarantee.
I think rollover really kicks into high gear next week. I think we get job. Don't we get non-farm next week? I think we do.
Do we? Do we?
From which month?
Yeah.
I nearly had a
that's
stroke
a great.
when I realized, like, you ever know something, but you just forget it in your mind when that PCE number comes out. And I was like reading the report for the components. It's like, holy s, this was September.
Oh, was it really? In line?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
In line.
Great. So 3 months ago, we were in line.
Yeah. But they never, no October data. We do have Jolts. Jolts jobs openings tomorrow. They just like sprinkle it in randomly. 9 a.m. Central Time. What's going on?
So this is this 3-bar reversal still valid? Yeah, I have it set up on my charts. I didn't take it, but it's still set up. This is the hammer that Hogue was talking about, and they're mentioning in the chat. And yeah, we broke above it. Risk would be below it, which is pretty wide, so you needed a small stop. But patience in this market. GK, you're doing a great job of just sitting on your hands and waiting. It's one of the hardest things to trade, right? But that's what traders mostly need to do, is spend most of the time sitting, watching.
Yeah. There's only a few times in the day where you actually have true advantage, so you just need to wait until that time. Shouldn't be trading anyhow.
Yeah.
Questions about talking about patience. We always talk about it. Is anyone how is it learned? What do you do to become patient? How become for me, it was just, you get bopped on the head enough times, you take your licks and you trade too much, you get trigger happy, and then you're like, all right, I need to slow down. Like, we can tell people, be patient, wait for your setup. We learn things the hard way in trading. Let's call it rage. We have to touch the stove 1,000 times before we know it's hot. Is there any shortcuts to? Is there such a thing as being too patient, over patient? Dakota, I'll throw it to you. You be over patient in markets.
Yeah, I think we love analogies here. I love sports analogies. Go through sports analogies all the time, right? I want to make sure I word this correctly so chat doesn't roast me, but we will always be the type. I mean, traders are a type where you get punched in the face until you learn, right? And it's going to keep happening until you 100%. Change. But in terms of being too patient, yeah, I think so. There's like hesitation and patience. We talk about your guys' Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant, where if the moment arrives, you have that practice and you've done it enough times, you just execute, right? Where if you're too patient and you miss the opportunity, then emotions could spill into it. Like, I missed that, and then you jump into it. And so there's a good balance, right? Overall, you develop your own process, and you as an individual must know when to execute and when to be patient. It's very fine line, especially during high volatile times, right? Because you could sit there and the next thing you know, we're up or down 10 points. And if you were waiting a little bit longer for confirmation, you lose your risk reward. you lose location, and vice versa. So there's no blanket statement
Mm-mm.
per se.
So I actually think a little bit different. I don't think
Nice.
you
What
can
do
be
you got?
too patient. I don't think you can be too patient because, for example, let's just say you are too patient and you miss the move. That goes on to hesitation, and hesitation is not really patience. That's kind of like fear of losing or fear of being wrong. So that's what stopped you from pulling the trigger. But if you have clear parameters and you're waiting for those parameters, then you can only be so patient. There's no such thing as too patient, in my opinion.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, I agree. Yeah, there's a difference between being patient and hesitant. So, yeah, clarification of words. I agree.
All right, well, good stuff, Chike. Dakota, last week you didn't take a trade. You were up on the day, locked in profits. You saw the setup, but you didn't take it. Obviously, there's other reasons. You got
That
a
was
nice streak
hesitation.
going.
Yeah,
It's
that's what
hesitation. Okay.
TK was referring to. That's hesitation, right? Not patience. So, yeah, that's a good clarification. Hesitation versus patience. And that win
What's
streak,
the-
that win streak caused me to hesitate, Andre.
We still got it though.
I
What do
still,
you
I
want to
still
talk
got
about?
it.
Still got it. Okay, cool.
Dakota win
What a
streaks
hope.
have been brutal to me. Like, I get a win streak going, and all I can think about is keeping the win streak going, and that
know, Hope.
just totally takes the focus off of actually looking for good trades. And I've had some of my worst days ending a nice win streak. So I learned to break them myself. If I start to get nervous about breaking a win streak, I take a day off. End a streak.
Fair
You
enough.
consider
Yeah.
that end of streak, huh? I mean,
In my mind, that ends the
well,
streak.
yeah. And that's all that matters. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. Or you can willingly lose, maybe like minus $10 or something. Kind of break that barrier.
Yeah, there you go. Losing $10 is much easier than losing $5,000.
Yeah.
Really, you actually have to work at that.
That's called fading yourself. And fading yourself. What if you're right? I've always said that. What if you're right? You fade yourself and you're right. What do you do with the next trade? What do you do the next time?
Double done.
I know.
What-
It's a
what do you
slippery
do?
slope. It's a slippery
It sure
slope, man.
is. What do you do? Then you're in a real, then you're in your head.
It was like,
All right.
you try and lose money, you'll make money.
Yeah. And then if you
Yeah.
do that, what do you do with your next trade? Now you're,
Yeah.
you fade the fade. Anyways, got good stuff, fellas. Top of the hour coming here about 7 minutes. We got NQ. Market's kind of quieted a little bit. Got Chike here. We got Jack. We got Ho. We got Dakota. You'd be so kind. We're getting closing on 194,000 subscribers. Please click the subscribe button. Also allows you to get in the chat and just absolutely light us up. You guys were maniacs on Friday. I was loving it. So you guys just lighting us up. Fantastic stuff. We got the ES trading 68.61, about 3 points off the lows there. Saw some wild price action in gold. I'm currently trading 42.15. We saw about a $30 sell-off right after a $10 pop. Probably get 8, 9, 10 minute window there. We got Crude trading 59 euros, 43 cents. 50 on the tilt. Everyone is flat. Oh no, house account still short one. We're still short, huh, Hogue?
Yeah.
I do believe
Yep, still
Nice.
short.
hung in there nicely.
Hanging around.
Absolutely.
See what happens.
Anything can happen. All right, Hogue. We took down the initial balance highs and low prices in the NQ and the ES. Now we're looking at the top of the hour. Top of the hour in about 6 minutes. What, if anything, is there a possible setup, if anything, off of those prices we made? No, we're still held them, right? What do you want to see in the next 5 minutes? Or perhaps a setup? You want to see us get through or hang around IB low, right? Hogue, what are you looking for?
Well, I mean, we are still one time framing lower. I mean, we're putting in lower highs and lower lows since the open. The opening range is still the dead ass low in the S&Ps. That tells me I'm looking for shorts. We've already gotten to one of the points of chill that traders focus on, and that's that naked point of control from Thursday, 68.59 initial balance low. If we look below it here in this 30-minute period and we close back above it, that might be a failed downside auction. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be focusing on the dome, because we're getting pretty close to 10 o'clock here. And so we've taken out the initial balance low just by a few ticks. That's all right. Boy, we're not yet in the NASDAQ, but so we've taken it out by a few ticks. I'm watching the dome for information in the last 5 minutes, in the first 5 minutes, in and around 10 o'clock. Because if we see some buying coming in after looking below the initial balance, and we see some buying coming in and holding above the initial balance low after the 10 o'clock time change, that could create a failed downside auction. But right now, what I'm looking for is the dome robust? We just ran the stops below the initial balance low.
Yesterday's low in the ES, yeah.
Good.
Yes. So now I'm looking to see if there's a lot of orders being placed and canceled. If price it remains active, it doesn't necessarily have to be directional, but below the initial balance low, if I'm seeing a lot of eyeballs on this, and right now it looks like there's a few eyeballs on this. This is more than just a few stops. It's bouncing around. It's bouncing around. And if we open this next 30-minute bar below the initial balance low, 68.58, and I'm still seeing an active or robust dome, that kind of tells me that that continuation is more likely. So, I mean, we can watch this in real time and see where we close this 30-minute bar, see if we don't see any continuation below the initial balance. We did see some robust activity here, but if we see right before 10 o'clock, buyers come in and push this market back above the initial balance low, then we've woken up buyers down here. And that's what we're looking for.
When you say there's some eyeballs, what do you mean by that? There's people are there's a lot of attention being paid to these prices, this price action, because for some people it's this is kind of slow. What made you say that, and what does it look like? What does it look like, and what made you say that, Hogue?
Okay, so when we broke the initial balance low, you saw a rush of selling coming in, and that was just a bunch of sell stops, right? Once those sell stops are executed, watch the dome. If the dome dies, looks like nobody's watching, very few orders being placed and canceled, and we only see, the naked eye can only see so fast, and these domes platforms can only show you so much. There's a lot more going on underneath the scene, but it's in the action of the price, and it's in looking at how often orders are being placed, orders are being canceled up and down the dome, to where I'm going to say, all right, it looks like there's eyeballs on this, or there's nobody that cares that we broke the initial balance low. That's more likely going to be a fade back into the initial balance low. But if we close this 30-minute bar below the initial balance low, and we're still seeing some robust activity in the dome, and robust activity is very, very subjective, right? There's going to be times when you're going to be right. There's going to be times when you're going to be wrong. The more often you catch the opportunity to see the market in this situation, the more often you're probably going to be able to intuit whether you're seeing what you want to see for continuation or for a failure of the break of the initial balance and a return back inside the initial balance. So, I mean, we are, less than a minute here. Mm-hmm. We're seeing selling coming in, maintaining price below the initial balance low. Watch this dome and see if we get any buyers coming in, trying to close this market back above the initial balance low. Anything like that, then it might be more of a fade or a failed downside auction and a move back inside the initial balance. We close this 30-minute bar below the initial balance low, and we're still seeing a robust dome. Again, very subjective. I can't read the NASDAQ dome at all. It always looks robust to me.
Vaporized.
So you see, we're seeing some more selling coming in. We're seeing orders being placed, orders being canceled. The dome is robust. We've just closed this 30-minute bar below the initial balance low. I'm looking at this like, okay, there's a higher probability of continuation to the downside now than a return back to and a come back inside the initial balance low. Have I been wrong? Absolutely, I have. Does this limit risk? Absolutely, it can. If you were quick and you shorted it, you could say, you know, let's just say 68.55. You're looking at about 4 to 6 points of risk. You don't want price to come back inside the initial balance low. You want to leave single prints. What are single prints? These. So we're looking at single prints from the initial balance low to here. Those are single prints. There's no price bar overlap in that area. So you know this bar closes here below the low of the previous bar. The next bar opens and breaks. So there's no price bar overlap here. Some people would call it, yes, a fair value gap. Yes. So now this is what we're saying is we saw the market leave the single prints. We saw a robust dome below the initial balance low, higher probability of continuation to the downside.
Damn, just like that. Great stuff.
Us talking more trading.
Oh, man, it was a great breakdown. Great breakdown. New lows ES 68.49. New lows NQ. New lows Crude. NQ 25,635. New lows there. Dow selling off as well. New lows 47,754. Got London close here in about 28 minutes or so. Sellers are in the house. Gold, $4 off the lows, trading at 42.08. Is this the New York Fed? New York Fed inflation expectations. New York Fed labor market expectations improved in November. Home price rise expectations stay steady. Households are more pessimistic about their current and future financial situations. This is from November. 1 year inflation expectations unchanged at 3.2%. Nothing wild there, but little song.
Now the S&P's right down to this trend line, which is really we're in the right spot here, but see, this is the market telling us that this is shorter time frame buyers along this line. We know that the longer time frame is focusing on getting a cheap roll. This looks like an interesting spot. Also another area to limit risk. 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5 points of contact on this trend line.
What price, Hogue? Right around here?
The trend line's coming in at 68.51 approximately.
Sure. 29s. Crude new lows. 59.07.
68.35 will be the line in the sand.
6835. All right.
But if there were some sort of like reversal pattern here, still might be interested in taking a shot at the longs.
Yeah. And Q new lows 25,628. Looking at about a 10-point pop off of that. Crude new lows 59.05 last trade.
All right. I'm long NASDAQ.
What price, Dakota?
638.
638. What did? All right. 2, 3. How many?
4. I started with 2
4.
and I added to it, so I'm long 4 from 638. See if we get a breakthrough to these 50s again. This is a scalp.
Okay. Not a 3-bar reversal because we're beneath initial balance. Just a quick. You're just playing the bounce off the lows.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Looking for 50s.
I'm actually long as well from 636.
636. Okay.
Yeah, and I got along one. I was trying to add into it, then kind of ran ahead right away, starting to build 68.50 3/4.
68.50. All right. Long. 57.5. Last trade 68.52. London close about 25 minutes. Look at that tilt. 50 for the most part. All that selling in the 10-year. There we have seen some buying in the last 15 minutes or so. Upside target, Jack? I mean, we long first off.
I just got one and it ran right away. I wanted to get more on, but I don't want to chase it either. We can just trail it to see, like, with one contract on one MES. Not too worried about it.
Bounce in crude. 20% bounce there.
See if we get these 50s. Okay, I took one off at 54. Take another one off at 56. Show my stop.
How long two, Dakota? How long just two?
Yep. See if we get pushed back up through these 50s of momentum, making these higher lows so far. I'm watching this 100 tick here. So really zoomed in for these scalps.
All right,
Maybe we can push up to these 60s. I can take another one off and leave a runner.
Nice catch there. Was that in the chat? Nice M. Of course, it's always Emmons. Yep. And Q testing initial bounce.
Yeah, took the last two off for scratch. That's it.
Boom. Good job. Didn't get the rest. Chike long from 25,000 636. How many times, Chike?
One MOQ for now.
All right.
I'm thinking of adding. I'm kind of looking for at least 650s.
I'll add if we get a price. I took the one we had on off.
All right. Flat.
I prefer like the 700s, 750s even.
All right. 700s. All right. Well, Hogue, we saw push beneath initial balance low, both making an ES and NASDAQ. Now we're coming back up to those prices.
Yep.
What's the reaction? If this, then. Stick with if.
You want price to stay below the initial balance lows.
Okay.
Right? So IB low becomes a resistance level unless it doesn't.
Okay, perfect.
That is what you get. I know. I push a tough one. Especially if we get up to initial balance and we don't go through it, maybe sell into it. If we continue to push through initial balance low with continuation, get along with that momentum. I got you there, Hogue. All right.
It's only because it helps you limit risk.
It's true.
Just as a risk limiter. That's it.
Risk limiter. I like it. All right. Everyone flat. Chike long, one MNQ from 25,000 636. Everyone else flat. House is flat.
2 now.
Code up. I'm sorry, Chike?
2 MNQs now.
2.
40s.
Right. 640. Scratch it. House account is not flat. House account is still short one. Micro gold from what price do we get? 33s? 42.33.
Yep.
London closed in 22 minutes. Points off the lows. ES, NASDAQ, crude, gold as well. 10-year consolidate a little bit. All right, taking a little bit of break here. Got a lot more coming at you here on TopstepTV for the day and the week. You have to say hello to my man, Dr. Volatility. Come on in, James. How's it going? Happy Monday. What do we got on deck today, BRB?
Hey there, everybody. Happy Monday. We made it through the weekend. We're doing good. And here I am now to talk to you about a video series we have on our YouTube channel called Topstep X in 5 minutes or less. Whether you are a new Topstep X user or a veteran of the platform, there's always something new you could be learning about Topstep X. And we have a video series geared and ready to go just for you. All of these videos, as the name implies, are about 5 minutes or less. Who knows what you'll learn in 25 minutes with that many videos? You have tons of opportunities to learn new tips and tricks. We see questions coming through the chat every day about questions that are covered in these videos. Do you want to find out how to get 2 charts on one layout? Do you want to know how to bookmark your favorite contracts for easy selection? Well, click on the link we're going to drop in chat, watch these videos, and learn how to master the trading platform today. And again, if you think you know TopstepX, give these videos a watch. You never know if you might learn a new thing or two. Speaking of learning a thing or two, group coaching. You guys know what I'm going to say, but group coaching, it happens today at 12:15 p.m. Central Time. In fact, I think we're going to bump it up earlier. Yeah, let's make it 12 p.m. We're going to start today at noon o'clock Central Time. Shoulder tap is on the back burner for today as our risk team has things moving on in the background. So we're going to give you a full bona fide 1 hour of group coaching today. So it kicks off at 12 p.m. Central Time. Group coaching, it's the segment where you get to have your trading questions answered live on air by our TopstepTV talent board. And today you are joined by JD, Hoop, and Vince as they answer your trading questions live. And if you're wondering, how do I get my question read live on TopstepTV? Well, I'll tell you how. Check out the link we're going to drop in chat. This one's going to be pinned to the chat for a while. So you have time to brainstorm, time to submit a question, and then you have time to make sure that you are back here at 12 p.m. Central Time for group coaching. We'll see you then. But before we throw it back to the guys at Fast Markets, chat, how are you feeling about your holiday shopping budget? If you're worried about the cost of checking everyone off your list, you're not alone. According to polls, many Americans say they're facing higher prices. President Donald Trump has denied that, calling affordability a, quote, scam last week. But now his administration is starting to acknowledge the issue, as Amy Kiley reports.
We are now seeing this affordability problem, and I think next year we're going to move on to prosperity.
The Trump administration appears to be changing its approach to concerns about affordability. The Treasury Secretary argues the economy is strong, but he's acknowledging the issue.
What we're not going to do is say that Americans don't know what they're feeling.
President Donald Trump is creating a task force to look at food prices. That's despite this comment last week.
The word affordability is a con job by the Democrats.
New analysis of Salesforce data shows shoppers paid more for less this Thanksgiving weekend. Reports indicate consumer confidence is down and unemployment is creeping up. According to polls, many Americans are worried about stretching their budgets.
People are running out of patience. They are seeing their costs go up, and healthcare is going to go up.
Now some Republicans are urging action on the issue.
If you're living paycheck to paycheck, which most Americans are, and you can't afford to make ends meet, nothing else matters other than that.
The White House blames the Biden administration for high inflation. Many economists say Trump bears some responsibility too.
We've seen tariffs that have raised costs. We've seen a big rise in deportations, which are making it difficult for farmers to bring in their crops.
I'm Amy Kiley reporting.
All right. Andre's drinking some tea. And so I will take over for a little while here, getting a little bit of bounce in the ES. Little reprieve from the rates, too. We're down around 4.185 right now in the 10-year. Maybe that could give us the bottom. Chike, you're still long? 2 MNQ?
Yeah, but it's not 3 MNQs from 640s.
We got a little rock fight going here in IB low.
Indeed, we do.
Points.
Also, as mentioned earlier, in the ES, we're right at the SPX 6850 level pretty much right now. As a matter of fact, we are trading 6848 in the SPX. So, yeah, the rock fight is on. Dakota, are you still long anything?
No, I'm flat. Plus 260.
Up 260. Perfect. Looking around this bounce, I'm still just fascinated. Carvana is just ripping. Carvana's up 10%. S&P 500.
Oh, wow.
Looking good on it. That's always a bit of a FOMO in that Carvana was at one point, not too long ago, say in 2022, trading for like $4 a share, now trading $4.40.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Fell downside auction go in crude. Possibly. It's not confirmed yet.
You looking to touch it?
No. Crude is toxic to me lately. We're in counseling, but it's not going well.
It is right. Someone mentioned the 68.25 gamma. John Ross. Yes, that would be a place. That'd be like 68.35 in the futures if we get down there. Right now, holding up pretty good.
Gold is starting to wear me out.
How much is it? I haven't looked at the gold chart. What's our position doing right now, Hogue?
Well, I mean, we're up 20 points, 200 ticks on it. We failed to take out the session low there. Still one time framing lower, but it doesn't scare you out. It'll wear you out. It's wearing me out. I'd like to see it get down to 41.90 for an exit.
Yeah. Davey asked, can you trade both ES and MNQ in Express? Sure. Yeah. Now, where you might run into trouble is if, I'm not saying this is your reason for asking, if someone were to have two separate accounts in which they were heavily long one and then short the other in another account, we don't like that. In the same account, though, you could take a spread if that was what you were doing.
Mm-hmm.
Good clarification. That's a good explanation. We're holding these lows here in the NASDAQ, or at least trying to hold these 30s, these 630s.
We'll see. We've had ES, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This would be the sixth straight half an hour red bar. Still got 13 minutes left in this. Also at 13 minutes will be Euro close. Okay. BLS plans to publish October data with the November 2025. Oh. Import-export release? I thought it was going to be something cool. Never mind.
Hmm.
We continue to grind lower here.
Yeah. So far, sellers at initial balance low remain in control. The dome has slowed considerably.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's more of an acceptance through time. The longer we stay below the initial balance low, the greater the probability of continuation. But there is a fight going on in this area.
I mean, as I said, when we back out, let me go to the ES here, where I got my nice lines.
Mm-hmm.
We were ranging here. We broke out. Just tried to touch the top of that next 50-point strike level. Back, we're testing below right now.
You still short Tesla?
Yeah. I'm not, also, let it be known, I am not short enough Tesla to, like, make me particularly care about the position. I don't think it's going to zero or something.
You're still delta long equities, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I just preferred to sell a little Tesla than to sell Google.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. New lows, NASDAQ.
All right.
But it's not like a breakdown. Like we're bouncing off these new lows. Like we just tick them and like bounce 20 points almost.
So it's like an upside down zombie rally.
Yeah. Yeah.
Zombie
Do
break.
they have a word for apparently not. Just
a slow decline.
Remember we talked about it like dropping a piece of paper.
Yeah, okay. That makes
Market is very much waiting for Wednesday. As a reminder, we will be here with a big old FOMC party. I believe we're starting at 12:50. I think Hogue, myself, Dre, JD
Party.
will be in there. Yep. We'll parse through the doc and stick around for the Q&A.
Party. Great trade, GK. We ticked the
Yeah, it
lows
almost
and
stopped me out there actually. Got few ticks
Alright.
away from my stop.
within a couple ticks. Let's go.
Few ticks, yeah.
Right back to
Looking
the
for
initial
the
balance low,
squeeze here.
and then coming off again.
Not just out of it yet though. Need more strength.
Little rock, little fight going on here.
That quant scuffle.
Battle is 68.50. We are pretty much right at it right now.
The Bitcoin
As
is
mentioned.
above 90,000.
It is. In fact, what a product that's been. We dipped the spot market down to about 89,600 at about 9:30. Well, it's not
Liking
a
these longs here in
pull
the
on the
NASDAQ.
rate cut. What they're doing, just so you know what you're looking at with the Fed Watch tool, and I'll pull it up at some point. We're looking at a 90% probability of a quarter point rate cut. What's nice about that number, it's not like polls where people can just jibber jabber. They're taking that as an implied probability from the market price of the SOFR futures. So people actually have a lot of money behind that to be right.
Got some skin in the game. I can see NASDAQ making a run to 700s again here.
Maybe get back to settlement.
That's 720s. You have your TP at 750.
Yeah. I'll remove 2 at 720 settlement.
Someone mentioned that, bro, rates are up. Look at the 30-year.
Saw that.
No, I'm
Like that.
aware. It's up. We're up on the day, but what I'm saying is we've got our first, it was just grinding higher and higher. We have our first kind of pullback in those.
London close. What's up, fellas? London close, 7 minutes.
Oh.
10-year yield, 4.182%. Gold grinding higher. 16 bucks off lows, 42.20 last trade. GK long 3, correct? From 25,640.
Yep.
Do we get back in on the ES, Jack? Or still flat?
Oh, we're still flat. I mean,
Okay.
I could be convinced to get long. See how we react
Yep,
a
I
little
like-
around this 68.50 SPX.
I like the longs as well. NASDAQ could push above 700.
Gold is pushing higher here. Last trade. NQ 25,667. The chat from 9,000. Jack needs to give a class on what he watches in rates and bonds. I find it instructive. Oh, these be wanting more, Jack.
Ooh.
Bond.
We're talking bond school. Yeesh. Maybe someday.
Yeah.
200,000 subscribers.
Ooh, there you go. There, now you have it.
Oh, there we go.
Let's get to
There we go.
194,000. I like it, Jack.
Yeah.
Let's go. Like, was that the Saturday morning class?
Yes, it was.
Oh man, oh man. Dakota, I heard you say something. You're talking about perhaps liking a long.
Yeah, I like the longs for a push up towards 700 here. I'm going to watch for a pullback, maybe an opportunity to get into it.
All right.
Still fighting the IB low here.
See that in both ES and NASDAQ.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Right. There's my opportunity. I'm long one from 655. Just one micro. And
655.
I'll add to it. I'll add to it as I see fit. Like that. I'll add another one. I'm long 2 from 54.
Long 2 from 654.
Mm-hmm.
50 on the tilt, out on the hour. Also on the close in 4.5 minutes. Also pinned to the top of the chat. Get those questions in for group coaching. And that link. Sure, see if you can stomp them. JD, Vince, Hoop, joining us today. We got morning recap coming up after this with Hogue, and then Power Players, Diamond Hands will be joining Coach Jay and Dolby Time after morning recap. Diamond Hands, aka George, but we're gonna go Diamond Hands. We'll hold them. We got here. Put a long 2. GK long 3 MNQs. How's it going? Still short. 1 micro gold from 42. 33.
Just added another one, Andre.
Okay. Long 3. Oh, look at this. Long 3, average price right around 54. Give or take.
55. 55 foot.
55. Here we go. This one's for you, Jack. BLS, Bureau of Labor Statistics, will be releasing November PPI. October and November PPI on January 14th, 2026.
Okay, we're getting closer.
We're closing the gap. My goodness. Wow. See a little selling come in there in the NQ. Got a 74% long tilt in the ES right now. Average price of 68.60. Current price of 68.55. GK, you got into this long. Were you going off the ES as well? Same setup or different setup, different approach on this long?
Essentially, yeah.
Okay.
Going off of yeah.
MU all over it. Nice job. BLS hitting us. Playing catch up right now. Playing catch up with all those. What was it? Inflation statistic, jobs report. We got a 3-month and 6-month bill auction coming here in about less than 2 minutes. Watching gold grind higher, about $20 off the lows as we trade 42.23.
That's what I like to see in the
Yeah.
NASDAQ.
When gold's wearing you out, just get out.
I like that. Wearing you out, just get out.
It's good.
Didn't take out the lows, so yeah.
I want to get back to Dakota. Dakota, you like that? What did you see? What did you see that you liked in the NQ last trade?
I'm zooming in here on the 100 tick chart. We broke down,
Right.
held these 640s, and then just ripped right back up. 5-minute chart. That's that nice wick, and now we're flipping green. We're flipping from red to green, and if we could break through these 70s again, yeah, I really like that play towards 25,700. If we can break through and hold these 670s.
Let's trade 662. Initial balance lower above it now. Hogue by a couple points.
3/4
Something
long.
tells me we
tilt,
could have
yeah.
what happened on.
Yeah.
Something tells me we could have what happened on Friday today, but just in the opposite direction.
Remind us what happened on Friday, Chike.
So we pumped up and we sold off. So here we sold off. We could pump up.
No, Hogue would have his eye on that. All right, let him close 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Let's see what happens here. And limit is closed. So they're up higher now, says JG. What's up, JGZ?
Let's get it.
Let's get it indeed. All right, Hogue, you got your work cut out for you. You got morning recap to prep for. We'll see that after fast markets. As always, is Hogue a pro? Hogue is a pro. Hogue, all right, let's go get your prep. A couple words, as always. Happy Monday, Hogue. We go test the highs today.
Thanks. GK, Dakota, Jack, Andre,
Hogue.
Always a pleasure. We'll
Yes,
see
sir.
all of you in just a few minutes for the recap. Trade well. Nice trade going here, guys. Nice trade. Looking good. Got to hold that IB low. See how it plays. See you in a bit.
Thank you, Hogue.
Yeah.
See him in a bit.
Hogue.
Indeed, after a morning, after fast markets, a 79% long tilt in the ES now, as we trade 68.60.
We got to get over these 670s.
Let's trade 25. This is 79% long tilt.
So it says, what's my
Average
take profit? I'm looking for 700s. I have 3 contracts on, so I have the luxury of scaling out, right? But I don't like to have a take profit there, just resting, because it just like if a news line hits and it hits your stop loss, if a news line hits and it just goes straight up, I don't want to put a cap on my profits.
I'm a big fan of that.
We need to get above these 670s.
I know what I'm not falling for that one. Dakota, gold continuing to grind higher. Now about in the middle of daily range as we trade at 42.25. Session high 42.45. Oh, nice. Still 78% long tilt in the ES. NQ, 64% long tilt. I'll keep an eye on the ES. Let's try 68.57. Let's take a look at that NQ ladder. We did see that 400 lot filled on the bid. I don't know what price was that. 25,770. Let's trade 25,650. 10-year prices have found a bit of a base. Prices have as well. Yields around 4.18%. Market's consolidating. Holding pattern right now. Look, gold. Continue to grind higher here. Selling get absorbed here in the ES. 68.57. Last trade. GK, what are you watching for in the ES with your long in the NQ? Do you have a price in mind, or are you just watching the price action for a discretionary exit? Okay, for a discretionary exit in the NQ.
Okay. But I do expect we could consolidate here for a bit, or maybe we take off the upside or the downside.
I love it. All right, nothing.
I'm favoring the upside move.
All right, 25,648. Again, no 647's last trade. 20 points off the lows in the NQ. Crude did see some buyer step in, about 15 cents off the lows in crude as we traded $59.19. We got Treasury auction, Nelson's auction for, nothing huge there. The president will be signing an will be in a roundtable, participates in a roundtable 1 p.m. Central Time today. If it has anything to do with we're doing a one rule executive order this week on AI. We have something to do with that. If we have it here, we will pipe that in. Keep an eye out or keep an ear out to see if anything is said regarding that could be market moving. All right. It's Monday, but Friday was an interesting trading day to say the least. Got to see how our funded traders, see what their P&Ls were, see what some payouts were. bring in JD, and JD, hit us with a recap from Friday. Who made what and who got paid what? What's
For
up,
sure.
JD?
What's up, guys? Yeah, we had some impressive numbers coming from our live funded traders on Friday. Check out these P&Ls. These are Friday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. Up at the top there, Poe put together a $29,000 winning day, mixing it up between the NASDAQ and the micro NASDAQ. Huge day for Poe. Korab, more than $20,000 in profits, trading the NASDAQ. Jose, $20,000, trading the NQ and the MNQ. Tyler, just over $14,000, trading gold, NASDAQ, and the micro Bitcoin, mixing it up there. And our old friend Jessica M is back, $12,584 in profits, trading gold and the NASDAQ. Big shout out to these live funded traders, having a great day going into the weekend. Speaking about great days going into the weekend, these traders had a nice weekend. Take a look at some of these payout numbers.
Wow.
Alexander C up at the top, $40,545. That is a great way to start a weekend right there. I hope Alexander is going to take a little time and do something nice for the holidays. Catherine R, $36,000, just about $37,000 in payouts. Natalia, $10,780. Mujibraham, $5,978, call it $6,000. And Axel, $5,380. These are some excellent, excellent payout numbers going into a weekend. Big shout out to these live funded traders. All right, guys, back to you.
Thank you, JD.
Right on.
$40,000. Nice job. All right. 6857 now prints in the ES. Look at the NQ 25,650. Gary in the chat says, congrats to all these payouts. I hope to get there one day. Hell yeah, you will, Gary.
Ooh, yes.
Still 70% long.
Real
the
trading
tilt in the
profits.
Real trading,
The
yeah, real
market,
profits,
right?
real losses. Mhm.
Alex says, does Andre even trade?
Yeah.
Oh, not this.
No, not this.
Not this.
I don't know. Maybe I don't.
Andre's
have.
one of the best traders.
I have traded.
Yeah. He's being humble.
I don't trade much when driving because we're driving. Keep the attention, keep the focus on my front trades like a Chike, like a
Keep the focus on me.
Dakota, like a Diamond Hands who's coming up after morning recap. Right? Yes.
Andre traded, there wouldn't be enough money left for us.
There, I like it. I like
Yeah,
that.
there we
Thank
go.
you, Chike. Too kind. Absolutely. I will say this, it's difficult. When you watch slow markets, trading and driving is very hard. I also
Yes,
have
it
a
is.
potty mouth. I have a potty mouth when I trade, so it wouldn't be good.
Oh, that's great TV.
Yeah. Look at micro Bitcoin trade 90,590, bottomed out at 89,810.
VIX keeps going
How we
up.
doing? What's up?
1678 in the VIX.
Wow. We could do better, VIX. Come on. Look at that 10-year yield. How are we looking over there?
Oh, it didn't. It didn't
right?
keep going down.
It did not, did it, Jack?
No. Bond boys are busy.
Let's see, 48 hours before FOMC.
Dakota just spontaneously combusted there to a puff of green smoke.
Yeah.
Like
Green
the Bears
and yellow.
winning streak.
Does that mean anything? Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about that. All right, hold a bid here in the NQ. 5,644. Still 72% long on the tilt in the ES. Was as high as 79% long about 8 minutes ago.
Just kind of consolidating here.
Sure is. This is the patience. This is the patience.
Yeah, it is.
Trade still valid, Chike, right? Long from.
Yeah.
Yep.
Might take a while.
See what goes. Jack, you said you could be convinced to take a long. What would convince you exactly to take that long?
The
What a
longer
question,
we stick
Andre.
around here, I took it once and we made a few bucks. But I mean literally a few bucks, $2. But the way it's consolidating here, I'm more interested in the 68.35 level we get down here. I'm not in a huge race to put on a trade today.
Okay.
Myers trying to step into the NASDAQ now.
They are. I'm going to tiptoe this thing. We're going to walk this thing higher. Back up to 25,651. Dakota, you wanted to see it get into, and obviously the 700s, but.
Yeah, I need to see us break above 670s.
How about 680s? Why? Yeah, I mean, see what you're doing there.
I mean, you can
No,
see that.
no, it's 25,670s is where I want to see us break out.
What's up, Jack?
If I had to put a trade right on, like right now, I would buy it. But like the level that I was looking at for support, the 58.50 in the SPX has been like the lid for like the last hour or so.
Yes, it has. Take a look at the NQ ladder. Anything jumping off? Nope. Using that level 2 data on Topstep X. 72% long on the tilt. And the ES. NASDAQ just 63% long on the tilt. Got that 3-year auction in about hour and 15 minutes. Noon Central Time. The 3-year auction. Right now, all's quiet. Waiting for the next move. Marcus keeps looking over his shoulder. NASDAQ, you can go first, no? ES, how about you? What's going on? What's going on in that 10-year? 10-year sold off pretty hard.
Yeah,
Prices
steady.
go lower. Yields go higher.
It hasn't been getting worse.
This could get to a point where if we take too long, I might decide to just cut it and call it a session.
What's the P&L at, Dakota?
Realized is plus 256. Unrealized minus $50. Fluctuating.
Let's see if gold. Okay, a little selling came in there. Let's see if the buyers want to absorb that. I mean, minor selling in the ES and NQ, about 15 points sell off there in the NQ trading 25,644. We might just be in this range. Look at the 5-minute last 30 minutes or so. Been in a 30-point range. Low end of the NQ right around 637s. About 637 upper end. And call it 25,663. Here comes some buying in the 10-year. We'll see if
it's very much barcoding. I reckon this next minute candle should just be a green candle. Maybe back to the 660s. It's up and down.
Yeah, hanging out at these 40s. Back and forth.
Hey, Jack, you got a Mag 7 update? Anything changed there? NVIDIA still pushing?
Tesla's dragging ass right now.
Oh, yeah.
3.5%. Cool down close to 2%. Nvidia up 0.5%. Microsoft up 1.6%. Broadcom leading the way up 2.7%.
Okay.
Bitcoin spot holding above 90K.
We'll take a look at MBT already. Yes, it is. I'm at 89,555 or so. Hey, Jack, how many charts you got up? How many different markets are you looking at?
I got two main. Well, I got some other things I look at, but I got two main windows open that you guys can't see. One's like a watch list that has all the stocks and options and all that good stuff. One's the Topstep X. Got some other mystery tools up.
Keep them. Yep, Mister. I like that.
Two main windows. If you see me looking back and forth, I got two very wide screens. I actually got them for free from the old from the risk office when they switched.
I remember it's always better when it's free.
Nice
how many
monitors,
screens? Chica, how many monitors? How many screens are you working with?
Free. Free, yeah. Full application open.
Love seeing those setups. Hey, yeah, speaking of which, let's see some of your trading setups in the cockpit, as I like to call it. Hit us up at TopstepTV on the X. Use the hashtag Fast Markets, hashtag Power Hour. I think the record we've seen is about 6 screens, maybe 7.
Yeah. Yeah,
Jack's
6 or 7.
6, 7.
I showed you my old CEO had like 60.
That was wild. We only have 2 eyeballs. Most of us have 2 eyeballs.
Well, he had assistants too, so a few more. They didn't have 60, but
all right.
And Hoop has a bunch.
Hoop does have a bunch. Still 73% long on the tilt in the ES. ES trading 68.57. And Q holding steady at 25,650. Dakota, how many screens you working with?
Yeah, about 6 or 7.
Oh, nice. Come on, man.
No, I'm
it depends.
I got 4. I posted on my socials, but I only trade with 1. I trade with 1, and I run the rest of what I do, running the stream here, the other 3. But only trading with 1.
It depends. You should have done it depends 6 or 7. That would have been the ultimate. Then you would have got me. Like that. Again, yeah. MBT trading 90,385. And yes, people will be happy to know that Jack will be back for. No shoulder tap today. Scratch that.
1 o'clock will be back.
Yeah, great. Solid hour of group coaching today. And JD, Vince, Hoop, question form pinned to the top of the chat.
I'm still liking the longs here.
I agree. I have my lunch break directly following this, which leaves me inclined not to do it.
2 laptops. Anyone trading purely off their mobile? Topstep X mobile friendly app. Anyone just pure mobile? GK, you ever traded on the mobile or always at the desk?
I've monitored from the mobile. But if you can trade from the mobile, then fair play to you.
I mean,
I like to have my information like quite big.
Yeah,
so it's like in my face.
Yep. Monitoring though, absolutely.
But monitoring, yeah, it's excellent for monitoring your trades and stuff.
Oh, look at this. We got pure mobile. Pure mobile. Look at that. Love it.
Pure mobile.
Roll with David.
Wonder if anybody's taken their very first payout using pure mobile. That would be
good question.
Yeah, that's a reward.
There you go, JGZ. Mobile's dope when I'm in the yacht in Ibiza. Now you're talking. I mean, no,
is he the boss of Ibiza?
The final boss? Absolutely. Oh man, Chica, are you familiar with the final boss of Ibiza? You seen that?
No.
That gentleman, all good.
No, I took a pill there once.
Wow.
Did you know?
Wow. Show Avicii you were cool. To show Avicii you were cool. Is that why? Look at that smile. He's so proud. He is so proud. Andrea, I know. Andrea, come on. Where else are you going to get that besides TopstepTV? We crack the best jokes around here. Andrea's giving a thumbs down. Click subscribe. Are we at 194,000 yet? Like that. That made me laugh.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Makes me want to take a cyanide pill right now, that one.
And MBT.
Oh, you guys liked it.
There we go. That was the trade in the In the chat, taking my first pay today, 100% mobile. Look at that.
Wow.
No kidding. Fair play. Like GK said, got a couple more minutes here in fast market. Still 74% long in the ES. Barcoding still. We are barcoding.
Buyer's
GK.
still holding, though.
Yes.
Buyer's holding.
We could be finding our pre-fed happy place at like 68.50. I hope not. That wouldn't be fun.
Andrew in the chat saying, you guys are the best. I probably would have stopped trading if it wasn't for Topstep, but we keep grinding, right? Jab, jab, jab. Constantly grinding. Ups and the downs. We're here. We got you. Trading can be lonely. Lone wolf. It's trading. That's what we're here for. Markets aren't moving too much right now. We're here to, keep conversation going. However, we'll always have one eye on the markets. Try not to get in too much trouble for the huge event on Wednesday. But you guys see there's a story playing out, a story developing. What we saw in the bonds today, a huge, pretty significant selling in price action, in the prices, yields going up. Not typical. So it's something we're keeping in the back of our mind, and see how it plays out in the next couple of days. Again, we're gonna have a strategy session about 12:50, about 10 minutes before the FOMC decision. I talk over some if-thens, go over where we've been over the last 6 weeks from the previous FOMC meeting that was on October 29th. A lot has happened. Government shutdown. We went for a probability of a rate cut to a probability 80 or 60% probability of a pause, back to 80% probability of a rate cut. So we'll kind of go over all that. We're going to have new Fed governors in the new year. See where the dissenters are, all that good stuff. Again, talk you through that. We'll approach it like pro trading, right? Pro trading, pro ball.
Right.
Gold has turned over a little bit, 42.18 last trade. All right, got 68% long. And that ES tilt, not a whole lot's happened in terms of the price action. ES
We're
might be
dipping
making
back
a
towards
move.
the lows
Yep.
in the ES. Let me see if I can pull off some dark arts, maybe.
Yeah, 68.51 last trade in the ES, about 3 points off those lows. And look at that, yep, tilt to 65%. So 9 points off. Interesting. You really had to hold on that one. 10.53. Okay. MBT pushing lower here. MBT $150 off the lows last trade. We are now beneath 90,000, 89,980 last trade. Why does it feel like all institutional order flow and algos have been switched off? What market? What market are you looking at? Acoustic. All right, might be getting close to some new lows here in the ES. It held. Nothing about a point there. Take a look. Yes, it did. Is it because of the size you're seeing on the ladder? You're seeing on the ES, you're seeing 80 on the bid, 80 on the ask. All right, Chica, we saw you in the chat. Will you keep us updated on how this trade plays out? Good to have you back, by the way, man. Were you nervous at all?
It's good
Were you
to be here.
excited? Were you like, oh, them
Yeah,
again?
I'm happy. No, I'm happy.
Okay, all right. Keep us posted on the chat. Dakota, keeping the green streak alive, correct?
Yeah, actually, I'm going to go ahead and just flatten this and close out.
This guy.
And just keep it alive. Up $200.
Well done.
And yeah, call it good. Call it good for the
Okay.
day.
Excellent. As always, 7:30 p.m. Central Time, Sunday through Thursday. Dakota on slow markets. Excellent to have Chike back. Excellent to have Jack in the house. Jack Bond, that is 200,000 subscribers, and we will get that Bond School class coming at you. We're about to make new lows. Are the lows in for the day in the ES? MBT selling off right now. NQ kind of consolidating. We got more coming up. Interesting morning. May not have been the fastest markets, but there's a lot of stories developing. We got morning recap coming up next with Hogue. After that, we got George Diamond Hands back for Power Players. That being said, Top Step TV, let's go. Huge week kicking off. Come on.
One of my favorite new features in the Topstep dashboard is the real-time trade report processing. Traders no longer have to wait until the end of the trading day to be able to check their progress across their accounts. In addition to that, if you pass your trading combine, you can activate your express funded account instantly, giving you the freedom and control to decide when you are ready to take the next step in your journey with us. I think that is really cool.
All right, it is time for the morning recap. I hope you're trading well today. Certainly some things going on and some opportunities. Let's take a look, starting with gold, the opening range trade. Here we go. And as always, starting with a little bit of context, opening range, the dead high, opening in range and below value from the previous session. We were talking in the opening call about we're either going to reaccept value from Friday or reject it. We rejected it. So the house account short, here's the 5-minute. There's the opening range. House account short 2 MGC 42.3320. We set the initial balance. We got out of 1 as we broke through the initial balance low. So we came back into it. Actually, I think we got out when it came back down through the opening range over here. So I'm going to change this. I'm going to put this over here where we really got out of it. So when we took out that initial balance for the second time is when we got out of one of those shorts. We're still holding one. I was looking for the market to come down here to check these last week's low 41.94 and a naked point of chill 41.90.40. I'm probably going to be looking to say maybe take it out at 41.95 approximately. I always like to put targets shorter than where I think it's going to go. So we've withstood a couple of pullbacks. Those pullbacks have not reaccepted inside the initial balance. So we can see the initial balance low here, 42.26. We knew there were going to be a bunch of stops above this swing high. We talked about putting our moving our stop down there, which our stop is currently at break even. So no matter what, we're making money on this trade. But we looked at this and said, there's going to be a lot of stops there. We ran those stops right up to the initial balance low. Initial balance low has provided a degree of resistance. The market has turned back lower. We'll see if we can get some continuation on this. Really don't feel like lennying this trade. Micro, let's see how it plays out. The initial balance low would actually be an area to add in to a trade. Would have been a nice opportunity for us to add into that trade. We have not, I don't think, even gotten a signal for the crude oil opening range trade. It looks like we maybe got a signal here, but the opening range was so big, it took forever for us to even get a signal. Let's look at context. The market opened spanning the low of the range from Friday. We ran through some single ticks from Thursday. Let's take a look at the 5-minute. Let's see if we got an actual close below the S. We did. We got finally on the 10 o'clock bar, we got a close outside of the initial balance, that 5-minute initial balance. And again, thank you all very much for giving us your votes on that. By that time, it's pretty much done. We're not going to be taking that trade, and it's a good thing because it would have just pretty much got us short in the hole. The vast majority of the price action is occurring within that 5-minute opening range. Kind of a tough day for crude traders, so be patient. Demand good trade location. If you go looking for trades on a day like today, you're going to find them. They probably won't be the good ones that you're looking for. In the S&Ps, again, looking at context on the 30-minute chart, the market opened, leaving the opening range at the dead high of the session. In range, in value. All right. Well, just the fact that we left the opening range at the high of the session has me looking for shorts, and we've seen a couple of opportunities possibly for shorts. Probably one of the cleanest. Well, I don't know how clean it is really, but when we saw the market close this 30-minute bar below the initial balance low, that's indication of potential acceptance of shorter of lower pricing. It wasn't a very clean trade. I mean, the market has really kind of centered around the initial balance low, which is 68.58. Now we're starting to finally see the market continue possibly to roll lower. The house account actually got long one MES 68.50.75, taking a quick profit up at about 68.54, just sticking a toe in the water on that one. Now on the NASDAQ, a little bit of a different story. Let's take a look on the 30-minute for context. So the market opened actually above value from Friday. The opening range was initially the low of the session. So we've got one market saying we're going higher, the other market saying we're going lower. NASDAQ, S&Ps. Kind of crosses my eyes when that happened. So we probably, would have been a good idea to stay a little bit patient. And now we're seeing new lows being put in as we speak. Take a look at some of the trades that were taken. Chike was looking for longs. He's always waiting for after that first 15 minutes. You got long 3 micro NQ 25.804. Took a loss on those down to about 25.760, losing about $302. The next trades were opposites. We had Dakota short here, 4 micros, 25.737. Chike long 2, 25.734. I was hoping that they could both make a little bit of money on that. But Dakota ended up taking profits on those, about an average of 25.710. So making a little bit of money on there. Chike got out of his longs 25.670 approximately, putting him down about $550 overall on the day. Dakota, long 4 micros, 25.638, scratches 2 of them and gets out of the other 2 at a small profit. Chike started looking for longs here around 25.640. He was still long as we were leaving fast markets. Not sure if he is still in them. If he is watching, maybe he can let us know what he's doing with those longs. And Dakota joined him for longs. He was long about 3 at 25.655. Got out of those at approximately 25.644 and ended his day up about $200. At least ended his day on TopstepTV up about $200, keeping his streak alive. I believe that's 14. Good job, Dakota, keeping that streak alive. So those were the trades that were taken today on fast markets as well as the opening range trades. Let's take a quick look at the quotable quotes. Hopefully you'll enjoy this one today. Napoleon Hill tells us, opportunity often comes disguised in the form of misfortune or a temporary defeat. I was standing next to a guy in the S&P pit many, many years ago, and after every losing trade, he would verbally say, okay, good. So why, after a while, I was like, why do you say, okay, good, every time you get out of a losing trade? He says, because I view that as paying for information from the market. He wasn't looking at it like some sort of misfortune or temporary defeat. He was using it for market generated information. And very often when something happens that isn't to your benefit, it stirs something in you that gets you headed back in the right direction. So again, opportunity often comes disguised in the form of misfortune or temporary defeat. Defeat is what you make of it. Defeat can give you opportunities to improve. That's our quotable quote for this morning. Looking forward to power players coming up here. We got Diamond Hands George coming in. He's going to be joined by Jay and Dolby. Looking forward to seeing Diamond Hands George. Folks, this is Topstep TV. So much going on today on Topstep TV. So much going on this week in the markets. You're in the right place. Let's go.
All right, welcome back to Topstep TV Trade with Topstep Power Player Edition. We got Diamond Hands with us. George, welcome back to Topstep TV. I'm Jay, and to the far right, we got Dolby Time. George, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm greeting the day. Pretty choppy in the morning. We saw nice overnight push up, but then as soon as market opened, New York, we did come down. I was able to capitalize on the shorts. Small micro short. I didn't like the price action this morning, so I went light.
Caught the shorts. Nice sell-off here. We got NASDAQ right now trading 25,630.75. The S&P trading at 68.50. Dolby Time, what's going on? We were just talking in the green
What up?
room about potential ranges, but what are you seeing here, Dolby, on these charts?
So watching the NASDAQ here, I go to the micro NASDAQ since that's what we're actually trading. This pattern on the 1 hour is not something I've really seen since like Trump first got inaugurated, which was like in January, maybe like early February, with these really, really wicky sort of 1 hour candles, sort of stretching highs and lows. Pretty rare. Seems like the second time we've seen something like this. So I'm kind of curious to see how this plays out. The ranges are really big, but buyers obviously are coming in and kind of bidding this thing up. Is it time to buy it right here, right now? Who knows? We're kind of doing a lower low, lower high sort of situation. But man, it is tough. Opportunity abound for sure. But maybe the lows are in here, Jay. Maybe they are.
Maybe they are. 25,630 again last trade here in the NASDAQ, 68.49.50 last trade in the S&P. Looking at the tilt, 61% long in the S&P, 58% long in the NASDAQ, 62% long gold, crude oil. Crude oil is trading 59.10 near the lows of the day, and gold 55% long in gold, 42.16. That is an extremely range-bound market. The trades I took today were long gold, but had to get out of them because gold is not really directional. So see profit, take profit on those trades for sure. George, anything you're seeing for an opportunity right now? I know you got short earlier. Anything you're seeing for a potential opportunity, or kind of just sit and let the market dictate?
Want to see what it does that. I want to see what it does 600.
Okay.
This would have been a nice short from here, from 637. I do see some orders at 600 on the M&Q on Bookmap. Delta CBD is red on M&Q and NQ, but ES is positive right now. But I would have loved seeing these the 600s take out and see what it does there. Earlier I got shorts from 748 all the way to like 682, I believe, right here. Just off the weekly open.
Nice. And I know you look at that 15-minute opening range. Was that trade, and then how you got your target? Nice, great trade.
Yeah. So right here we have our 15-minute range. Right, we broke it, came back, retested. Right, we had like 1, 2, 3, 4 candles on the 5-minute. Right, that retested the low here, and then once it broke this 748, which is the weekly open for this week, I kind of got shorts here, and my target was 685. Front run it right there, 685. Yeah.
Nice. 748. Nice trade there. Is there ever a time that you don't take that trade? Right? Because if you're looking at a 15-minute opening range breakout trade, there's a 15-minute opening range breakout potentially every day. But is there ever a time where you don't take the trade, where you say, hey, you know what, this is not as clean as some of the other ones?
Yeah, there's times where let's say it breaks, but it comes back right into the orb again, then it could potentially do like a reversal, like a double break. Then we might just come back up, right, and break to the upside. So potentially I'll be out of it if it comes back in, or not take the trade. What I like to see is something like this, where it's actually retesting the low and actually holding it. Yeah.
Ton of rejection there. Yeah, that I'm looking at the third 15-minute candle of the day, and that wick definitely shows up on those 5 minutes where it's price said no. We're done trading these prices. We're going lower. Really nice trade there.
That's a good example of that opening range trade kind of continuing and actually playing out and working.
Unlike crude oil, that is, I think still,
That's
I
always
think
the
crude is
case.
still in the 5-minute opening range, which is insane. It might just be breaking out now. Crude on its lows, 59.05 last trade over there in crude oil. Chat, let us know what you guys are looking at. If anyone is looking at any trades, I say JGZ baby in the chat says some news will come out and create a great long opportunity at some point, but timing that is the issue. Man, if only we knew when those headlines were going to come out. It's almost
wouldn't
like
that be nice?
right? If you publish it, then you know. But I don't know. I don't want to get in that game. Not going to play that game. Not going
Yeah,
to play that game.
we'll
So
see
we
how
will
this
just
pans
wait.
out.
Looking at these 600s down here, Dolby, what would you call the extremes of the range you're looking at right now?
It depends which range we're looking at. Let's see what the biggest one we can find is. I mean, not a weekly. I would say daily we're getting pretty damn close to a range. If we can print within 580s up to, say, 860s, I think we're just starting to get into a daily range up here, which is kind of interesting too, because it's nestling underneath the range that was the entire high, which was on the week of October 30th, and I think like basically the whole month, maybe, or the end of the month of October. And so the low of that range was 25,860s, and now we're starting to form a range underneath those 860s. So the range I'm looking for would be, let's say, 580s up to 860 there. And a break underneath 860, this might get pretty bearish. Because we're not accepting a price back within that range high that we had in late October. So that's the
No, we
daily
are not.
range. Yeah,
I see what
4-hour
you're saying
range
there.
is
Yeah.
totally broken down. 1-hour range broken down. 30-minute broken down. 15-minute starting to range. So 15-minute is probably the best range that we have right now in short time frame. And that's going to be between like 620 and 660, so only about 40 points. Market's really slowed down, though. I think we can all kind of feel it after that
Yep.
open. And that's kind of been the case, it feels like, for the past like week or so. Maybe it's like the FOMC thing, where the market makers are just getting everyone shake and baked, and then we'll just kind of chill
Yeah.
for the rest of the day. And tomorrow we can see the same thing. Be on the lookout for megaphone formations, and then Doritos. Megaphones and Doritos pre-FOMC. Kind of almost had a megaphone this morning before it broke down.
Scanning here to see if they're.
Is this the Batman, Jay? With the
Let's see. What do we got?
I'm not a
kind
Batman
of.
aficionado of that setup, but it does look like
It's
you know,
close.
a little
Yeah,
Batman
it's
setup.
close. You got to draw the eyes in there. Maybe the Batmobile,
Yep.
and it looks a little bit more like it. But yeah, definitely a double topping pattern up there near these 20, right where you said, Dolby, 25,860s. I'm kind of scanning some other markets to see if anything else may be moving right now. But I think across the board, we are seeing the market slow down. Micro Bitcoin trading 90,205. I know it was under that 90,000 at one point today.
I like George's call here. Let's wait for those 600s and see what happens at the big
Yep.
round number. I think
Yeah.
there's a couple levels down here too. Maybe George, you can chime in here. I think those 580s are pretty interesting as a potential target to the downside. We had a low there on December
Yeah,
5th.
I do see about 113 on Bookmap on 580. That could be a potential
Ooh.
target as well.
Ooh, okay. Let me chart. You said 130 being offered or bid?
One,
right?
one,
It's
one, 114.
On the bid.
14.
Yeah.
On the bid. And then the other, this one's for you, Jay, 50% retracement, 550s. So if you kind of do the halfway point of the previous big range that we had, I was considering that like 420s up to like 680s. That gets you around like 550s to 540s as a potential of testing the middle of that range that we had last
Okay.
week. So between December 2nd and say December 4th. So a couple little targets down there. Then I don't know how you guys feel like. It's like you start like drawing out your levels, and it's like, well, 580s are kind of close, and it's like, well, let me get this 550s, and it's like, well,
Right. If
500's
we get
not
to
that far
580,
away
should we get
either.
to 550? Right.
Yeah, right.
And then we're at zero. And then we're at
Mhm.
zero. Keep looking lower. I do like that 580 price for for a potential opportunity down there. And then, like you said, Dobie, those 550s, there was a ton of selling on the 4th. When was the 4th? Thursday? Ton of selling on the 4th, right around that 550 area. Then just kind of it held for the rest of the week. So we will see. We will see. There was a question in the chat. Nick Henley asked, did I have any trades earlier? I did. Traded gold. I'm trying to remember what else I traded. But most of the profit for the day came from gold. Got long gold a couple of times, got stopped out on a few, but the best trade was a long gold from 42.07. And I took the last one off at 42.19.
Gold is the new NASDAQ as far as I'm concerned.
You think so? What makes you say that, Dobie?
It's so volatile. It is so volatile.
It is.
That thing will make your dreams or nightmares come true faster than you can dream. I think that's whippy.
It is. It's a pretty thin market. George, do you look at gold at all? Or you stay away from it?
I do.
Okay.
I like trading gold during Asia session.
Yep.
I'm not gonna lie. I
Yeah.
did catch
It's
some.
fun.
Not on my top step because I only have a CME. But I did catch on a personal account some gold trades.
Nice. Do you only look at it during the Asia session? I mean, it's a great time to look at it, right? It's
Yeah, usually during Asia, maybe before bed. I'm in Cali, so it's like usually I start looking at it from like 3 o'clock all the way to like
okay.
7 p.m. maybe. Yeah. Sometimes I'll pull up slow markets with Jay and Dakota and I'll watch them. I know you guys watch gold
Yeah.
sometimes there too.
Yeah, I mean, gold almost has its own segment during slow markets, right? There's a
Yeah,
half
right.
hour period where we're only talking, and sometimes it might be the trade for the night where we might not even look at the equities because it just slows down. But you see that volume come in during the Asia session right around 8 p.m. because of the time change, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. That volume comes in, and it is usually a pretty good trade. I know last week, maybe 2 weeks ago, Monday and Wednesday, we saw a $20 sell-off in gold in about a minute and a half. And if that is not a case for trading micros, I don't know what is. I don't know
Like
how
$2
you
grand.
limit. Yeah, I don't
minis?
know how you limit your risk. Yeah, $2 in a minute. And literally, Dobie, there was one point where the market moved $15, and even on a live account, there was no trading to be done for about 10 seconds. So
What is that? Is it
manage your
is it
risk
the
out there, people.
7:30 to 8? Is that the hot time to trade gold, or is it later in that segment?
So where the volume's been coming in is right at 7 p.m. Central Time, right? And that's the Shanghai market open. So you see that volume
Nice.
spike pick up, and it's usually good for about an hour or so.
Okay.
It's not something that happens all the time, but that volume definitely does pick up around that time.
That is, yeah, it is fun. So hey, there's always a market to be traded, right? Even if you want
Always.
the volatility, gold is providing the volatility overnight if you really want to get that action. Although I heard having a low resting heart rate is good before you go to sleep, so I don't know if gold is what you want to be doing, but hey, if making money lowers your heart rate, then play some good
Right.
trades in gold. Getting down here in the
That means you got to
NASDAQ
make the money.
here. Yeah, I mean, you got to make the money or else you're going to sleep pretty unhappy. So we had a couple levels down here with the 600s, 580s, and I think 550s. We are got our eye on right here. NASDAQ did a terrible job of making higher highs. I mean, this is just range under range, stair step lows, lower highs, lower lows, whatever you want to call it. But maybe some discount buyers will come in here and save the day. Let's see. George, what do you look for when you get down to a level, say like the 600s? Do you need a consolidation? You're looking for volume? What do you need?
Yeah, I want it to usually consolidate right there. Usually, I don't want it to break that level. I like it maybe wick it, come back, start holding that 600, and then maybe start pushing up. But I think we're gonna get. I personally think we're gonna go through those 580s.
Yeah, I think so too. Do we get an order in?
Yeah.
Let's get an order in.
Buying 580s or shorting into Adobe?
We would buy 580s. Let's see if we could get a.
Ooh, there's
New
the
lows.
600s.
New lows.
There's
There's those 600s.
Yeah, let's see if
See if we can get.
breaks, where it's gonna hold.
Let's
Kind
do
of like
80 and a half here.
New lows there
yes.
in the NASDAQ and the S&P. 25,605 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 68.4375 last trade in the S&P. Made a low there, 68.41 quarter, and a low in the NASDAQ of 25,593.75. I did see some volume trade in both of those markets, maybe some stops going off. 400 contracts traded in a second in the NASDAQ and another 1,200 trading in the S&P. Definitely some stops going off down there. Nice little bounce so far. George, I heard you saying it, right? Does it hold or do they actually sustain the break through it? Let's see what happens.
right now it's holding.
Yeah. Nice bounce there. Dolby, you have bids in at 580?
Yeah, 580 only. We didn't elect to do the 600s. I want to see if we can get that flush. I mean, because if you go out to like a 1 hour chart, I mean that like candle wick on December 5th, I think it was like the open December 5th. Like that's just so close. It's just so close. Like why wouldn't we go down there and just run some stops? And that's what I call like rounding, right? You look at a level on like a smaller time frame, and then you go look at a bigger level, and it's like, well, that one looks pretty good too. So that one's a larger time frame. So let's round our target down or our entry down to the next biggest level we can see. Doesn't mean 600s aren't bad, but you know that's only a big round number, whereas your other one's more of like a stop run target. And I have heard someone in chat say they like they like 80s in the NASDAQ. I think they like 20s and 80s.
Hitman Trade says, I called 580s a few hours ago in the chat. Hopefully you took that trade because that was a nice call, depending on where you called it from. A nice trade. And Sean Boy Finance with the hot take, maybe. NQ sucks. There are 4 different equity markets to trade. You can trade the S&P as well. We'll quote all of them. 25,611, nice little bounce there off of 600s in the NASDAQ. 25,611 last trade there. 68.45 quarter last trade in the S&P.
I think an interesting trade here could be a short. Could be like a continuation short to the downside because we haven't really done a good job of making higher highs yet. So maybe a short around like 620s or 630s could be on the table. And I think it'd be relatively easy to define risk. Just anything over, say, like 640 or 645 would be, I don't know, a short in context with the market, right? We're doing lower highs, lower lows. Oh my goodness. Yes, you have a loud car. So we'll see. Like, did run like
speed racer out there.
Off board. Bro, it's 11:30. Everyone's at work. What are you doing?
Man, yeah. I hear it every day.
Every day.
Speaking of Delta, George was mentioning the. Yeah, go ahead, Dolby.
630s look interesting here. Keep an eye on them. Maybe a little short ski.
Just a reminder to everyone in the chat. We do have group coaching coming up 12 p.m. Central Time, 12 p.m. Central. Right after this segment, we have a form pinned to the top of the chat. JD, Hogue, and Coach Hoop coming back for group coaching. So make sure you get your questions in there. Again, over 100 years of trading experience between those 3 guys themselves. So there's not many things they have not seen in the markets. Try to stump them. Try to ask them a question that they have not heard before here on TopstepTV. Again, group coaching, 12 p.m. Central Time. Form is pinned to the top of the chat. Those 600s held in the NASDAQ so far. 25,625 last trade here.
Questions, Matt. Do you guys want me to answer? Or is somebody asking in Spanish?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I did see that. Yeah, if you can, George.
I think Randy had a question. Let me see it. So he's saying, what's the position for a 50K account? And what do you do when you're in drawdown? Okay, he said the psychology is kind of different when you're in drawdown.
Yeah, I see that. What is your opinion on that? Do you trade differently if you trade a 50K account or in any account if you're in drawdown? How do you adjust?
Usually, yeah, it's kind of so for me, in terms of position size, I would like to do like 2 to 3 micros only on a 50K account. If you think about it, if you have a good risk management, I would say somewhere between $200 and $300 as your daily loss limit. That way you don't blow your account in one day. If you think about it, if you continue to do $200 to $300, you should be able to pass your account in 1 month, if on a perfect scenario. But even then, I would say limit yourself to 1 to 2 trades, and also have that risk. Uh, on Topstep, we have Topstep X, guys. You guys can set your daily loss limit right there. Like,
Yep.
it'll lock you out. Like, you don't need to do anything besides put the number that you feel comfortable losing that day, and you set it. So, I mean, if you're revenge trading, you should really start using that risk management tool.
I think
100%. Use the features to your advantage. Did you get short there, Dolby?
I
you
was
want me to say
looking
in
at it. I was
Spanish?
looking at these 40s. Yeah, go ahead. You can throw it out there in Spanish too, and
Okay.
I want to comment on
Yeah.
Jay's comment.
So, yo diría que 2 o 3 micros, Randy, con una ganancia, yo creo que de $200, $300. Igual, lo mismo, tu riesgo por día debería ser lo mismo, ¿verdad? En un escenario perfecto, deberías pasar la cuenta, ¿verdad? En un mes, ¿verdad? Pero como dijimos, ya tenemos esas herramientas en TopstepX donde puedes poner tu límite de día. Entonces, no vas a poder sobreoperar si tienes ese riesgo ahí. Entonces, yo diría pon ese riesgo allí para que no sobreoperes también. De esa manera estarás más preparado para operar en el mercado. Go
Nice.
ahead,
I
guys.
got some of that. I got some of that.
Oh yeah.
Some of it. Listen.
Dolby, you were gonna ask a question.
I wasn't asking a question, but I remember you said something really wise last week, Jay. We were talking about, I think,
Me?
passing trading combines and the consistency target, and how some traders are, passing too fast on the trading combine and then getting into an XFA and aren't able to take payouts because it takes 2 days to pass a trading combine and it takes 5 to get a payout. So I love the idea of trying to set up your trading combine in a way that mimics the XFA. So
Yep.
if you need those 5 days, that if you're trying to rush in that trading combine, like, just put yourself on a 5-day timer, because that's what you're gonna have to do anyways. So, like they say,
100%.
practice like you play in the game. It's the same thing. Like, play the game that is the end stage, not the beginning.
Yeah, it's like if you want to take use a sports analogy, we use them all the time. It's like a boxer. If I was a boxer who only trained for first round knockouts, if I don't knock my opponent out in the first round, what's going to happen? I'm going to get my ass kicked until either I get knocked out or the fight ends, right? So the boxers have to train for conditioning. You could go out there swinging all you want, but if you don't get a knockout in the first round, then might be curtains for you. So
slow
train the
yourself
same
down.
way in your train
You don't have to
the
rush.
same way. Absolutely. Looking at the delta here, George, we're talking about negative delta, negative 3,700 in the NASDAQ, positive 6,300 in the S&P, which is interesting because the S&P is seeing positive delta with price trading lower.
Yeah.
Little divergence there.
George, I don't know if I've asked you this before, but in the month of December, do you start winding down your trading at all? Or do you size down?
I
Do
do.
you start getting into vacation mode a little bit?
Yeah. Just because I usually do a lot of live trading now compared to last year. Last year I took 2 weeks off of my Topstep accounts, but as soon as January 1st came out, I took a payout.
Nice.
So I started the year right with Topstep. But yeah, I did take a lot of like 2 weeks off for my trading on my XFAs.
Would you recommend it to traders to take some time off in December?
I
How
would.
do you? Yeah.
Especially if they're having a hard time, I would say come back maybe January and start training again. If they seem to not be passing combines, they're like blowing more accounts than actually passing. I would say come back, spend time with your family, and then maybe come back all refreshed January.
So get the mental capital replenished.
Yeah.
We do have an offering at 640s, by the way. We're just going to see if we can
640s.
Yeah, kind of nip the top of this lower high sort of range that's going on here.
I kind of like
It
a.
could
I
just be
was
a
looking at
sell.
gold over here, Dolby. I kind of like a
Mm.
range trade short in gold. I don't know if you don't have data for gold, right?
I don't have data for gold right now. No, I have data for RTY
Yeah.
though. Like some RTY trading.
Let's see. Let's see what we see in the Russell here. Kind of lows of the range on the daily. Russell looks pretty. This morning it was a nice short. This morning was a nice short. We brought it up during the opening call. It was up about 1%, and then we saw some absorption of buyers at the highs, and we just right off the open we rejected. And honestly, the Russell might have been the strongest rejection up there, just because it was up so much. But right now, I'm looking at it, not really seeing too much.
Ooh, that'd be an interesting long actually. If you like the Dorito formation in the RTY, the Russell, maybe those 25, 26s, a little stretch down below there, maybe grab some stops. That could be an interesting long target, or shorts at like 25, 32. That's very range bound right now.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Double Helix says people rush through accounts because prop firms constantly mention that they can pass in a very short time. Well, I'm gonna, represent as a partner with Topstep here. Do not rush through your combines. Take your time. So if you don't hear that from any other firm, take your time. Take your time. Can you pass in 2 days? Yes. Is it advisable to? It is not. Take your time.
It's just the minimum.
Time's not going anywhere.
Take your time.
Right.
Yeah. Those bad habits are going to come back on your XFA.
100%.
I mean, like, here's the thing, Jay, right? Like, if prop firms had set up combines, like with all the, like, remember back in the day, you had to be flat for economic events.
Right.
You had to manage your daily loss limit manually. Like, I mean, we really could put the brakes on a lot of that stuff. But like,
Oh, yeah.
traders would be
Yeah.
miserable. You'd be absolutely miserable. Like, what's it really take to settle into a trading strategy and trade it? Like, what if we had to have like 20 days of trading consistency? Y'all would lose your mind. Totally
Yeah.
lose your mind.
Or email in your trading plan, have it reviewed before you can place a trade in a funded account, right? Like why are there so many constraints? So there is the freedom to do, but like, would you do some of these things if it was your own personal money, right? Thinking about it that way. So slow down, take your time. Markets are not going anywhere. And if they do, we got bigger problems. So
we got bigger problems. That's what I always say. It's not there tomorrow. We got bigger problems.
I'm looking at our
take your time. Take your time.
I'm looking at our quote board. We have 36 different markets we could trade with Topstep accounts. There are only 3 markets right now in the green.
Wow.
Everything else is red.
That's really interesting, actually. Don't feel so bad about trying to get short 640s.
Right. Sell something. That was the trade today. Find something and sell it. The Russell is up 0.15%. Micro Bitcoin up just over 0.5%, and Ethereum up 2.82. Outside of that, everything on the quote board is red. With natural gas being our biggest percentage mover to the downside. Chat, let us know if you guys are scanning for any trade opportunities here. Looking at the tilt, 63% long in the S&P, 60% long in the NASDAQ, 63% long crude oil, and 63% long gold. 25,620 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 68.46 last trade in the S&P, 42.1930 last trade in gold, and crude oil, 59.13 after making a new low on the day. Still got some offers in here, Dolby?
Yep. Offering 640s, bidding 580s, 580 half. We're just going to work this channel. It's been channeling since 10. Prove us wrong, NASDAQ. Prove us wrong. Just looking for
so George,
20 points, 20, 30 points.
Gotcha. George, we were mentioning those 600s. Do you take anything from the market selling through 600 and holding now? Do you adjust game plan from there? How do you read that now that we've traded through that 600 and holding above so far?
I think it might just be a pullback just to come back lower. I think.
Gotcha.
I would love to see maybe 600 or 614. I do have a 15-minute demand zone there, where if we break, we could potentially go to those 580s. So I'm gonna watch this 614, 615 area, and maybe I'll potentially get a short there if we do come back to that zone. If you look at the deviations from orb, So that deviation will be two deviations at 582.5.
582.5. 580 price
which-
coming back into to play here. Dolby, you might get the fill here.
Yeah, I kind of want these 645s now, though. Upon further review, let's see if we can get 644 and a quarter. It's a little bit closer. So I just drew off a 50% retracement off that 15-minute range, and that gets us closer to the midpoint, which is about 645s, 650s. So slightly adjusting the entry there. We wouldn't have gotten filled anyways yet at the 40s, but we might get filled here. But it's just one of those things, right? Like you look at a level, go to a larger time frame, and then maybe you nudge it, a couple points to get more aligned with a larger time frame.
Right.
So we'll see if we can get these 644s.
25 638 half last trade in the NASDAQ, 68.50 half last trade in the S&P. What did we make a high there? 640 half.
Ooh,
CA Summer says can't wait for the melt up to 25,900. Yeah, go ahead, Dolby. We're all just reading comments here.
Oh no, vertical illusion. Anyone got a payout from Topstep before? Diamond Hands. Have you had a payout from Topstep before?
Yeah. So this year, actually, I got probably the most payouts I've gotten from Topstep, so that's been pretty good.
Nice.
Go.
There we go.
They're on the screen for you.
If you got Instagram on Topstep, you guys can go see the 20K payout that we did. I think it was like last month.
Yeah, that was on air too. And then we also have a live feed. I think maybe we still have a live feed in Discord. I think that runs all of our payouts. It's been a while since we set that up, so maybe it's not there. But we used to. If it's not still there, I think it might still be there though. Yeah, we feature payouts all the time. All the time. People in
All the
chat.
time.
Wow, 640s. Wish I kept that order in, but it is what it is.
It happens, Dolby. It happens. 25 625 last trade here in. It happened to me in. Coach Paul and I were talking earlier, and I wanted to get short gold at 425s. Got up to about 423, and had to watch it go without me.
Got stingy.
You don't want to chase. Yeah, it got stingy. Stingy for sure.
Got stingy. It's okay though. It happens. It happens. Look at all these people in chat have taken payouts. Love to see it. Dan Emmons, fewer trades you make, the more likely you'll get a payout. That's the irony of this business. Diamond Hands, do you agree with that? Fewer trades you make, more payouts you take?
Depends. The type of trader are you? What if you're a scalper or something? Personally, I like to take like 1 to 3 trades. Yes, that's got more payouts having less trades. But depends what type of trader are you. Maybe somebody that's a scalper takes 20 trades a day, but he's pretty profitable.
It does depend.
Like most things. Yeah. I would say in general.
Said it.
I would say
1 to 3 trades in a live account taking payouts. There's a quote that my guy Coach Paul uses all the time: "Trade less, make more," and that I think is a common theme from a lot of the traders that we see, and I think more so than it's just preserving capital once you make it. Right, the more decisions we make, the higher potential for variability in your results, and the higher potential for a losing trade. And if you don't manage losses well, I think that's when traders get in trouble. I can manage my wins, great. It's like, oh, I made $500 that trade, great, I'm awesome, I'm the best trader in the world. But then I lose 400 and following the same process, and I'm not able to accept that. That's when traders get in trouble for sure. Sage wants a delta update in the NASDAQ. Last time we quoted it, it was negative 3,700. Right now it is negative 3,900. So adding 200 negative delta there to the downside. Some more selling coming in. NASDAQ trading 25 at 613, 640s. Yeah, Dolby, I'm looking at a gold chart as well. And from where I called the short and where it is now, $4 in the profit. Hey, sometimes when you're good, you're going to miss more trades than you can actually take. But the analysis is there, so you just click the next one.
There always will be another trade. Another trade.
Always. George, I want to ask you, Diamond Hands, you have that name. You can hold on to trades really well. If you miss a trade opportunity, what goes through your thought process? Is it just, hey, I missed that one, or do you make any adjustments from there? Because you have the patience to hold on to a trade, but if you miss one,
I usually change strategy and try to find a different entry. So, like for example,
okay,
we got the 15-minute orb, right? It's a range, right? All right. What if I missed it? All right. Well, let's look at IB, which forms about 45 minutes after, right? So, I usually try to adjust my trading. I usually stick to one strategy. So, but I am kind of like a range trader, basically. So,
okay,
uh, there's different types of
Race traders unite.
ranges. Yeah. So, you can there's a lot of different type of ranges and you can always get an entry also in a different time. So, if you don't like the orb, which is 15 minutes into New York Open, try something like IB, which is an hour later uh after the market opens. So, it all depends, the overnight session, I also like to hold some trades. That's where I usually do my trading, is the overnight where I hold my trades. So if I miss it, I'll try to get something else. But usually, if I miss it, I'm not gonna have FOMO into it. I just wait for a
always
different
another
entry,
trade.
Mhm.
or
Have
there's a
have
pullback
different
for a
strategies.
reentry. Yeah, you know.
The toolbox. I mean, when we had
Have different strategies.
David Grin on, he had like 4 or 5 different setups that were all sort of different, utilizing different indicators. One was like a pivot point strategy, one was a moving average strategy, and they all had different like risk and take profit parameters. So that's the toolbox. Have different setups that you like trading. I got
Wonder how many.
a couple, but they all center around ranges in some form or fashion. I'm sure
Yeah.
time in hand, you probably have a couple setups that you have like a framework, right? Like Jay, like you have a framework, and then within that
Right.
framework of how you view the market, you have a couple of setups depending on the market state. I think pretty much most traders have something similar. Framework, the tools underneath that to sort of take advantage of whatever the market state is.
Coming back up here.
We got
in
644 still in.
25,636 last trade here. Dolby looking to get in short at 644. 68.50 last trade in the NASDAQ. We got about 5 minutes left before this segment is over. Just want to remind everybody again, we have that form pinned to the top of the chat for group coaching. JD, Hogue, and Coach Hoop. Make sure you get your questions in there for group coaching right as we end this segment. 25.6. Are they going to do it again? Dolby, stop right at 640s here.
Maybe. We did get a higher low here. But let's just see how we react around this little point of control area.
Are you going with a one lot or are you scaling in?
Nah, for sure, just one.
Just
for
one.
sure, just one. I have to like balance it out, right? Because if I'm also on power hour, I want to make sure there's a little bit of risk left for opportunities there too. Let's see. Ooh, I was close. Okay, so this is not all right. We're in.
You guys trade crude oil?
644?
Not at all.
Used to. Yeah, 644 quarter.
Trade crude, George. It's been a tough trade for me, man. Looking at crude oil. You trade it often?
Last year I would, but usually what I would do is, how we have what's that news on crude oil?
The inventory news?
What is
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the inventory news, the date. So the night before, right? I would usually you'll see that there's a trend, usually to the upside or downside.
Okay.
All night, right? So that's what I would get my long trades, my overnight diamond hand trade, right? So I would just hold it overnight, and then I'll just take out profit before the news event. But you'll
Nice.
see it trend the night before on news days.
So would you only trade it on that day before the news?
Usually, yeah, because I know that's when it's gonna make the biggest.
That is called experience and a playbook, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like, do I have to look at this market every day of the week and hope that it's going to present an opportunity, or to a high probability, I know that on this day specifically it can move, so I'm only going to look at it on that day. That you preserve some of your mental capital, right? Where it's just like, I mean, more
Yeah.
often than not, we're looking at a crude oil chart and it's trading the same prices today that it did yesterday, that it did the week prior. But if you can say, hey, on these days, I'm going to look for opportunity and these days only, I think that's a great way to look at markets in general, right? We talk about the equities, and the day before FOMC is usually a range bound day, right?
Yeah.
So if I'm
Yeah, same,
if I'm a breakout trader and I approach that market on a range day, I'm probably going to have a tough time trading.
yeah. Yeah, same thing with CPI and NFP. You'll see the if you're gonna go into Asia or basically the night before CPI and also NFP, you'll see it range, right? So I don't like to trade the overnight session MEQ because it's basically
Yeah.
ranging, right? Waiting for that news release at 8:30. So I'd rather not trade it.
Wait for the market to present the opportunity. Dolby time, we are short 25,644 in house, 1 micro NASDAQ.
Quarter. Yep.
What are we looking for?
Our
Downside
stop's
target
at
here.
600s. Our stop
Okay.
is at 655, which is on the other side of a 1-hour candlestick low, as well as a 30-minute candlestick low. So yeah, I think we're gonna risk about $20 on this trade to see if we can get about 80. So 4-1 on this one.
Okay.
Just let it sit. We'll see. The
Nice.
momentum doesn't feel particularly interesting right now, but that can all change pretty quick. And I think $20 is a good risk here to see if this midpoint fails.
Spend $20 on worse things, Dolby.
Did that this weekend.
Right. 67% long tilt in the NASDAQ here, 25,649 last trade in the NASDAQ, and 67% long tilt, 75% long tilt in the S&P. So traders may be calling the low for the day.
Yeah.
Is the low in 68.54 last trade in the S&P here?
I mean, we made that higher low at like 25,612 and came in pretty strong, but we're getting back up into a lot of the chop that we were in earlier today. All of that 10:30, 10 o'clock business, 10 o'clock, bunch of chop. So we'll see if we can chop through it. But like I said, manage your risk.
Manage your risk for sure. George, what do you do after you get off Topstep TV here? We know you have your Discord as well. Are you teaching classes and things like that? Running a stream? What does it look like after you get off Topstep TV today?
Usually I would go like to the gym or something, but lately I've been teaching a lot, so I actually got some guy from France that wants to learn, so I'm doing that right now.
Cool.
I do some group coaching also with students, so I'll be busy for these couple of weeks on my Discord. So, yeah.
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff.
Yeah, I was in New York last week.
I saw that, man. I saw that. Okay, so let's talk about that. I saw you were in New York. How was the experience on the trading floor?
It was really nice. Really great experience. I loved it. It was hella cold though compared to Cali. I actually got sick coming back.
Oh no, bummer.
Yeah.
It was freezing last week. It was freezing last week.
Yeah.
So what'd you do? You do a tour of the stock exchange. What else did you do when you're out here in New York?
Just food. Yeah.
Yep.
It was short trip. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
I went with one of the. He's actually a good trader too. His name is Randy. He actually trades Topstep too. So
nice.
shout out to him. Yeah. So we got a nice tour there. It was really nice.
Yeah, so I saw that on Instagram. I was like, "Oh, look at George in New York." That me and Dakota did it, about a month ago. The tour of the floor of the exchange, and it's a pretty cool experience. So if anyone gets an opportunity to do that, make sure you do. Make sure you do.
Yeah.
They had me and Dakota waiting outside on the red carpet, but they were like, Diamond Hands is here. Open up the stock exchange. Let him in. We got a great trader. We got a great trader coming through the door, so let him in.
Oh man, no.
Glad you.
Oh man, yeah, it was good. It was great.
Awesome stuff. Well, we are going to let George go for his coaching, but stay here with us on Topstep TV. We got group coaching coming up. JD, Hogue, and Hoop. House count is still short right now from 644s.
Whoa, we got news?
What was that?
We got news?
What was that? A little 7 point rally there in the NASDAQ. For my friend Sage, the NASDAQ
Bounce.
did just go under negative 3,000, negative 2,800 delta. Seeing some buying stepping in here. House count out of that trade. But stick around with us. We got group coaching coming up. JD, Hogue, Coach Hoop. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
See you guys.
First reason why Topstep makes you a better trader is we have a support system and community here. You got to have that, or it is a lonely journey by yourself. 2, because we are helping you improve, building things for you within the trading platform itself that helps you become a better trader. 3, simplicity of payout policies, simplicity of the program. 4 would be the resources we have, the funding we have, and all that just makes greatest things here at Topstep.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. Congratulations. You made it to the right place at the right time. It's group coaching time. It's everybody's favorite time of day. We got a couple of VIP coaches here. In the middle, Coach Vince. Over there, my other bookend, Coach Hoop. Oh, he didn't do it today. There it is. There it is. We had a pass on the shoulder tab today. The wrist team is super busy. So hold on the shoulder tab for today, but we will be back again tomorrow with Jack and risk manager Ben for a shoulder tab. But let's get into these markets. Markets are moving right now. We got some NVIDIA headlines coming out. What was the last one we just saw, guys? NVIDIA, U.S. to allow NVIDIA H200 chip exports to China. We saw a nice pop in equities. They have since started to pull back a little bit, but creating some volatility in the markets right now. Tech headlines entering the market, or tech headlines coming across the tape, creating some volatility in the markets. All right, Coach Hoop, happy Monday. What are you seeing in the markets today? What are you looking at?
Equity-wise, rollover, I'm just patient with the Fed this week. You know, I kind of wait for the range to set up a little bit. Pardon me, the Air Force is going over the house right now.
Trump said that for you.
I live really close to an Air Force base, so about this time of day, my house gets usually buzz bombed a little bit. So, once again, you know, Fed rollover. I'm just trying to stay real patient. So I'm watching gold. Range is really contracting there. I am long a couple micro natural gas. You know, 6 to 8% moves. You know, Jay talked about them earlier. That's going to be the norm. You know, when it's 10 degrees and Packer games and things like that. It's just, you know, a gap opened up lower and has been drifting all lower all day. But my mindset is still to try and I look for the long side because it's just a pattern of the market. And once again, you've been bit by a market before on one side. I'm going to typically look for longs. So, and then crude,
Very
you
true.
know, let's just talk about something else that's just stuck.
Yeah.
No one enjoys talking about crude. Pardon me.
Yeah.
House count is still in this gold opening range trade that we put on at about right around 7:30 a.m. Central Time. House count still short one. Micro crude 42.3320. Got about $120 in unrealized profit on that single micro contract. We've already locked some into. So
you were ready to cut that early.
Trade.
You didn't like that trade from the start, man.
I hate it.
Usually when you hate it, that means hold on a little longer, right, guys?
Exactly. Right. Huh?
But we put our stop, initially put our stop just far enough away that didn't get to us. It missed us by about, I don't know, somewhere between 15 and 20 ticks when it made that move. And then that second pop off, what was that headline? There was a gold headline this morning. I just
it was like 4,200 and popped. Yeah.
Yeah, it popped again and came back and missed our stop by about 15 ticks. I thought for sure when I saw it pop $10, I thought for sure we were toast on that trade.
Yeah.
But we never touched it. We never touched our stop initially, so it kept us in it, and we are still in it. Seeing a little bit of selling pressure coming in that market right now. Last trade 42.20 half. 42.20 half. So about $130 in realized profit now.
You were just getting lightly toasted, JD, and you didn't get burnt toast.
Just lightly toasted.
So you could get lightly toasted.
Lighter shade of brown.
It's the difference. Yeah, the difference between drinking beer and whiskey, right?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Coach Vince, what's going on in your world today? What are you looking at? You were thinking about getting a short in NQ, and that pop didn't quite get you. But what's going on?
Yeah.
Tell us everything.
Well, I was short the ES until whatever just came out. Whatever just happened, I ended up with a small stop down about $115. Not a big deal. Looking for the next opportunity. I missed my short, though, in the Dow by 10 ticks. I was working a short. I'm still working it now. We'll see. 857s, 47, 857, but it went up to 47, I think, and then rolled over. So I just missed an entry on that. Hoping I can maybe get filled on it, but if it keeps on going lower, I'm going to pull the order, and we'll have to just wait and be patient.
There you have it. Going to be interesting trading the equities this week. We've got FOMC.
Rollover.
It's Fed week. We got rollover. A lot of moving parts of these markets. We got headlines coming out that are affecting these markets. You got to stay on your toes.
Good
Always
time for
keep one eye in the
vacation.
ditch, as we say.
Well, and
yes.
And have we heard
holidays right around the
JD,
corner?
about the tariff? I mean, heard some news over the weekend. They were talking about the reversal of the tariffs and the court ruling. We don't seem that seems to be a big one hanging out there too. That we don't quote have. It doesn't seem like. I know December 15th. I know was talked about as kind of a. They were looking for some closure by then, but that's a big one too. I mean, if all of a sudden you're going to reverse, a couple $100 billion worth of tariffs, what's that look like too? So there's just, I think the biggest reason other than rollover in this, I just think it's just kind of a plethora of just a lot of things hanging out there. And I think once again, retail moves this market around and the players are just saying, go have at it. We don't want any part of this.
Yep.
Like pick each other's pockets. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead.
Exactly.
Go at it.
Go at it. Exactly.
Yeah, it's the retail. What do they call it? The retail rinse, the retail spin cycle.
You got it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep. Spin
That's it.
cycle. Yeah.
We did have
Wash and
a
rinse.
3-year note auction at the top of the hour. Not much movement off of that though. And we got a couple more bond and note auctions throughout the week.
That's
10-year
another
note auction
eerie-
tomorrow. Yep.
It's another eerie one that, Jack and, Andre were talking about earlier. Bonds going down, knowing we're getting a rate cut. Something's up. I mean, that's,
Yeah.
it just gives me inkling that what we're going to look like coming out of going into 2026 may be a little different than what we thought it was going to be. But once again, we'll know Wednesday, right? That's the big one, the big one hanging out there.
We will.
What are the odds right now? Are they high for the cut or?
Oh, it's
89%.
90%.
Yeah, it's like
almost
90%.
Okay. Yeah.
The dot plot will be will probably, and I think somebody was saying that this could be the most widely, dispersed in terms of where everybody's at on what we look like going into 2026. So I think more people will be watching what that thing looks like coming out of there than anything.
We got Nvidia up almost right around 3% after those headlines came out. Also, Nvidia to the moon. What was I going to say? Oh, you talk about market correlations, talking about bonds and notes and whatnot.
Yeah.
When you get into market correlations, historically, the bonds are always the leader, and the stock market has a tendency to follow what bonds are doing. So
for years,
when you see
Just
moves like that in treasuries, you can assume that a move in equities is inevitable. Again, I said assume. This is not trading advice of any kind, but watch those treasury markets and keep the equity markets up at the same time. When you start seeing big moves in treasuries, you're going to start seeing moves in equities also eventually.
Just like
it doesn't go both ways
right now.
Yeah. Negative correlations.
It doesn't go both ways. Yeah. It doesn't go both ways though. When you see huge moves in equities and you don't see bonds moving, you could sort of expect for bonds or equities to start coming back into equilibrium eventually.
Where are the bonds trading right now?
Let's take a look.
30 years, 115.03. That's down 16 ticks from close.
Yep.
30-year can't rally to save its life, man.
We got the 10-year at
30-year. Where's it 30?
112.8.5.
Yeah.
Look how fat that ladder is. Can you guys see this ladder?
Oh, dude.
I'm gonna open
it
up.
It's like none other, isn't it, JD?
4,000 bid. 4,000 bid and 5,000 offered in the 10-year note right now.
Buy them.
That is a deep market right there.
Don't say buy them in there in the pit. Whew.
Yeah.
You'd be wearing a lot of them.
Over the weekend, I was going through my closet and I uncovered a box of treasure. And yeah, I mean, look at this here. This is an order from November 25th of 2005, where we sold 4 December bonds, 30-year bonds at 112.31. Look at the postmark on that thing. 20 years ago.
112.31. Yep.
These bonds sold for
I was
112.
trading bonds at that time too.
Were you?
Look at that ticket. Yep. Yeah, I went through all this. I couldn't believe what I found. I'm like, wow, this is amazing. I was like, it was like Christmas for me this weekend.
We're seeing some slow down in the market right now. Gold is starting to roll over. I was going to go through
my coat and find some cards I didn't hand in one day. Oh crap! I still
trade in
those
gold.
in from.
Let's trade in gold. 42.18. Let's take a look at the tilt real quick. I want to see what some of our traders at Topstep are doing right now. We are 74% long in the ES, 73% long in the NASDAQ, 61% long crude, and 61% long in gold. Gold is going to settle for the day.
59.
Yep.
We're
about to we're going to establish settlement price in gold at the bottom of the hour, 12:30 p.m. Central Time. Yeah. That's when settlement price is established in gold. But this our gold trade right now, house count's still short of micro from the opening range breakout, and it's still looking pretty good.
Nice.
We've got about $150 in unrealized profit right now. Hogue had a profit target in mind of about what was it? 41.90, I believe it was.
Yeah, that 41.95 area is kind of where we stopped before. That's one of the smallest ranges we've had in a while. I mean, holy cow! What, $43 range?
Mm-hmm.
Considering they've been like
small range, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God, small range for today. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait till Wednesday.
Caleb Joe in the chat says, "Fade the ES tilt." Oh, there's a couple ways to utilize that information, the tilt information that we give you guys. It's there for your benefit. You could use it any way you want.
I'll tell you,
there are tendencies.
The 80% fade tilt and crude works. I'll tell you that.
I mean, is it? Again, this is not trading advice of any kind. But when you see that crude oil tilt get above 80%, either to the short side or long side, it doesn't matter. There is a tendency for a potential reversal. Just something to keep an eye on. Yep. So when you see that tilt building, keep an eye on the market.
What's the tilt in the ES right now?
Right now, tilt in the ES is 72% long. 72% long tilt in the ES.
Uh-oh. $72 long.
Taking a look at some headlines. New headline just come out from CNBC saying Trump's about to announce a $12 billion aid package for farmers. That got caught up in the trade war.
Sodbuster was saying that earlier. Yeah.
Yeah. Sodbuster's up on the news, my man. All right. Well, we've got some questions, guys. We've had that form pinned at the top of the chat all morning, and we're here to answer your questions now. First up, we have a question from Faisal. An interesting question. He says, Faisal says, I struggle with using stop losses. Whenever I set one, it gets triggered too quickly. So I end up not using stop loss at all. When a stock or futures contract goes against me, I keep adding to the position, averaging down, and waiting for it to pop back so I can take a profit. It's worked for me about 80% of the time, but it's that one trade that takes me out of the market altogether. Today, I tried to do the same thing with gold. We know there was some volatility in gold earlier this morning. I ended up losing all of my gains for the day. I was up $500. Now I'm down $700. And that really showed me how dangerous this trading habit is. I know you need to build the habit of always using a stop loss no matter what. I need to change this behavior before it continues to cost me money. But I need some guidance on how to do this. All right. So let's break this question down. Faisal, he was using stops initially. Stops were getting hit too soon. his stop placement wasn't the best, obviously, right? So instead of using stops, he decided to start doubling down where his initial stop prices were, right? And he found some luck doing this. Unfortunately, though, it's those one or two trades where you don't get lucky that just absolutely wipe you out. Those are the account killer trades, right? You pull out the cannon, you're buying all the way down, trying to dollar cost average, as they call it, but it just doesn't work on those heavily trending days, and you just wipe everything out, right? Not a viable strategy for a lot of people, unless you're a long-term investor, right? So how can we help Faisal build some better habits, get into the markets, at better trade locations with enough room to let his trades breathe before his stop gets hit too soon? There could be a couple different reasons why stops were getting hit too soon in the first place, right? First of all, over leveraging. Are you trading too big of size and keeping your stops a little too tight? Are you missing moves because you're just putting on too much size and your account can't cover that amount of leverage, right? But Hoop, you've been around for a long time. I'm sure this scenario has played out in your life at one time or another. How did you get around it? You got any tips for trying to avoid it in the future?
Yeah, I think, JD, you said it a little bit coming from a swing trading, a little bit background too, where averaging into a position over a longer period targets. Maybe we're day traders. You got to be in and out in the same day. So ATR has got to be your friend. It's the only way to me that you can kind of manage how much you're risking, what your leverage is, how wide your stops can be. And I know you've heard all of us coaches say, two ATRs, am I getting stopped out too much? Besides the strategy maybe being off a little bit, but the only way you can really leverage the trade, right, is going to be how far can I be, how much can I risk, right? Because like you said, JD, we're risk managers. So I think I used to have a little bit of that when I first started prop trading, where I would average in, dollar cost averaging, and the moron trade are kind of can be, just keep adding more on, because if you get a better price lower, it's all about managing the risk. So the 2 ATR, average true range, seeing what your range is inside of a day and making sure that you're not too compressed up against it, I think is usually the way I tend to look at it. And it gives me an idea, like we just talked about. When gold's trading $100 ranges and now it's half that, the compression can be a little tighter, right, for where the market is. But, trading one micro, or really one micro, when that thing was having $100 range, there was plenty of money to be made, but there's also was plenty of money to be risked, right? So, yeah, DCA is, once again, you still have to see where your risk point is. Dollar cost averaging, like I said, it's one thing, and it's adding to a trade to average down in a trade can get you in a lot of trouble inside of a directional market. So if the market's going directional and you add, you're going to be hasta la vista, baby, pretty quick, especially in a market like gold. So I would use that true range, average true range, as a kind of a barometer of where you can manage your risk. And if it's not working inside your strategy, then you got to look at the strategy, right, Vinny? I mean, that's where I would kind of go with. Yeah, I mean, so what's your thoughts, Vinny? You same way with your range?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
So when you're saying that you're getting stopped out quickly, like for me, actually, that's not a bad thing, right? So when I take a stop, I'd rather be quick, right? I'd rather a quick bullet and do it quickly, right? Than get slashed up and suffer. But what I would say is, you need to measure your ranges, right? The average true range might help you with that. you need to find entries around structure, right? Where's supply, where's demand, and you hide your stop above or below where there's going to be sellers and buyers, right? That can help defend your position. So whenever I enter a trade, I look to say, hey, is there potential sellers here that might keep the market from going above my stop? And you gotta have good trade location. Okay. Sometimes I tell traders, put your entry where your stop is, right? If you're getting stopped out all the time by a little bit and then it's going in your favor, maybe just try to put your entry where your stop would be. Okay. And then just measure the stop and then put it the same distance away. You could try that. But really, it's going to be volatility based as well. If the markets are super volatile, you're going to have a bigger stop. So you need to deleverage, like JD said, right? So it's all about market context, right? Are we in a very volatile market? What is the range for the day? What is the range if you're trading on a 5-minute chart? What's the 5-minute range for each bar? If you have a 5-minute range that's 12 points and you're putting your stop at 4, maybe it's too tight, so you have to deleverage and go to micros or whatever the case is. Just, make your size smaller so you could absorb a bigger stop. I think loading up as it's going against you is not a good thing to do unless you're trying to build a position, in a certain area, right? So sometimes that works, but the more on trade, putting more on when you're losing in hopes of bringing down your average to get back to break even is a recipe for disaster 9 out of 10 times. If you say, okay, like let's say right now in the ES, we're trading at 60.57, right? So let's say you want to build a position around 68.45, right? You want to get long. And maybe say you buy one at 50, and it's a micro. And you want to put on, say, 5 micros. I'll buy one at 50, okay? If it pulls back to 47s, maybe I'll buy another one. If it pulls back to 45, I'll buy another one, right? But your total position has to have a certain amount of risk to it. If it's moving against you and you're just saying, oh, man, let me just buy one here, and if it comes up a couple of points, I'll cover, it usually doesn't work, and you're going to end up hurting yourself and your account, right? You're going to get buried. The markets will bring you to max pain. The markets tend to know where traders are in trouble, and they take advantage of that, right? The professional traders out there, they know where traders are getting in and out. They kind of have an idea where your stops are sitting, right? And they're going to run them. And they're, the weekend traders that are over leveraged, they know they're going to get burnt. So you got to be very, very cautious, and you need to be very strategic in your entries and your stop losses. So hopefully that helps. But deleveraging is probably the number one thing you could do. Lessen your size and increase your stop.
Yep. Very well said. Very well said. Shadow Dancer in the chat says, I don't use average true range. Market structure is the best. Average true range is a good tool. As we all know, markets only trend about roughly 20-25% of the time, which means 75 to 80% of the time markets are just trading sideways, ranging. So average true range can be a good identifier of how much you can expect to pull out of a market if you're in a position, right? Just arbitrarily speaking, if the average true range of the S&P is 80 ticks or 80 points, and it's already traded in a range of 75 and you're long, you kind of know how much more you can expect to take out of that trade and sort of trade around that or start scaling out. Maybe hold a runner in case something does happen. But yeah, there's a lot of different ways to peel that onion. That's for sure. So basically what we're saying, Faisal, is there's a couple different things that you could be changing up. First of all, knowing where you're getting out before you're getting in. Have a stop location, an extreme stop location at a point of invalidation for the trade. If you want to get long, you know that if it hits a certain level, being long is on the wrong side. So once you figure out what that level is, then you can start demanding better trade location to get in. You don't have to be in the market all the time either. Don't forget that. Just because the markets are open doesn't mean you have to have a trade on.
Yep.
Demand better trade location for your setups. You can do that. If you miss a trade, don't worry. We talk about FOMO all the time here. If you miss a trade, don't worry. There's always going to be another opportunity. You don't have to make $1,000 a second, right?
Right.
The markets are there to provide opportunity, but they will also twist you up good.
It's their
No
job.
doubt about it.
Absolutely. Right.
All right, Faisal. Hope that helps you out. let's move on to the next question. Oh, let's check in on the markets real quick. Tilt, not much change. Well, pairing off a little bit in the equities, 61% long now in the ES, 61% long in the NQ, 59% long in crude, and 59% long in gold. Where are the ES and NQ trading? Seen a little bit of selling coming in.
NASDAQ.
Okay, here we go. Coach Vince getting in the market.
Well, not yet. I might. We're gonna see. I'm gonna work a short. I'm so bummed out. I missed that Dow trade. I missed it by 10 ticks short. Oh my gosh.
10 ticks in the Dow. It's like
yeah.
It's like a
I should just
like
went
a
as
tick in the ES.
Stingy.
Yeah, I was being a little stingy there, but you know, it is what it is. But now look at this thing, man. 47s we're down 127 ticks from there, so that's a bummer. Oh, we'll see. Maybe we'll get short the NASDAQ here.
Shadow Dancer's laughing about that ES tilt fade. Hey, we give you that information. Do with it whatever you want.
Yeah.
The tilt is it's the aggregate
dynamic.
Aggregate position of all the sim traders at Topstep. So you know when everybody's getting loaded onto one side. We're giving you that information. All right.
Wow.
Here's a question. Are either of you guys super familiar with Dakota's 3-bar reversal?
Yeah.
Able to talk about it in depth? All right. I know it, but it's not like a setup. I
wouldn't be able to say I'd hogue it up, but you know, I mean.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. Let's do it then. So Dave quadruple 07 says, can you please explain the parameters of a 3-bar reversal? I know Dakota uses it successfully, and it was in the chat during Fast Markets this morning. Thank you. So the 3-bar reversal. Vince, let's start with you this time. What are you looking for in a 3-bar reversal? Obviously, it takes 3 bars to identify it. And what time frame are you looking at?
Yeah.
And what are the characteristics of those candles?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could do any time frame, really. You know, like you can see here, we have down, 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 1, 2. We have an engulfing bar. Usually, this would be like a 3-bar reversal right here. You know, if you look at it on a shorter time frame, let's see, like on a 5-minute. See here. You know, so usually look for like the down, 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 and then an engulfing bar. You can see it on the 30-minute. I don't see one on the 5-minute, really. I mean, this one might have been a 3-bar reversal type candle here. But let's look at it on the 15-minute. See here? Now 1, 2, 3, and then you get the big bar up. And a lot of times when it engulfs that previous bar, it's kind of saying, okay, there's a change in behavior. You know, we took that out, and now we're maybe going to break out and head in the other direction. You know, but I guess there's different ways of looking at different time frames. It depends on what your time frame is. But I would say that on the 30, the NASDAQ has a 3-bar reversal right here. What about you, Hoop?
Well, you know, when I'm looking for it, and I'm a scalper, but I don't get, you know, NASDAQ tends to show up more because of it's the way it moves. I kind of use them more, to be honest with you, a 3-bar more than scalping inside of a day, as I might look for it on a longer term chart, where I'm looking for exhaustion. You know, my career started as kind of a reversion to the mean. I love fading extremes. So the 3-bar reversal is really good at identifying it, but I tend to like to look at it longer than I do shorter, which is kind of weird because I'm a scalper. Because I've watched Dakota traded a lot in like the NASDAQ and in gold at night on slow markets, and he uses 100 tick. So he's using a very short time frame type scope to it. So I just think I think the biggest thing for me is the validation. Like, you'll hear people say, I'll see him in chat because I'm a guy who's in chat a lot. Oh, here, this is a 3-bar. Well, is it? Did it close there? Because we're looking at a shorter time frame. So on a shorter time frame, to be honest with you, I don't look at it as much. as I do in a longer. Like I was trying to see if I could find one here in cattle, like when it hit contract high, and it kind of did it the first time we faded at the top. You know, we kind of made a higher high, kind of traded inside that candle, and then we rolled over. And this is on a daily chart. So I would say I tend to use it more. Here's another one right up and through here too. So I think you're right, Vinny. You know, it depends what time frame you're looking at it on, but I like to look at on longer than I do shorter because it just feels like a lot of times you get a lot of false confirmations to me. So I'd rather see it on a larger scale, thinking maybe I can catch the bigger piece of a move on a longer time frame. You know, down. And once again, it did it in cattle. But you know, I'm looking more at swings on shorter time frames on that, but I don't use a lot. I once again, everybody wants to know the secret sauce that on slow markets to a 3-bar, and I think the biggest thing I would tell any trader is just wait for make sure you're getting it. You know, I've seen a lot of people jump in before they get the confirmation, and you know, you've seen Dakota talk about it. Sometimes you'll sacrifice trade location for the entry and take more heat than you want.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you preempt it.
It can be a preemptive trade that can be a little, especially in the NASDAQ, that can, if you're trading micros, not so bad, but if you're trading minis, just make sure you're getting confirmations. So you'll see a lot of false ones there. So I would say be careful with it.
Yeah, that was going to be my follow-up question to this also. Confirmations and
Crude
I suppose invalidations. What does an invalidation look like? When you're trading, you preemptively get into the 3-bar reversal. What's your risk on the trade? Just the low of the previous candle low, basically?
Right.
And is that also your invalidation? If you wait for confirmation, does that remain your invalidation point below that sort of swing low, I guess you could call it? That makes sense?
I always say that's where the risk has to go, right? It has to go below the low. You know, the thing is, if that candle does not close, you know, either bullish or bearish and engulfing the previous candle, you know, maybe you want to jump out of it, right? Because it didn't give you the close you were looking for. So maybe to avoid a stop, you can maybe exit a little bit early too, and then wait for it to maybe give you more confirmation. So you could play it a bunch of different ways, really. But sometimes, you know, if you take it early, you get better trade location, right? Where your risk is smaller than if you wait for like a 30-minute bar to close. Here, look at the YM, right? Is it the YM? No, this is the NASDAQ. Look at this bar here, right? So if I'm taking this long up here at 25,684 and my risk is down here, you know, it's kind of tough to do, where maybe it poked above here a little bit and then it pulled back and then I get long, or even if I get long here, you know, where now there's a better trade location to the low, right, than trying to buy it way up here. So there's ways of looking at it, but if you preempt it, you know, you got to be okay with taking the loss because you jumped in early too. So, you know, if it's going to make you get tilted, just wait for your confirmation. A lot of people get angry, you know, and that's the worst thing you could do.
So you always know where your point of invalidation is, even if you preempt the trade, is basically what we're saying.
Yes.
So you have to accept that risk either way.
Correct.
That's basically it.
Looks like there could be some crude news too, JD.
Crude news? Let's take a look at the oil chart.
Yeah, Iraq's massive West Quma 2 field to resume oil flows after brief outage. So I'm wondering if that's what's caused crude to break about 30 cents through the lows.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm so tempted to take a long here in the ES. Oh boy.
Bottom of the range.
Man.
Yeah. So tempted right now.
You didn't get triggered. The opening range breakout didn't get triggered into a trade until roughly 11:15 Central Time.
That's
Crude oil regular trading hours. Excuse me. Crude oil regular trading hours open at 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. We didn't get a trigger to the short side until almost 3 hours later. We didn't get a single 5-minute candle bar to close outside of the opening range for 3 hours in crude oil today. Impressive. And now look at it. It's a good trade, too. Did anybody sound off in the chat?
Yeah.
Sound off in the chat.
Of course.
Did anybody hold out for the crude oil opening range breakout trade today? Were you waiting for a confirmation bar to close outside of the opening range to get into a short position in crude?
Yeah, not I.
That's incredible.
That'd be patience.
That's what's going to start happening, though, where everybody bails on the market. That's when all the things start happening, though. You know, it's like, yeah, let's make this market miserable so nobody wants to trade it, and then we'll just do what we want to do with it. That's kind of what I feel sometimes.
Yep.
Like being the passenger that nobody else is on along. That's nice. I like those trades when nobody else is on.
Yeah.
The people that trade a market all day, every day, know when there's outside traders in their market. They know everything that's going on.
Exactly.
And, they will trade. They will do their best to manipulate it.
Get out of here.
Who's this guy poking around in crude?
Yeah.
Get him out of here.
Get this guy out of here. The guy walking the pit. Get the hell out of here.
All right, guys. I think it's time for a quick news break.
Okay.
So Paramount, we've been talking about this Netflix Warner Brothers merger for the last couple of days now, ever since the news popped. But now there's a new piece of the puzzle. Paramount has launched a hostile takeover bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. Listen to this. Paramount CEO David Ellison says he believes when shareholders vote, they'll see his offer is better than the purchase deal Netflix announced on Friday. The proposed Netflix deal caught Hollywood insiders by surprise, as Paramount was widely expected to be the frontrunner for Warner Brothers. Netflix offered $27.75 per share just for Warner Brothers and HBO. Paramount offered $30 per share in an all-cash deal for the entire company. Netflix believes the eventual spinoff of Warner Brothers cable assets, including CNN, not included in the Netflix deal, will be worth several dollars per share that will ultimately be worth more than Paramount's offer. So they're trying to spice the deal with CNN, huh?
I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like it.
A lot of money, man.
That's a lot of dough floating around.
Yeah. You can throw some
Well,
my way
Netflix
if you want to. You know?
Was
Take
were
donations.
they in the wrong? Were they in the wrong by announcing the Netflix attempted buyout on Friday? If they knew that something like this was still in the works too, what's the game? What are they trying to play on us here?
Mm-hmm.
Those deals are such a crazy world of bartering that goes on between that kind of money and the amount of debt that they're taking on and stuff is just absolutely crazy.
Mm-hmm. I got a question. What do you guys think about the volume on that down move in the NASDAQ? Let's move out to a 30-minute chart. The volume started off strong, and as we continued lower throughout the morning, we saw the selling volume starting really to peter out. We had this one green bar here with a little bit of an increased volume, probably faking out some traders thinking that a reversal might be in the works. But here we are, hovering right back above the lows. So selling pressure has been decent all day long. But again, look at these last 3 trading days. This is a 30-minute chart. We're still trading well inside this range going back to early last week.
Look at that.
Yeah. Like we said, markets tend to range more than they trend.
100%.
Markets range more than they trend.
Especially right now.
This market's waiting for a catalyst to move it.
Oh, yeah.
The range. Yep. These markets need a catalyst to keep them moving. We all know it's Fed week. It's rollover week in equities. Roll week alone is going to keep things super choppy. It's going to keep you guessing. It's going to keep your head on a swivel. Just try not to chop yourself up too much.
Yeah,
I guess you could say. Make sure you save a couple bullets for FOMC later this week.
Mm-hmm. It's on a 5-minute chart here.
All right. We've got another question. This question comes from Iris. Iris says, hey guys, I was doing fine in my 50K, but after the first week, every single trade I put on goes against me. I think I just got lucky before and my strategy isn't working now. How does one find a strategy to stick to? Supply and demand sounds promising, since that is the base of everything in the markets. Building a strategy from the ground up. How does it start? Who wants to field this one first? What are you looking at first? First, you have to build a base, you know? Find an indicator.
I could take it if you want.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so what I do is, because I have tested a lot of stuff, so you need to, first you got to write out a trading plan, right? You got to pick a market that you like, find out what type of market is it. Does it trend? Is it more of a range bound market? You know, what kind of volume does it trade every day? You know, what is the daily range of that market, right? And then you figure out which market you want to trade in. If you're a trend trader, you want to look for a market that's trending, obviously. You know, then you want to go back and you want to take a specific like reward to risk ratio and say, okay, I want to try to make $3 for every dollar I'm risking, or whatever it is. I want to make $1.50 for every dollar I'm risking, and you gotta choose that. And then you go back and then you plot it on the charts, and you go back and you test your strategy over time, right? You got to hand. I do it by hand. I don't use computerized systems. I like, you know, I feel like the hand is wired to the brain. I like to do it in my own hand, and I record all the steps, and then you see the performance results. Remember, past performance is not indicative of future results. However, you know, you get something that is giving you some sort of profitable figures, and then you forward test it in a small way and see if it can sustain itself. Now, markets will change; they go through times, you know, high volatility, low volatility. So you have to. I go back and I test it through different market cycles too, and to see did it survive, you know, $120 swings in gold, or is it work better on a $10 daily swing in gold, right? So you gotta see what is working and what's not, and you know, you definitely got to, your risk management plan is going to be your number one thing you really need to focus on. It's not always strategy. So I did a session with some traders. I do it every once in a while in my night sessions, and we take just a raw not even a strategy. We just take a raw idea and we'll test it right in our own hand, and then we'll go back and we'll throw a little bit of risk parameters around it. You know, you can't go further than this, or you know, my risk is going to be X. And then we button it up and see what the results are. And it's amazing how you could take something that maybe is not the best strategy, but you could put some risk management behind it and you can make it profitable, right? It might not be hugely successful, but you might be able to make something profitable at least by following a specific set of rules. So that's what I would do. You know, what do you guys think about that?
I like what you said all day long.
Yeah, and I think certain markets, I agree too, JD, have certain characteristics. So, you know, I hear a lot of people, and once again, you know, the screen time, we've always talked about it, JD, is big. A lot of time, and I know nobody loves being in practice and stuff, but, you know, that's where you're going to learn. The characteristics of markets, like you said, if you find that you tend to be a person that diamond hands and holds trades longer, then markets like ES, you know, things that you can hold longer. And once again, you know, I always say, I do believe after 30 years of being around this is finding a market that kind of fits your personality. I think mentally gives you a little bit like, just gives you a little bit more of confidence in what you're looking at. And market states change, right? They're not going to always trade the same. So I think that's another thing. So I think as you build your strategy, you're going to like Vince says in your trading plan, you're just going to have to keep saying, and this is why, you know, journaling and all those things help is like, hey, gold is really rangy this week. We're coming. And once again, I don't get into like journaling and writing specific levels as much as I do as what's going on with the market state. So my mindset when I walk into what we were like yesterday might be different coming into today. But in the strategy, if I don't journal that and kind of write that down, whether it's old school on a notebook, like you've seen Hogue do, or you go into TopstepX, you got a little section in there and just say, hey, gold had been ranging the last three days. Looks like it's starting to break out, whatever. And you make that note. So when you come in to do your checklist the next morning and you look at your strategy, hey, you know what? We could be breaking out here. I might, once again, the journaling and the mental part, I think the strategy and the technicals is one thing, but I think we don't talk about what mental capital we blow through in a day, right? So scalpers like me, and I've toned back how I used to scalp, because the mental capital I take in a day when I was really, and once again, it's all relative now to what I consider scalping and what some traders do, takes a lot out of you. And you've heard Mandy say it, but it fits her personality. So I think those things have to become part of what your strategy is too, right? I mean, finding a market that kind of fits your personality a little bit, I think does help in just kind of grasping a little bit of the structure of the market too, right? I mean, like Hogue says, the NASDAQ gives them heart palpitations. So because it's all over the map and it's moving and guys are taking 10, 15 point swings and taking those pieces of the market, which is great if that's what you do. It's just that mentally, that does tend to, like, if you're trading on Wednesday when the number gets released and you're trading as a scalper, by the time the market closes, and if you're going in there, and I don't recommend it because I just think the volatility will probably be super high, but if you start scalping in that market, the mental capital and the moves that are going to be go on, they will tend to get at your psyche. So that's the other thing I think we need to talk about, is just understanding that inside the market you trade, the mental part of it has to be journaled, as well as all the technicals of whether it's, MACD or ATRs or whatever. Don't forget about the mental side of this business too, because a lot of times we just we'll think we'll be fine, and that doesn't end up happening.
You really got to give yourself time to get familiar with the indicators that you're using. You can't just throw on a MACD and like start trading around it,
Yeah,
exactly. Oh, we're over 80. We're overbought.
Yeah.
Sell it,
Right.
sell it.
Yeah,
That's not really how it works.
And I will say,
No.
like we talk about the trading personality, like when I was trading a fund, it was currencies, right? So all we traded was currency at the time. And we traded one strategy across a handful of markets, right? So we would look in the morning and say, hey, markets look to be trending. If our setup comes about, we take the trade, right? If the market's in a range, we avoid that market like the plague. And you can do that as a trader, but don't get yourself in trouble where you just are manufacturing trades because you want to be in the market, right? And sometimes when you add markets, it adds risk to your account as well. But not every market is going to be trending every day. So if you're a breakout or momentum trader, you need to find markets that are in flow with your strategy, right? So if you're a NASDAQ trader and the NASDAQ is in a range bound, right? It's very easy to try to manufacture a trade that's really not there because you want to be in the market.
100%.
Maybe look at the Russell. Maybe the Russell is in a trend for the day and you could put on a trade that fits your strategy, it fits your risk appetite, and you could take the trade. And that's kind of the way I look at the market. So I look at about 5-6 markets right now, and I'm looking for certain things to happen. And if it sets up, I'll take the trade. But the worst thing you could do is if you're a NASDAQ trader and it's been range bound, and you're trying to trend trade it, and it's just not happening. There might be other markets that will fit, maybe gold or crude oil or euro currency or yen or who knows, right? I would say look at different markets. And look for markets that fit your style of trading. Like you said, you're trading.
Agreed.
And that's what I would do. Hoop, how many markets do you look at? I know you look at a lot of markets. How many markets?
Too many.
He said too many. Is it more than 5?
I look at, Vinny, I looked at sectors. I've kind of talked about this in Discord.
Okay.
So I'll look at, I kind of lump them. So I look at the meats, the grains, the energies, the metals, and the equities. So I'm looking at 6 sectors, but I'm looking at typically, to be honest with you, I'm looking at typically 2 markets at least inside those sectors. So yeah, am I looking at 12 markets. Yeah. But the other thing that
Mm-hmm.
everybody who's seen me in Discord show this before is I look at, I spent the first 10 years of my career listening and looking at price. That's it. You know, now, yes, did I have to step away to a computer, right, JD, that wasn't next to the pit to go look at seeing how the chart is doing, right? It's not like I had an iPad with me in the pit. I had to listen to what was going on, and I had to basically, I'd be writing it down or whatever. Then I have to go look at a chart. Well, I'm aware of price a lot. So I look at, I think if anybody's seen like Linda Raschke talk about it, she was always very aware of net change. I'm always very aware of where settlement is. That's an old school, just always, we tend to gravitate to go back to settlement. How do we act around settlement? Do we blow through it? So I end up looking at price a lot. So I could step away from a chart and not necessarily know in a 3-minute, a 5-minute, or an hourly. But if somebody asked me, where's Crude trading, and I could tell you it's like 58.80, I'm just always aware of price a lot. So that's more of why I look at more sectors, because of all of a sudden the NASDAQ's breaking 25,600. I know we're starting to get through somewhere some support levels are. So I look at a lot, but I look at them. I'm not looking at charts in 13 different markets. Let's just put it that way.
Yep. Gotcha. All right. First, we only got a couple minutes left here. B. Westbrook is saying, hey, y'all been trading for quite some time, but still don't utilize ATR, JD, Coach Vince, Coach Hoop. Can you give me in a Barney style? We already ran through average true range earlier in this segment, so just hit that rewind button a little bit. And just listen to the segment from the beginning. We talked about average true range earlier. Next up, somebody asking about level 2 data. So yes, level 2 data. If you're looking at, if we pull up my chart, you see I have the ES ladder up, and I get prices for 100. I should say volume for 100 prices up and down the ladder, right? It is an upcharge. It's an upcharge from the CME group. We just pass the charge on.
We pretty much just pass it on, right, JD?
Yeah, we don't profit.
Make anything. We don't make.
We don't profit from. We don't profit from level 2 data upgrades. That comes from the exchange, not from us. But the benefits of it, yes, I am of the old school belief that it's the market's job to provide liquidity. And when you see big resting orders in markets, the markets have a natural tendency to gravitate towards those big orders and get them filled. That's the entire purpose of the markets, right? To provide liquidity. But there's a couple different ways to use level 2 data also. I read the tape all day long, I'll stare at the ladder and, watch the way markets perform around certain levels. But real quick, we got 30 seconds each. Level 2 data, yes or no? Vince?
I have it on my own personal. On my own personal, I have it. I don't have it on my XFAs, but I do use it on my personal account. I don't lean on it heavily, but I do like to see if big orders do get traded through. And I know we do that on TV a lot here. So, that's where I find it most effective.
Oop. You pay up for level 2?
I do. Yeah, I want to see it. That's just, I want to see where all the volume is. Plus, you have a little market profile that we don't talk about on the side, right? I mean, all the volume that you see. I mean, you are getting a volume profile on the side of that ladder, that's kind of telling you, like right here, we're getting some, could you get some single prints as we get to the lows? And so, I mean, I think it takes time though, JD, right? I mean, for a guy who watches as much as anybody, wouldn't you say that takes time to really
there is no substitute for screen time. So anytime you introduce yourself to something new, anytime you introduce yourself to something new, spend a little time just watching it and seeing how it works.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, I like the histogram though on the price ladder on the dome. I love to see the histogram with the volume, like you said, Hoop. With it's kind of like the volume profile. You can see where the auction is dying, right? Look at the low in the ES. 24 contracts traded at 38.5 today. 321, 505, 874, and then like 11,000 at 39.50. The buyers are there, right? Now, if they give it up, we're gonna sink. But if they want to hold price there, that is where the volume is at that price point.
Right.
You know, if they run the stops below that market, maybe we're going to see a nice dip down here. But right now, that's where they're at. I mean, I would like to see maybe a buy around 68.24, to be honest with you.
Yep.
So we're going to see what happens here in the ES.
Well, guys, we've got some movement in the markets right now. We're going to step aside. That's all the time we have for group coaching. Thank you, Vince. Thank you, Hoop. Appreciate your
Thank you,
time
guys.
and your knowledge and
fun.
wisdom and sharing with all of us. We'll be back again tomorrow with more group coaching at 12:15 p.m. Central Time. We've got Anne Marie and Jack coming in just a minute. I'm going to be joining them for an hour-long conversation, Trade with Topstep, me, Jack, and Anne Marie. Then we're going to be closing out the Dayton Power Hour again. Andre Muhammad and Dolby Time. Stick around. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with Trade with Topstep. Topstep TV. Come and get it.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans?
Good afternoon, chat crew. Welcome to Trade with Topstep. JD's back, and more importantly, Anne-Marie's here. Anne-Marie, how has the day been treating you?
You know, pretty good. The day's been pretty good. I wanted to ask about that gold trade that you guys have on for the morning, because I noticed that big bounce that we had on the last candle. What made you stick it out?
Well, we adjusted our risk a couple of hours ago. We've had, again, if you just joining us, we put on a gold short this morning off the 5-minute opening range breakout. Opening regular trading hours for gold is 7:20 a.m. Central Time. So we've been in this trade for 5 hours now, over 5 hours, and we're still hanging into it. We covered one at 42.25. Hogue called that leveled out. It was initial balance low, or he was looking for a melt through and sort of a liquidity grab through initial balance low. So we peeled one off there, but we're still hanging in the short. We have adjusted our risk, but not to the point where we're really thinking about taking this trade off. So we've got our CYA up at 42.30.60. We're short from 42.33.20. Hasn't been invalidated yet. That's why we're hanging in this trade. And it looks like we could be poised for another potential leg lower
Yeah.
here. Maybe.
Yeah.
We've got
So
some,
these are the...
I was just going to comment real quick that we do, for the 1 o'clock hour, have some spice going on. We are near the lows right now in the equities. Coming up on that, was it 68.25 SPX level? That would be a line in the sand for me to think about. Anne-Marie, have you taken any trades today, or just standing pat?
I have. I've taken a number of trades today. So what I think is super weird happening right now, that I think we could have ourselves a real puke event, is in all of this fade all day long, our cumulative delta is like, the high was like almost 11,000, and now it's a positive 7,500, and all we're doing is leaking. So customarily, when Hogue talks to us about that, he'll say, hey, you want the flow of the market motion to have the same kind of cumulative delta to tell that everybody's sort of on track. But if all of a sudden we're sitting around in a space where cumulative delta is really trying to hold up and price continues to move down, we're going to have that edge where traders go, oh crap, I've been trying to buy the dip all day today, and now I better cover. And that's going to give us a pretty ugly fade in my mind. So we've got some pretty interesting things to look at. But for me, I've been taking the short bounces. Every bounce I'm going to go short. So I have a buy sitting down here at really right near the put wall, right where the 0 DTE put wall is sitting. And that's at somewhere around 66. What in the world is that number, Fred? 66.30. Yeah, somewhere around there. And so I want to see it leak into that wall, because look at how it just really obeyed the 0 DTE call wall. And so
It sure did.
So maybe it'll do the same. And I might be being a little cheapskate trying to get it long on the bottom there, but we'll see. We'll see.
Just to be clear, you're talking about 68.30, right, in the ES?
Yes.
Okay, good. I was gonna say that.
That's right, yeah.
That's a bold
66
call.
a bit.
ACA, anything can happen. That is the same level that I'm looking at to possibly get long. JD
Oh,
has the
good.
keys to the house account.
Yes, I do have the
for
keys.
now, we'll see what
Marie,
happens.
you've been
but-
posting.
Go
You've been
ahead.
posting about Delta in the chat for the last hour or so. How was that swaying your decision making at all? Is it?
Well, it's making me think to myself, you better not get all fancy pants and try to get yourself along and buy on the dip and cost average in, because if these guys have got to vomit up their trades, we're gonna break this wall. So that's the thing that I'm watching. It's unusual when the two are in opposite directions through the majority of the day. And so that's the thing that makes me go, we were talking about, so this is a super interesting week. We bid up the whole week into rate cut, rate cut, rate cut. We start the new week with, all kinds of big headlines, like over the weekend, Qatar says one thing, and then, Zelensky says one thing, and just one thing after another going, wow, this looks terrible. And then we've got all the, dividend distributions this week for all dividend bearing stocks. And so we have that natural dip in the flow coming. And so I suspect that they will try to lift it up off of this bottom. So I'm really glad, Jack, that you like that same number around that 30 level. And so what I'm trying to figure out is this all the dip we had during this week, and it's going to be just a grind back up for the rest of the week? Or does Wednesday come and we get the rate, and just like you guys were talking about earlier, what's going on with the bonds not really meshing with what the news is, which makes me think, hey, that news is already baked in and they're looking to the next event. There's so much that is literally hanging by gossamer threads in my mind. It just makes me say, hey, if there's one thing you manage this week, you manage risk and let the trade come to you rather than you chase it. And that's really what I've been saying to myself over and over and over again. Just let the trade come to you. If it doesn't, take out the knitting needles. And if it does, then you get to play. I don't know how to bid. I'm just thinking.
I agree. From the opening bell today, the sentiment's been pretty bearish, pretty persistent grind down. I mostly look at the ES, and even the catalyst for what, on a less bearish day might be the V bounce with that NVIDIA news. It just got sold back off.
Exactly.
And now we're kind of working our way down that level we discussed.
Yeah, so that NVIDIA news brings up another super interesting point. So the administration's trying to thread this needle of lower inflation in the face of tariffs. And as China has still just this massive trade surplus in terms of exporting versus importing, in order for the administration to thread that needle, there are a lot of pretty smart folks in the room saying, watch, what he's going to do is start stepping back on some of those China tariffs in order to ease the tensions between China and the US and the trade space. And today is one of those things that went, okay, well, that's the first penny that dropped there that said, hey, that might likely be the case, because the only way we're going to generate upward economic flow is really if we've got all this tariff, which is sort of a use tax, as it were, if they unwind some of those tariff parameters, and at the same time, those mortgage companies can sort of spur a little bit of growth, we could really come out of this not too shabby. But it's all about how they work those pieces. So keep an eye out for more China news that they're backing off of those tariffs and just easing the flow a little bit so that things don't end up being a dumpster fire for John Q, because they want to win the midterm, right? They want to win the midterm. So they're going to try and do whatever they can to do it. And affordability is one of those things.
Well, that'll be a lot of the narratives going into next year. Once again, we get 1 year off, but now next November will be midterms. We did get a little bit of a reprieve this morning. The 10-year got up to about 4.19%. It's come back off, trading about 1.66. Still 4.16. Still up quite a bit over the last few days. That was one thing I was looking at.
What do you make of that, though? I mean,
I
of
think
course, you're sorting it out in your head, but really, what are you thinking about that?
I think some of it, it is a market. People have different reasons for being there, but I truly, and this may be a hot take, so not financial advice. I think that they are signaling they don't want Hassett to be the Fed chair, and
Yeah.
they've been saying they're going to make that announcement pretty soon. I think originally it was going to be before Christmas, and that might soften the bid a little bit because I mean the inflation numbers themselves, even what we get is still pretty sticky around 2.8 to 3%. So if we take everything else out of it and I say, well, inflation's pretty sticky right now around 2.8%, how much yield would you accept on a 10-year treasury? My answer wouldn't be around 3% or 3.5%. It would probably be
Exactly.
a little higher than it is now.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Similar.
JD, anything fitting your fancy here? Oh, besides the mute button?
I think I hit the button and muted myself right before I started talking. That was an accident. So we've got President Trump scheduled to come out and start talking at 1:30 Central Time. They pushed that back. It was
interesting.
originally for 1 o'clock, but they moved it to 1:30. He's going to be talking about that $12 billion farm aid package. So we might get some
Yeah.
headlines coming out at the bottom of the hour. Right now, we're just hovering right above the lows in the equities right now. So no real stellar trade ideas setting up at the moment.
Maybe oil is finally hitting a floor around this edge. This is a really I was not expecting a sell-off as sharp as this one. This one surprised me, and I'm not quite sure. I'm not sure if it's a super newsy thing or something else, because every we were like, oh, it's peace, everybody's going to be so happy, and now all of them are like, well, let's wait to fire the first bullets. So I would have expected that oil held the floor, but again, this is a primary inflation input. And so they're doing everything they can to keep this low. So maybe we do head back. Look at how close we're really close to the put wall. Put wall
We're getting
is
there.
58. Yeah.
I mean, I would not, and I don't have a lot of experience in it, but I wouldn't touch that oil market. I've discussed my opinions on it with a 30-foot pole, a la the Grinch. It's just, what do you say, JD? It's like voluntarily going to a Chauncey Billups poker game is how I feel. It's all the suppliers can just do whatever they want. You got cartels, like the real definition of cartels that can just like be like, price is too low, we're gonna put out more. Price is too high.
Yeah.
And they can do that.
Yeah.
And guess what? They can trade futures too.
Yeah. For sure. For sure. So, JD, you said earlier that the risk guys were pretty busy. Can you see offhand how the days are going for folks? Or are they caught on the back foot for the fade? Are they everybody?
They no longer share that information with us, really. I could take a look
Oh.
at what are our live leaders doing. Hang on a second. I might have something.
Or
to
more than
share.
likely, it's the holidays, so a few people are out. Would be my
Oh,
guess.
yeah. There you go.
Very true.
Yeah.
Very true. As
There
of
you go.
11:30 a.m. Central Time, we've got a trader up about $16,000. Another one up
Nice.
10,500. Another 10,000. We've got 4 traders in 5-digit territory. So things are looking up for a couple of our live funded traders, but that's all I really have right now. Looks like
All
this
right.
the guy that's up 16,300 might have locked in because he was
Well, good for
up that
him.
at 9. He was up that at 9 o'clock and also at 11:30. It doesn't look like he's made another trade since. So hopefully he locked it in.
I'm going to try and trade this little box here. Let's see if it comes in, holds the floor. If not, I'll have a super tight stop. Otherwise, it'll come and leave me and head out to the upper edge. I do believe that we should have ourselves quite a dip here. I mean, quite a bounce here because of this delta and because everybody that has been short, that's now, what are we, 2:20 in the afternoon, they're going to start to want to unwind. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah, the
getting
later it
more
gets.
comfortable with that. We touched
What do you
like
have as
35 quarter.
What do you have as delta right now, Anne Marie? Can you share that one more time?
Sure. It's 8,865. 8,900.
88.65. So it is already
9,000.
starting to pair back a little.
Yeah,
It's
for
starting to pair
sure.
off a little bit. Yeah.
For sure. So let's. All right. I hate chasing this, but I'm going to. See what happens. We have a few single prints underneath us. That's pretty interesting. We got single prints and a couple of bigger orders, not gigantic, a couple 300 lots that went through on the buy side down near the floor. And so single prints at around 68.43 and then 68.42. So maybe, yeah, 42 is where I'm going to think about putting that buy in there. Let's see if it'll come in and get me.
All right.
So
Yeah.
answer that question about the put wall. But first, Andres informed me we're just 13 subscribers away from 194,000. So if you're not and you would like to razz us in the chat, please go ahead and check that out. And you
Absolutely.
can comment.
Or go get your grandma from her crosswords. Tell her she needs to sign it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. No
It'll be
social
fun.
security required.
All right, let's see if this comes back and gets me. Yeah. Delta continues to climb, so, we could chase this, but chasing just never feels good when we're trying to get a floor here.
Yeah. So would we say the idea of a put wall or a call wall, and you can do some reading on this, but basically imagine a put wall. We'll just keep it really simple. Imagine that, I don't know, someone is short, let's say a market maker, and they're the only one. They're short a ton of puts at, I don't know, 68.30 or something like that, okay, in the SPX. Basically, their hedging flow, this is the other type of delta, okay? The options delta, right? The further away an option is from at the money, the slower but increasingly fast, that's the gamma, all right? The amount of, basically, as it gets close, they have to use the most hedging. And as it gets away from it, it's less. So you'd be removing that downward pressure slowly as it went through. Was that a decent job? I have to get out the whiteboard sometime to fully explain.
Might I have a go?
Have a go, Emery. I've tried
Have
to
a go.
explain it on
Have a
air.
go.
I got to draw it out.
Okay, so we're talking about what is a put wall, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. So a put wall is just like the floor of your house. You really hope nothing opens up and you fall through it. Right? Now how it's created is by traders collecting premium for selling options. Now, if I go out and sell an option, a market maker is going to buy that option, right? Because there's always a counterparty. There's another person. Hang on a second. Let me see if I should chase this in. Come on, think it through. All right, I'll move it up a couple points. So what happens is the market maker now is long puts, but I am short puts because I want premium. I'm taking the premium so I can make money no matter what, as long as the price action doesn't fall below the floor, right? Now, the floor is created because I'm not the only person doing that. Lots and lots and lots of people came in and they said, you know what? Let's sell this floor so it holds. And if the most people selling the floor, they look at you can go to your option chain and find where the most options are sitting, and then you can say, oh, that's the floor. That's how a floor is actually made. Now, in the market, the floor could be like honeycomb, and you step right through it, depending on what the traders want to do. But at the beginning of the day, everybody takes that position. Actually, they do it the night before and then during the day head. But when they decide, hey, let's keep prices at this ledge, let's say it comes into the ledge and then it bounces, right? It's a floor. We want it to be the floor. So it comes in and it bounces. What do you do as the put seller? Nothing. You sit back and count your pennies. Let's say it falls through the floor and it continues to move down. Now, a short put is a bullish position. So if it falls through the floor, all of a sudden, my bullish position is saying, hey, buddy, you got a problem. And so what I will do is I will sell in the direction of the move until I notice price action that looks like this. And it says, hey, looks like we're making a floor here. And what I'll start to do is unwind those short futures so that when it gets up back over my put wall, I can go, phew. And while I was underneath there, I made a little bit extra money just in case that wall or that floor did not return to give me the safe space. So really, the walls, the put wall and the call wall, are floors and ceilings that option traders decide on collectively. They don't get on the phone and talk to each other. They just look at the charts and they go, I like this as a floor. And because we have a herd or a hive mentality in the market, I will see Jack and see what Jack is doing, and I'm going to follow Jack. And then JD is going to see me and Jack, and he's going to go, all right, looks pretty good. And he'll follow in, and so on and so forth. So we all sort of cumulatively decide, and that's how these floors are made. But like anything, just like Hope says, ACH, anything can happen. So you always have to think, okay, if I lose the floor, what are the traders going to have to do if they don't want a margin call?
Exactly. And yeah, you can just think about it as call and resistance. You need
yes.
paid, usually services or software. I won't advertise any here, to see what those exposures are, and they can fall apart. But I think, yes, just think about them as possible support and resistance, and really the mechanism through that works, like the options market makers, they're delta neutral, not delta how we
Yes.
talk about in futures, but trying to take away their outright risk. They just want to sell the volatility of the option, right? So from that, that means they predictably will automatically, like I see people ask a lot when like the market's going to the moon, right? One of those Friday grind ups, it just keeps on grinding up and up. I always see a few people are like, who is buying it here? Like, why would you wait till now and buy it? Well, what's likely happening is people are just buying higher and higher options, and people that sell them are just automatically hedging their delta, and they'll just buy it wherever and so forth.
Yeah, very true. Very true. Everything like Hoop just said in the session before, the market's dynamic, and so that flow of motion is going to be reactive all the time, every day, right? I mean, we're reactive to price. Ooh, it's above here, I'm going to buy it. Ooh, it's below here, I'm going to sell it. Just imagine that with, tens of millions of dollars in all kinds of directions.
Still like the
I
support
know.
down here.
Yeah, I don't love that this is not moving off of the edge like it should, or like I had hoped. I don't know whether it should or not. How's the gold trade doing?
It's getting a little choppy in there. Let me move back to my gold chart. We're just kind of listing sideways in gold right now. We've still got about $165, $170 in unrealized profit on this trade. I think I'm just going to hold it for the auto liquidator, though. Gold's officially settled for the day.
I don't know that I've ever had a trade like that I held into the
auto
very
liquidator?
end of the Yeah. I don't know that I've ever done that.
We've done it a few times here on TopstepTV. It makes for good TV, Anne-Marie. Hold it for the
Okay.
auto lick.
Yeah, I think I'm a little bit of a nervous Nelly.
I suppose we
to
can
let
start
that
adjusting
happen.
risk a little bit. So I think our main point of invalidation would be the swing high back here from 10:30 Central Time, 42.27. Probably move our stop down just a little bit. Lock in a little more profit.
I got a great question from a trader, and I didn't quite know how to answer it. Trader from Topstep, and they said, "Hey, when it comes to the rollover, a lot of people don't trade rollover because it's such a pain. But when it comes to rollover, do you have any go-to things that you go, okay, during rollover period, I don't do this, or during rollover period, I always do this, or is there anything like that among the traders that come on Topstep where you guys as traders focus on?
I think that it probably affects you more the more, I guess we would call scalpers or granular you are, because it makes things more choppy. And especially when I see these cards sometimes of people that are in trades for 20 seconds or something like that, then I think the roll is going to affect you a lot more. Unless you're very lucky, if you're somebody that I feel has taken, trades for 20, 30 points in the ES, I feel like roll's probably less of a concern for you.
Oh, that's a good point.
We definitely encourage traders to scale back on their size and the amount of leverage that they're taking, just because it is a choppy time to be in the market. It's very unpredictable. Nothing really makes sense. Technicals kind of get thrown out the window. You're sort of at the mercy of the roll itself as is what it is. People rolling from one contract month to the other, and not really caring where they get in or out of the market. They just need to roll that position.
Mm-hmm.
So it creates some volatility, no doubt about it.
Speaking of creating some volatility, looks like the president has joined us.
The master of volatility.
We'll listen into this at some point. I believe this is about the farm bill, but we'll listen for a little bit, see if we get some movement.
The Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. Brooke, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Thank you very much, Scott. Senator John Bozeman. Thank you, John. Good job. John Hoven. Thank you, John. And Deb Fisher. Thank you very much. As well as Representative Austin Scott, who's been with us right from the beginning. Thank you, Austin. Good job. I'm delighted to announce this afternoon that the United States will be taking a small portion of the hundreds of billions of dollars we receive in tariffs. We are making a lot of money from countries that took advantage of us for years. They took advantage of us like nobody's ever seen. Our deficits are way down because of tariffs. I guess because of the election, because without the election you wouldn't have tariffs. You'd be sitting here losing your shirt. But we're taking in billions. We're really taking in trillions of dollars, if you think about it, Scott, because the real number is, when you think of all the money being poured into the country for new auto plants and all of the other things, AI. So what we're doing is we're taking a relatively small portion of that, and we're going to be giving and providing it to the farmers in economic assistance. And we love our farmers, and as you know, the farmers like me, because based on voting trends, you could call it voting trends or anything else, but they're great people. They're the backbone of our country. So we're going to use that money to provide $12 billion in economic assistance to American farmers. $12 billion is a lot of money, Meryl. What do you think? Peanuts for you, though, right? Peanuts. She's a farmer of rice. This relief will provide much-needed certainty to farmers as they get this year's harvest to market and look ahead to next year's crops. And it'll help them continue their efforts to lower food prices for American families. And again, we inherited something that we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country, and we're taking care of it. Farmers are an indispensable national asset, part of the backbone of America. I've always felt it so strongly. They're so important. Unfortunately, under sleepy Joe Biden, he was a sleepy guy, our farmers were crushed by the worst inflation in modern history and crippling restrictions on energy, water, and countless other necessities for farmers. And what they did to the farmer in terms of putting the brakes on was just absolutely unacceptable. In my first term, we had an agricultural trade surplus by a lot. We had a big surplus, meaning that we were exporting American agricultural products all over the world, making a net profit, and in many cases a very substantial profit. He came in and ruined it. Biden turned that surplus into a gaping agricultural deficit that continues to this day, but we're knocking it down. It's starting to go very good. In fact, China, as you know, is buying a tremendous amount of soybeans, and the number, I spoke with President Xi recently, very recently, and I think he's going to do even more than he promised to do. So I think the relationship is a very good one. I think he's going to do more than he promised to do, and what he promised to do is a lot. So we're very happy with that. In the last year, Biden bankruptcies rose by 55%, having to do with farms. So farm bankruptcies under Joe Biden went up 55%. That's not good. But now we're once again in a position where a president is able to put farmers first. But unfortunately, I'm the only president that does that. On day one, I terminated the Green New Scam. Energy prices are down. Gasoline prices are down. We've slashed record numbers of crippling regulations, and we're working on huge trade deals already, securing $60 billion in agricultural purchase commitments. And, Biden made none. He didn't make any trade deals having to do with the farmers or any of it. It's crazy. China committed. He was the worst president in the history of our country, by the way, in case anybody has any questions. China committed to over $40 billion of soybean purchases, and that's a commitment. And I asked President Xi if he could even up it. And I think he'll do that. I mean, not a commitment. The $40 billion is a commitment, but the soybean farmers are quite happy. Since my successful meeting in South Korea with President Xi, purchases have been made and soybeans are being exported out of the United States to China as we speak. And I say that our soybeans, I told this to President Xi, our soybeans are more nutritious.
All right. We're bouncing about 10 points off the lows there in the ES on this. If there's a Q&A, we will be listening and bring this in as well. JD, what are we seeing?
68.46 half on our Topstep daily line. Oh, no. I drew this. I can't remember where I drew this line last week. What was it? 68.46 half last week.
We'll wait for
Or just a
JD to
mid-range
find
line.
that.
Here we are trading below it again.
Well, for now, the wall certainly appears to have held. We got to a little bit below 6. We didn't get quite the 68.25 in the SPX, the lows, just a couple points above it. But there's still an
Emery,
hour
are you
and
still
20
in this
minutes
trade?
left in the day.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
Are you still in the trade, Emery?
I actually, I was trailing it and it stopped me out. So I'm going to get back in on this next fade into an old support zone. What I think the tiny 1 minute chart is telling us about where the traders have are positioning their buys at this juncture. I think we are trying to get that flag pattern, and I do think that some of the shorts are trying to unwind. I just don't want to. I don't want to chase it to. I don't want to chase it. I just want it to come down and see if it hits my price, and then we'll go for it. So far, so good. Oh yeah, it's back up at 9,100. The low began just after we came on air together. That low was about 75, and now it's up to 9. And
that's to the short side, right?
Delta? No,
Delta's long.
Like, yeah, Delta's long. Yeah, which something's afoot. Don't know what it is, but this is super interesting. Notice I really don't have any indicators sitting here. It's just price, and I'm just looking at the 1 hour candlestick, the 1 minute candlesticks that are showing me where inventory gets accumulated and then distributed, and now old resistance, new support. I'm looking for some sort of stabilizing of price action. And so what I'll do pretty often is I'll draw a box where they're accumulating, and then I'll just clone it. And let's say the box is 6 points wide. When it breaks out, I'm looking for 6 points of price action. And sometimes it'll be more, and that'll tell me, hey, it looks like you're going to move into more upward flow. Like this time it was more. It gave us more. It popped out into that space. So I think holding the position is going to give me the next upshot into the congestion zone. And this goldenrod color here is the point of control for the volume profile. I just don't have the volume profile up there because, as you guys know, I have the attention span of a Cocker Spaniel. And so if there's too much to look at, then I lose so much of my focus. Literally, the thing that I am most challenged with every single day is, hey, are you focused? Are you focused about what you're looking at? And so, it's, if I were to pick, hey, tell me the worst thing that happens to you that causes you to have drawdowns, it's a lack of focus. So I'm just trying to every day I'm thinking to myself, okay, what is the least amount of information I can have on the chart that will allow me to continue to participate in what it is that I think I'm seeing. So that's why I don't have that volume profile showing, but I do have the point of control showing because we know it's always choppy around those parts. So I'm not going to try to initiate a new trade there. I'm either going to try to cover it or, you know, it would be awesome if it just rocketed through that edge and moved up because they are unwinding. But, you know, that's sometimes the things you want charts to do are just plain old pipe dreaming. So
When you see these types of delta divergence, Anne-Marie, what time do you like to see them start to sort of unwind? Is there a
right
specific
about
time of
now,
day?
2:30.
Right about now? Okay.
Yeah, 2:30. And you remember the old days how we used to have a 2:30 reversal? Well, yeah, that's East Coast, right? You'd see that 1:30 reversal, right? Or you'd see the 9:30 reversal. Those times in your charts where you go, wow, price action is shifting around, and I just want to make sure that I pay attention to that because they do start that unwind. You don't really you don't want to have a gigantic position and then have to unwind at 15 before the market closes, right? Even though we see that, even though we do see that.
All right, taking a quick check in here. Bitcoin spot around 91.70 right now. VIX 1675. What is our beloved 10-year doing? 4.17. Stocks that are moving. Nvidia had that rip. Now up about 1%. Tesla down 3.8. Let me check on Carvana really quick. Good Lord. Carvana's up 13.5%.
Didn't they get moved? They got moved to the SPX, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
S&P 500's newest component. Carvana.
Did you have a Carvana position on for a while, Jack? Is that still a thing?
Yeah, like last year.
Gotcha.
Thank God I didn't
remember
hold
that.
that.
Yeah, that was quite the trade. That was quite the trade.
No, I guess Carvana's like the Amazon of car financing loans at this point. But congrats to everyone that owns Carvana. Turning around slightly here. We have diligent folks in the background listening through it, so we can bring this back in if something's happening.
Has anybody actually ever used Carvana?
I know somebody that had. I know a lady that had, but I have not. I have not. I drive by their little, you know, vending machine things.
The giant kiosk, yeah. Are the
Yeah,
buttons on
it's
it
just
huge too?
this.
Favor
I
the
don't
button?
know. I just see it afar off. Last time I looked at one, I went, "That looks empty." I didn't see any cars in it. Literally, there were 3 cars in all the decks. So, all right.
Oh, Dan
let's
Emmons has
see.
used it. Was it a good experience, Dan Emmons?
I think a lot of people that use
Was
it.
it-
So I think people who are afraid of the situation go after it, or
Walking
they
into
just
a dealer?
don't like it. Yeah, you know, a lot of people.
personally
hate going
enjoy-
into dealership.
I personally
bet
enjoy
you
it.
do.
I like
Yeah.
walking into a dealer. Hey, what's here?
Bust them.
Yeah,
Well, let me know if
that's
it
it.
is $100 billion market cap experience is what I'm interested in.
Yes.
It's pretty interesting. I don't know why they choose to put what they choose to put in there, but I think it's pretty interesting that they went in there. A couple of really, what else did they put in there? I read SMFG got put in there, and then I thought, I did not realize that I didn't know the ticker. And so I looked, and of course, I'm like, I still don't know the ticker because I can't remember what that means. But 4 of them moved in. I figured Carvana would get the biggest oomph there. But remember, there's so many ETFs and things that say, hey, you got to have whatever sitting in the S&P. That rotation is, very often something that's very beneficial if you've already positioned yourself from that space.
I was just kind of
A lot of
bummed
people-
they didn't put SoFi in instead. But there will come a day.
Because you have SoFi?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Do not have Carvana.
Yeah.
I swear, it's like James has described, Carvana's like the Green Goblin mask to me. Like every time I see it go up another 100 points, I'm like, it's tempting.
I hate you. Yeah. Isn't that the one that crashed and fell like a stone and then all of a sudden came back to life? Is that the one?
Which one?
Carvana.
SoFi?
It had
Oh, yes.
fallen
Carvana
off.
crashed
Yeah.
to $4 a share. It was near insolvency during the 2022. I was saying this morning it went from $4 a share to now trading $4.50.
Bizarre. All right. I'm moving my floor up here so I don't lose anything.
And Marie is
Yeah,
along the ES.
You know what's super interesting? You think to yourself, wow, trading a 1-minute chart. But you can literally sit around in a chart run on a 1-minute time frame for 45 minutes to an hour, as long as the trend is moving where it is supposed to be moving. It's just really nice to see, because all I'm staring down is where does demand shut off and where does supply shut off. And those two things are always what I'm focusing on. And if they keep holding in their particular frames, then you could literally you could be trading a 1-minute chart and literally be in it for a couple hours. Yeah, I thought to myself, I've very been against the 1 minute, but then I started doing it this way, and I thought, I can do that. Especially, it brings my focus in. I can stare down what I'm looking at. I've got okay, I'm going to trade for 90 minutes, just focusing, and then, afterwards I can do my jumping jacks and get the wiggles out, because you can't stare that down for hours and hours. You'll go insane, or at least I would go insane.
All right. Well, I see Pheasant is talking. Maybe we'll give a minute here of volume and see how this trade works out.
Built during the president's term. I believe Representative Scott and a group in the House, we were originally just going to do factories, and they called us and said, you need to do farm structures too, and the president said, we're all in. And it extended and enhanced much needed relief from the punishing death tax, giving family farms greater certainty as they plan for the next generation. Mr. President, thank you for putting America first by putting your farmers first. Through pro-growth, pro-farm agenda, you are ushering in a new golden age of American agriculture, and Treasury is proud to help in this.
Thank you, Scott. You know what we'll do? We're going to go a little faster, because the last meeting we had was 3 hours. We're the most transparent group, so if we can go faster, it'll be great. And then we'll take some questions from the fake news. Is that okay?
Yeah, if you go really fast, sir. Yeah. Sir, the farm economy, you always ask me to just get a few numbers to put it in perspective. And as I've looked through the incredible performance of these people that work so hard and are such important people for keeping communities alive, the thing that struck me the most, because you and I were here in the White House during COVID, is that during those terrible COVID times, farm production didn't go down. Like, these farmers, they went to work every day and they produced so much. But then Joe Biden came in, so we had COVID, and farm production didn't go down. And then Joe Biden came in and he really wrecked the farm economy. And so during Biden's term, 150,000 farms closed, sir. 150,000 farms closed after we went through COVID and we didn't have a problem. Now, why did we do it? Why were we able to do that? I'm going fast. The first is that, do you know that expenses for farms fell 5% while we were here because of all the things that we did, expensing and everything else? But under Joe Biden, they went up 13% because of all, the regulations, energy, everything else. But the thing that really jumped out at me the most is because you had high growth and low inflation. Interest expense for the farm economy fell $120 million per year while you were there in the White House. But under Joe Biden, it increased by $8 billion per year. And so you wonder why it is that we need this $11 billion, maybe $12 billion to build a bridge loan to America's farmers. It's because we know how to fix it, but there really was a hole that was dug in the previous administration. Thank you. Hope it's
Thank
fast
you
enough.
very much. Good. That was quick. That's good. Appreciate it.
Well, we only have a few minutes here, so maybe we'll.
Yes,
I
no,
don't
thank you so
think
much.
that
Thank you for
this section is likely to be moving
this
things.
great
Maybe we could turn it down for a second
and
so we
all
can
your hard
send
work for farmers. I think
Anne-Marie off in style.
Reading the clips, I think yesterday.
So, Anne-Marie, good trade. You still in it?
No, I stopped out at the top of the box, just came in and got me, so I'm waiting to walk it up again. I hope it doesn't leave me in the dirt, but it's been nice. It's probably $400 just walking one ES up at a time, and yeah, nice and clean, no stress, no pressure, and just watching the upside and downside. Every time I listen to the president, I'm just amazed at how he delights in gaslighting people. He does it for sport. You can totally see him doing it. And so I have never known anybody that took such joy in gaslighting others. I find it to be so amusing. So forgive my guffaw when he said yes, and then we'll end our news, and then we'll take some questions from fake news over here.
No, it's like, say what you want. The man is very amusing. More amusing.
He kills me. I mean, literally. I laugh
the guy
all
asking
the
the question
time.
at the end was my favorite. Kind of sounded like Hassett, was that? Well, we're going to keep that on during break so you guys can see what's going on with the meeting with Trump right now. We'll see if anything happens there. In the meantime, we got Power Hour coming up next. Power Hour. Who we got on today? Glad you asked. Mohammed's here. Andre and Dolby will be in the house for that. So stick around. This is TopstepTV. We'll be right back.
Are involved. Some real sleazebags that I know, political sleazebags. And they're trying to take that away from us. And we have other methods, but they're not as powerful. They're not as quick. Some of the wars that I solved wouldn't have been solved using those methods. So it's a very important thing, the tariff. The decision of the Supreme Court's a very important thing. And Scott, we can do it other ways, but it's slow and it's cumbersome, and it doesn't have the power. It doesn't have the national security power that we have. So I hope we're going to be successful. That's all I can tell you. Austin, please. Thank you, John.
Well, first of all, President, thank you for the selection of Brooke Rollins as Secretary of Agriculture. That was a big first step.
You want to keep her?
Absolutely.
Can I
absolutely
butt in and second that? She's not only her, but her staff does a tremendous job.
I agree.
And
remember eggs? Remember we came in and
absolutely
the people in the media. I'm going to be nice. People in the media were 3 days into office, Susie, right? They're saying egg prices are up like 90% more than that. And I said, I just got here. I didn't know about it. I just anyway. She got those prices down to below what they were before. She's doing a great job. Now beef is starting to come down, and some other things are starting to come down. Again, we inherited these problems, but we're getting them down. Go ahead, please.
She's a fact-based decision maker, and the egg issue is where I learned about her. She said, we're not going to use a vaccine that doesn't work. We're going to develop a vaccine that does.
Right.
And that is 100% what it takes. And so we have to make decisions based on facts. And President Trump, the trade issues, I want to thank you for exposing what other countries are doing to us. I want to mention one specifically for the benefit of Kevin and Scott. I hope they're paying attention to it, but the European Union deforestation regulation, where they are imposing on our landowners rules that were established for Brazil, and now they're telling the American farmer what they can and can't do on their own land through this European Union deforestation regulation.
What does it tell? Explain that.
They are telling the American farmer that if their timber is cut and they are going to use that land for pasture land or for production agriculture, that they will not take the timber or the byproducts from the sale of that timber. And I have talked with James a little earlier about we need to make it clear to Europe, Mr. President.
If you could give me a 2-paragraph statement on that, I will give that to them, and they will do what they have to do.
Yes, sir.
We're always helping them, and they do this kind of stuff, and they pass little regulations that cost billions of dollars. It takes them 2 minutes to do it. They do it. Very tough, no good. You give me a couple of paragraphs. That's all. We don't have to do a lengthy study, and I'll get that changed fast. Okay?
Thank you very much, President. We love you.
It's incredible. It's incredible. I mean, every day it's something else.
A country that can't feed itself doesn't know what freedom is. And so thank you for making sure that our farmers have the tools that they need so that we as a country can feed ourselves.
Well, just what you said to me about, the European Union. Now, that guy's the European Union, right? We have to be able to act quickly with tariffs. We can't just, go to a committee, go to a study that takes 7 months and talk. We got to be able to act quickly. So thank you very much. John?
So thank you. I think that's the message from Farm Country is thank you very much. In the Working Family Tax Relief Act, or as my young staffers call it, OB3, there is a tremendous amount for farmers and ranchers. You mentioned the credit as far as estate tax, which is so important. You analyzed it just right. But also in there, we enhanced ARC and PLC, which is a countercyclical safety net, thanks to the strong leadership of Senator Bozeman and our colleagues in the House. We also included the Farmer Act, which was my bill to make crop insurance more affordable. These tools will kick in next year, Mr. President, in a big, big way for our farmers. Big time. And people aren't even really looking at it yet. But it's going to be a very big deal. So today is all about bridging to get there. And I want to thank Secretary Bassett and Jameson Greer. They're tremendous. And they're negotiating hard out there for farmers and ranchers. And I know it's because you're setting the tone. But this is that bridge. And so we need to come back to Secretary Rollins. Thank you. Your leadership on this was vital. And Mr. President, you're right, they love you in Farm Country out there. All you have to do is drive out and see the flags and
the signs all over the field.
On the hay bales, right?
It's a great honor. They're great people, the best people.
This is really important. Really important for our farmers and ranchers. Thank you very
much. You're doing a great job too, John. Thank you. And whatever we need, we get through the Senate, we get through the House, we'll get it done. I think we'll start maybe with Court Hollop, and you come from that place that I'm very happy with.
I hail from the great state of Iowa. I'm surrounded here by some of the greatest farmers in the area and from across the country. Anything from rice farmers, we've got all sorts of cotton farmers, everything. Everything is here represented so well. And first off, from me, I want to say thank you for this bridge payment. It's Christmas early for farmers. And just to kind of have an icebreaker here for the story, I've got a 2-year-old little boy at home. 2-year-old little boy and a 4-month-old little girl. And the other day I was reading my little boy a story at night, putting him to bed, and he said, "Daddy, I don't want Santa Claus to come to our house."
Oh, it is Monday. It is Power Hour. That means Mohammed, the man in the middle, is joining us as always. I've got Dolby time to the right. Markets are still moving a little bit down, right along the lows. Take a quick peek at the prices. Again, the president is in a round table. in the White House. We'll take a peek there and get caught up as always. And market moving. All right, let's take a peek. Let's hear. Let's just check in with him really quick.
I want my 4-month-old daughter to have an opportunity. And what you're doing here in D.C.
All right, we'll keep an eye out. We'll keep an ear out. Basent is there. Basent is there. If anything market moving does hit, you can check in on Topstep TV. We'll have that for you. Anyways, let's get right into it. Mr. Mohammed, how has the trading day gone so far?
Yeah, it was so difficult actually. I caught this market after this drop, passing my combine and starting the XFA.
Okay.
I tried the short because the market is going down and we have some momentum to the downside. Was looking to short this market. As usual, I shorted at the moving average first time. They stopped me. Then I try again. They stopped me. And I try again. They stopped me for 3 times. Now I am in short for the 4th time, which looks much better than the previous ones, where we see some continuation after the drop. We see a confirmation for that try for sellers for first time, and this is the 2nd time. I don't want to see this to fail again. My stop at 68.48. My entry was 68.45.
All right.
At the high. I'm looking for new low, actually. Looking for this continuation to a downside. We have still the support of this area is around 68.35, 68.30, actually up to 68.20. This could be the next buying area for the buyers. But let's see if we have strong sellers as expected, and I would like to see wooden buyers right now. Actually, I don't want them to hold this area which we are in. So if we break to 68.38, I might consider to start lowering my stop, maybe to point of entry. But I need to see a flush down to 68.38.
68.38. All right, last trade in the ES, 68.41. Let's take a look at the NQ. Last trade, 25,584, about 20 points off the lows there. Dolby time, what's happening? My power hour partner. Let's break it down. Looks like a little movement to the downside here. Again, House Account is still short gold from 42.33 right now. Dolby time, let's break it down.
Let's go. Oh no, my goodness. Hold on. Let's share some charts first.
Share some charts.
Yeah, man, it's tough to get that out. It's Monday, Dre, but it's okay.
It is Monday. Huge week. Huge week.
It is a huge
FOMC
week
on Wednesday.
Yeah, this is FOMC week. Oh, look at that. We got some charts. Okay. There we go. Yeah, Mo, I love your short. I kind of wish we were in the exact same position. We actually tried getting in that position, and similar to you, we also got stopped out. So we had the right idea, but wrong location. Let's look at some ranges and see if we can find any. I think we were kind of talking about it earlier today. I think the daily range is one of the ones that we're starting to form right now. Like I say, we want at least 3 bars to form a range. I think we're starting to form the range right now. It's maybe preemptive, something like Dakota would say a preemptive range. Here we only have 2 bars that are basically equal highs to very close to equal lows. So if we can maybe rip a little bit lower and then catch a bounce, we'll be back within the daily range, and that kind of makes sense because we got FOMC coming up. So going off from the daily, we have the 4-hour. That one broke down completely today. Anything underneath like 25,000, like 745s, that was a range break to the downside on the 4-hour. And 1 hour is starting to form. I would say the low of the 1 hour range around 25,560 with a high up to the 25,700s. And the 30-minute range is forming very nicely. We have our 3 candlesticks. So I would say it's about 566 up to about 620. And then we'll have the 15-minute and the 5-minute kind of in there too. So we are kind of range under range, which is why I like getting short. As long as we're going down, let's find ways to make money from the market going down. If it switches, it switches. It happens.
Yeah,
absolutely.
The problem here that I'm start seeing higher highs in the smaller time frame. Higher highs continue. Now we start breaking the first low of those higher lows. So if that confirms the downside, we should not get above it again. I mean, otherwise we are stuck in this range. I have a nice entry at the high of this range, and maybe if I took my stop to the point of entry, I'm just asking to be out. So I will see how this plays. I don't like this chop right now. We broke the low. We should stay below it if we're gonna continue to the downside. That's the thesis here. Now we see the buyers are trying one more time.
Gonna pop in gold here.
I mean, yeah, Mo, I still like your trade, Mo.
All right, hey, Mohammed, above below. You know the drill. But for those that are new here at Power Hour, we like to play a game called Above Below. I'm going to ask Mohammed what he thinks the price in the NQ will be on the close in about 51 minutes. He's going to set the price, and we're going to throw it to the chat. And you guys poll, you think it'll be above or below said price. Mohammed, last trade in the NQ, 25,593. What will the price be on the close?
I'm looking for this market to close at 25,500 in NQ. And this is just because we have a range above, as we can see, this high from Friday. And this one is broken. Now we should go to the other side of that range, or the extension of that range to a downside, which comes at this strong support. So maybe the market is heading to 25,500.
25,500 even. All right, we'll get that pull up. All right, lower right-hand corner, you do see that countdown clock. 50 minutes till the closing bell. That means 40 minutes till MOC. Also, upper left-hand corner, making a triumphant return. Hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV on the X. Dolby time. Take it away.
Yeah, there we go. Hashtag Power Hour is back, Dre. It feels good, man. Feels good. It's nice having that back and seeing what the community's up to. We're going to try to get short with Mo, 25,617 and 3/4. So we're going to have an offer in there, see if we can get short the top of the 15-minute range and then get that continuation down to maybe the 500s. The other level that I was looking at earlier today, 25,000, say 545, 550. That is the midpoint of a old range that we had on the 1 hour. So we had these really wiki 1 hours.
That looks my stop, actually. That looks similar to my stop. Yeah, this is now my stop at point of entry. Actually, I see this buying are coming slowly and slowly. I don't want to wait for my stop up there. I will jump short if I see strong grid candle for the second try of the sellers. So for now, I will just exit at my point of entry. Not hit yet. 64.45.5.
And a half, 45 and a half. Take a look at gold. Gold popped a little bit. I'm trading 42.19. House account is short all day since opening call is short one. MGC from 42.33. Dolby time. What offers are we working? Or are we already?
Well, it's just a one. Just one. 25,617 and 3/4. Like I said, top of the 15-minute range. Let's see if we can get up there, get filled, maybe a little stop run, and then push back lower again.
Okay, very good.
I'm flat. I'm flat for now.
Flat.
Waiting for better location or momentum.
All right, poll is up. Get your votes in. Above or below? You think the price be above or below 25,500 in the NQ on the close? Also, a quick delta update for you. Plus 9,300 in the ES, minus 5,000 in the NQ. As 8 minutes ago. Chat is fired up. Love to see it.
One more. 625. Those are the two. We'll do two.
We're working 17s, correct? We're 17 in the orders and also 25s.
We'll make it 18s. 18s and 25s. We'll make it easy. 18s and 25s. Yeah,
Okay.
go to the 1 hour, and there's we have a candlestick low on the hourly and a high there as well. So I think we could get some good action in that area around those 620s. Leave them in. See what happens. See if we get filled.
All right, the president is see some comments on the president regarding inflation. A headline here: inflation will go down a bit further, but not deflation. maybe we want to bring that in. Can we just take a peek and see what they're talking about there at the round table in DC? Percent is there.
Suspect taken into custody. Does your instinct tell you that he acted alone? And also, Mr. President, how do you feel about the lead prosecutor on the pipe bomber case? Jocelyn Ballantine is the same prosecutor
All right, we'll
that
keep an eye out for
allegedly
that.
asked the J6.
Saw the headline, had to check in. Saw the headline, had to check in. Market moves. Make sure we got. All right, Mohammed, you are flat, correct?
I'm flat.
Okay.
I'm looking for a short, but I need to see some momentum or better location like 48, which is my stop. So my stop becomes my new entry now. If we get up there, if we have a momentum to downside, meaning strong red candle, I will jump short with this tight stop.
All right, well, Mohammed, again, what price? Again, for perhaps a short.
So I either limit in at 68.49, let's say 68.49, or if I see strong red candle in here, I will jump after that red candle. Depends where is the area. It's not clear yet. You cannot know now.
All right. Very good. Take a look at MBT, Micro Bitcoin. Last trade there, 90,620. Session low, 89,810. Nothing on the ladder right now.
I like how you're just like peeping your head in the door here on Trump. You stick your head in. What are you talking about? All right. Close the door.
Yeah, I mean,
Let
people
him
have
do
their
his
opinions.
thing.
However, the President of the United States can move the market, has moved the market, will move the market. Treasury Secretary can move the market, will move the market.
Yes,
Also,
he can.
Don't forget, Wednesday we got FOMC. FOMC will have wall-to-wall coverage here on Topstep TV starting around 12:45, 12:50 p.m. Central. We're going to have a little strategy session going in to that meeting, policy decision. Again, right now looking about 85% probability of a 25 basis point cut. That can change. So what happened with the 10-year today? Yields spiking this morning during fast markets. Poll results are in. 73% are saying above 25,500, Mohammed.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that could be the case.
Could be. Might happen. Might not. I mean, cases for longs here would be the nice series of higher lows we have on the 1 hour. Those are all kind of lining up. So maybe buyers are coming in on that. But also, 15-minute range has been pretty good, and we've been doing lower highs all day. So we're kind of stuck between two ideas here. Chat, what do you think? You like the bounce, or do we like the shorts? Is there more to the downside, or do we think that bounce is holding? Let us know.
Yes, indeed. ES trading 68.45. Mo, are you working an offer at 68.49?
No, actually, I make it higher. I'm being more stingy now. 68.54.
54s,
Yeah,
okay.
68.54. Just because if the market is going higher, I just look at this 5-minute candlestick. So we have a leg up and pull back. So I will sell at the measured move, which is AB equal CD, which is actually inside of the initial, or let's say maybe the middle of the previous range. So usually when you have a breakout to the downside, market tends to go to the middle of that range to continue going lower. So that would be 68.55, my limit sell. If we see a strong red candle, a strong that close below the moving average, closes strong, that means we might have a start of a bearish momentum to the downside. Then I will jump short with a stop just higher than the previous wick.
Heads up on tilt. We've been seeing a lot, long tilts in the ES and NASDAQ. We're seeing a 72% long tilt in the ES right now. Average price 68.50. NQ was just 70% long tilt, now 69%. Let's trade in the NQ 25,000. Did we get filled?
A little Dorito going on here.
Yeah, this is strong enough for me. This is a strong red candle. Look at how I took a trade. This strong red candle closes just at the moving average. My stop would be just higher than the try of the sellers.
Mo is in. Let's go, Mo. 2 ES. Yeah, well, a lot of opinions in chat.
I love it. Well, what do you see there?
Strongly held. Strongly held. Got a lot of bulls. Got some bears looking for some continuation to the downside.
So I'm short at 68.43.
Mohammed in. Short from 43. 68.43. Okay. See if we get a push here.
Yeah, those buyers are not let it go.
A lot of people, price action has been tricky, but listen, it's FOMC week. We were feeling it on Friday. We're feeling it today. I've been complaining about the 1 hour chart all day. I mean, this is like really unusual sort of price action. I haven't seen this sort of stuff since Trump first got in and the market was trying to figure out, how to deal with Trump tweeting or tweeting all the time. It's really, really wicky. It's FOMC. This is a huge decision. Price action is not going to be ideal. If you don't like it today, you're probably not going to like it tomorrow. Nothing wrong with locking out preemptively, too. If you really don't want to deal with the situation, you don't have to. It's entirely optional.
That's true.
Entirely optional.
I usually skip trading FOMC day. Just skip it.
Well, like we talk about all the time, though, it's like if you know it's going to be FOMC week, you're going to see increased likelihood of certain patterns. You're going to see megaphones, you're going to see Doritos, range-bound trades, stop runs, whatever terminology you want to use. You're going to see more of that. You're probably not going to see really strong trending markets because there's such a big headline coming up. It's just typically how it goes.
I'm short only one now.
Okay.
4-3?
Yeah, only one. Yeah, I minimize the risk. No need to be short two. So I short only one.
It's 68.45 half last trade in the ES. And Q hovering around 25,600. Tilt 69% long in the ES.
What's RTY doing?
Well,
RTY's had a nice range today.
I heard you talking RTY. RTY, Power Flows with George. I'm like, oh boy.
We might even take some trades in the RTY, Dre, if it sets up. And honestly,
risky.
If we had this chart open right at the beginning of Power Hour, it actually was a really nice range trade setup in the RTY. I'll come on a 1 hour chart on this right one, but that's pretty clean. Little resistance becomes support, double bounce. For sure, that's a beautiful range. Got the volume profile as well. Would have been a low volume profile node right there. That would have been a great one. It's too bad we're looking at it. I gotta cycle a little bit faster, Dre. Gotta cycle a little bit faster through these charts.
Keep an eye on gold. Now trading 42.20 last trade, up about $7 since Power Hour began.
Let's see. It looks like we might be getting filled here. About 10 points to go if we can get these 18s and 25s. A little bit of a bid off the 600s.
This becomes more bullish, actually. I mean, I see that the sellers try once, they failed. They try again, they failed. So they are looking to the stops above 68.48, which is not looking good. The sellers are doing nothing.
Not yet. They're
I'm not with that short, Dolby.
You don't like it anymore?
Don't like it? Okay.
No, I don't like the short.
You don't like it. You should let me know right now if you don't like it.
Cancel? Okay.
I'll cancel it. All right, we'll pull the orders. We'll pull 618s and 625s. So should we look to get long, Mo?
I wish that I'm not short. Yeah, I would like the idea of long, actually, to have this breakout of this range up to 68.52.
Keep an eye on the tilt. Now back up to 70% long in the ES.
Look at
Go ahead, Mohammed.
look at this 5 minute in ES Dolby. You can see this is the high. Pull back. They will not just stop here. They will hunt those stops up there, at least.
Like 61s?
Yeah,
Like
maybe
68,
maybe
61?
inside
Okay.
58, 52.
Let's see if they get up there. I would like
72%
longs though. These 545s if we can get down there.
Okay.
Shorts are
For the
interesting.
short, I would be
Nvidia's
stingy actually up there.
real range
Being
bound too.
stingy for the short is always a good idea.
You said okay. On the hour, 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Again, in the lower right hand corner, you do see the president in a round table meeting discussion. Talking about $12 billion package for farmers here in the States. The Treasury Secretary is there as well.
Mm-hmm.
We're keeping an eye out.
There's a lot going on right
anything that
here.
comes out there. Sure is. 72% long
Selling
tilt.
the
in
market
ES.
is so hard. Selling the
What's that,
market
Mo?
is so hard. Even if you have a trend down day, selling the market is difficult. I mean, equity.
You're against the flow, Mo. No doubt about it. You're against the flow.
We're working 18s Dolby time?
No, we pulled everything.
Oh, okay.
If we get back up there though, I think we might dip a toe back in the water. Because I mean it's
Are you
sold
talking
off
about
so aggressively.
ES or NQ, Dolby? You're looking at
NQ.
NQ?
Or MNQ specifically. MNQ specifically.
Let me check here the NQ.
Oh, okay. Mohammed was.
Uh-oh.
NQ chair came over to the ES. Now he's taking another peek over there. Mohammed, what are you seeing?
Don't get tempted,
No,
Mo.
I'm seeing the same actually. The sellers are trying and failing. So if I would sell the NQ, it will be 25,660. 60. Yep.
Well, that's one of your levels, 660, I
Okay.
believe.
60 up to 25,690. Those area would be a nice area to short.
Okay.
I'd for sure get up there. That sounds great. If
Although
we can
moving
even get
on-
up there, who knows, man? It feels like we're waiting on something. Maybe it's Trump locking this thing up right now, but
Could be.
a 20-point pool party right now. Thing's going nowhere. But it will not stay here, Dre. It will not stay here.
No,
Never
it will
does.
not. Got about
Never
an hour.
does.
4 minutes. 4 minutes to the bottom of the hour. Gold trading 42.18. House account short all day.
Cooking.
Short from 42.33. Starting to see a little movement here on the ladder. We'll push higher. 68.46 last trade in the ES. NQ still right around 25,600 trading. 25,606.
And we're real close. About 4 minutes away from having a 30-minute candle print within the 15-minute. Oh, a little wiggle there. 15-minute range.
He said something.
So
He
yeah,
said something.
something
He
happened.
said something.
Who's talking? Okay. Well, we want to take a peek. Let's eavesdrop a little bit here in the Oval Office. Or
Stick your head in real
ECC.
fast.
Yeah, all right. What do we got here?
Later, I'm going to get a full report on it. Look, Europe has to be very careful. They're doing a lot of things. We want to keep Europe Europe. Europe is going in some bad directions. It's very bad for the people. We don't want Europe to change so much. They're going in some very bad directions. That was a big thing.
You directed a review of the childhood vaccine schedule, possibly to match what is on par with peer nations in Europe. Would you support ending federal mandates and just making those recommendations for schools?
You're going to have to say it again.
As far as the
all right.
vaccine
Louder.
As far as the
We're
vaccine schedule for
talking
children?
perhaps some Europe, Ukraine, Russia.
I'm flat. I'm flat.
Flat.
was
Okay.
flat.
Yeah, I'm flat. First of all, I took one out because I'm not feeling good about the short, and then after this strong dump down there, nothing happened. That was the opportunity for the sellers to take it down, but they refuses. So there is no actual momentum in the market. Maybe no long, no short.
Either
just
way,
stay away.
Mohammed, not yet.
Not yet.
So buyers get rejected a little bit in the NQ. Sellers, same story there. Trading 25,610. ES trading 68.46. Gold pushing lower a bit. 42.17. Keep an eye on that ES tilt. 70% long still.
Ooh. Ooh, that's pretty one way right there.
And we saw 77%. Hell, we saw 80%. We saw 80% long today.
Wow.
Let me see that during the lunch hour.
Guys,
Lower.
it's very easy to get tilted in this price action. Very easy.
Yeah, it is. It's FOMC week.
Damn right it is.
I mean,
Huge.
so it's not the price action that everyone expects, you know? It's important to like write this stuff down in your journal, revisit it. Like, what was price action like last time we did FOMC? Did it align with your strategy? Was it terrible? You know, that way you can avoid the day altogether or the week altogether if you really don't enjoy it. Brandon, honestly, yeah. I mean, power hour does take a little bit of time to get cooking because you got MOC coming up.
Oh, it's a waste of time until 45 minutes. I mean, like this power hour or just like the last hour of the trading day? Because hopefully what you're watching here is a complete waste of time. We're going to get in trouble if it's a waste of time. I'm going to pull us. All right, we're seeing a little bit of an uptick in the NQ coming up around in the range. Look at the 5 minute 25,616. Yes, not convinced. Still.
I mean, nice little range down here.
Mm-hmm.
Those 18s still look kind of interesting.
Yeah,
nothing
I said buyers.
Hold them.
Buyers are looking to take the stops above this 617. If they took that stops and you see a quick move down, maybe you can jump and with very tight risk.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is the high of the range, Dolby. Yeah, you're right.
If it is.
But you can see the 639 is not too far away. You need to have a stop up to there.
Yeah, well, I mean, we could do, 5 micros every 5 points on the way up.
Mm-hmm.
If we're trying to build an average, just depends on conviction rates of how you feel about the trade.
20, 25, 30, 35, and stop at 45.
Well, that'd be a good one. Yeah, that's a good trade idea too. If it can get, you never know.
All right, see a little push lower here in the ES 68.43. Prince looking about a 4-point sell off. And Q right back to 25,605. MBT rolling over, pushing towards 90,000. Last trade 90,525.
I don't know about
higher
this.
low thing.
Right,
What's a good something, Mo?
Delta update for you. Plus 8,500 in the ES, minus 5K in the NQ. NQ hasn't changed. Neither of the two have changed that much.
Man, it's a really good range. It's a really, really good range.
Yeah. Buyers now gold. Get out of its range right now. 42.21 last trade gold.
Yeah, let's see this. If this close strong, green candle, I will take a long.
Over what price?
I'm waiting for this candle to close. Maybe 68.45, 46. We need to see a strong green candle. Because I can see the stop will be 68.42.
I mean, I could see longs too. I think longs are also really interesting, especially around these 600s with the higher lows. So, I mean, it's interesting because like both of the trades are really enticing because we have that 1 hour higher low that we've been sticking to pretty good since early December.
Roundtable has concluded. Roundtable has
okay.
concluded. We got 27 minutes till the closing bell, 17 minutes till MOC. Anne Marie recording.
Nothing
500
for me.
lot got short. 500 lot short at 68.44 in the ES. Is that the precursor to the move lower? Gold catching a bid here, 42.22.
Yep. Tulta's come down almost 69% long on the NASDAQ here. It's pretty bullish. Shorts.
What? And gold is going up, 42.22 last trade. Adobe, we working anything as of now?
You got nothing.
All right.
You got nothing.
How did you say working nothing? Working nothing. Okay.
I think if I like longs underneath 566 for that range trade to see if we can get down to those like 550s. I think there's some interesting possibilities down there, or if we can, accumulate some shorts around, like 620s to 640s, like Mo is saying. I think that's also a really interesting trade. I think they're both very valid.
Or maybe no trade. I'll see if the ES ES 68.35. 68.35, about 7 points. We're trading right now. And Q right back to 25,600. Holding pattern right now.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the NASDAQ has done a really good job of stretching lows. We did it, what is this, December 4th? That was a 1 hour candlestick that just wicked straight down. We had one at 8 o'clock at the open, had one at 10 o'clock. Where's this one at? This was at the open. So we've seen some pretty gnarly 1 hour candles. Why not go ahead and stretch lows here, then bid back up again? We're doing it a bunch.
See if the ES wants to extend this push lower. It's giving it a shot here. If we get into the upper, 68.39 or so, there might be some more room to the downside, or will we stay in the range?
NVIDIA is starting to test the bottom of its little 1 minute range that it's in right now. It was looking pretty good a couple of minutes ago, and now all of a sudden it's not looking good, and neither is the NASDAQ future. So
yeah, here's the moment of truth. It was
Yep.
red. The 5 minute opened. Yes, and Q. We got here. Chart man in the chat says sell the spikes. Well, hopefully you sold the spike. Right low here.
I did 5-6 times actually. I did.
I know, but it picked up the last
one
half hour,
time
Mohammed.
that I said no.
The round table ended.
1, 2.
They got all that.
Mhm.
I mean, we were in a holding pattern waiting for the round table to end in case something was said. And
maybe it didn't say enough, Dre. Maybe it didn't say enough.
Push this thing.
I mean, if you like longs, you get long right here, right now. It's the bottom of the little Dorito that we have on the 1 minute. That is the pattern. Or does it snap lower and break down to the downside? Who knows? If we're not in a trade, doesn't really matter what happens.
What's the scariest trade right now? Dolby?
I think that's a good question, Dre. I think that's a very good question. I'd probably say longs. I think longs might be the scariest trade.
Okay.
To be honest.
The
Mohammed?
scary trade is to be flat.
Well, that's the scariest trade. So don't be
That's
flat.
the scariest one? Don't be flat.
Mohammed.
All right.
Oh, wait for the setup.
What's chat think the scariest trade is?
Yeah, good question. Chat,
Let
what
us
do you think?
know.
Mr. G says short, question mark.
See, I want to see shorts into like the 550s and then
Yeah.
rally like 200 points. That's what I'm looking for.
Anne Marie says long, all caps. Dan Evans says
Ooh.
shorts.
Ooh.
It's tricky.
It is. It's almost like trading is tricky. Dre.
This
It's almost
trading
like
stuff
you
is
could
hard.
have the right idea and still have a losing trade. It's almost like you could have a terrible entry and a terrible trade and not follow your plan and still make money. Trading is tricky. Oh, there's a nice little bid there. 15 points.
Right back into the 5 minute range.
Right
12.
back in the
Mohammed,
range.
what was that look? Mohammed, what's that look? I saw it. What happened?
Yeah, this is going nowhere actually. I mean,
okay,
staying
okay.
flat is the best decision actually. I tried this 6 times to go short. So short are hoping for visit for the low, and they don't like to be hoping in the market.
All right. Well, let's take a bit of a quick news break here. Well, this is a survey. This comes from University of Michigan. Let's bring this in. Americans say their finances are worse. How bad is it? That's why we trade, right? Here we go.
Researchers found a sharp increase in the percentage of people who describe their overall finances to be worse to much worse now compared to this time last year. They say this financial pessimism has risen to a level not seen since April of this year. That's around the same time the Trump administration escalated its tariff policies. The survey found a rising number of respondents who said they didn't believe they could make a minimum debt payment within the next 3 months. Findings from the survey are based on roughly 1,300 heads of household.
In Michigan, that consumer confidence also came in lower than expected. Did rally. Keep your pulse on Main Street.
Yeah, get your Christmas shopping done, Dre.
Yeah, negative. That's reserve that for December 24th. December 24th.
Exactly. That's when the best sales are, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Actually, December 26th. What if you did on December 26th? All right.
We got Nvidia stuck in a 5-minute range here.
Everything's in a 5-minute range till it has leveled off a little. We got negative delta growing in NQ minus 6,000. It just jumped by 1,000 in about 9 minutes, holding it lower.
Wow. Okay.
ES still plus 9,200 with 10 minutes to go till MOC.
Okay, Nvidia, you trying to do this thing? Man, Nvidia's real close. There's like 184.32s in Nvidia, right at the bottom of the 5-minute range right now. Will Nvidia follow suit? Or sorry, will NQ futures follow suit? Let's see.
Short setup is showing itself again. Can see this price is breaking the lows here, and then buyer trying. If they close lower, that means sellers are confirming the control to visit the low.
Sellers just got rejected there.
What I need to see a strong red candle first.
Gold on the grind higher. Let's trade 42.24. I do believe also gotten out. Confirm with me, JD, if that is the case. Stop down into profit. I believe it was 42.22. So a nice trade there. 20 trades in gold today. Nothing on the tilt. 9 minutes till MOC.
I mean, if you do correlation trades, Nvidia is at the bottom of the 5-minute range right now. So does that correspond to 25,600? And is that a good buy? Do you think Nvidia is going to bounce 70 cents?
And that headline coming out earlier today. Nvidia able to sell the chip to China. We saw that big spike.
Selling chips.
The one that was there was a bit of a debate or held up to say the least.
Yep.
And Nvidia in a bit of a range, but did pop all the way up to 188. Really trading 184 and some change.
Evens. Yep.
So it did.
Man, I love Power Hour. You just
this power
suspense.
The suspense is Mohammed looking to get in. Mohammed looking to get in. Hey,
Very
Mohammed.
slow.
TopstepTV hit 194,000 subscribers. Pretty cool, huh?
194.
Wow, look at that. 194.
194,000 subscribers.
This is amazing. For a live show, TV, for trading, I mean, this is amazing. The 200,000 is very close to the corner.
Yep. Actually, with that being 200,000 subscribers, Jack is going to do his bond school.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We get to 200,000 subscribers.
Yeah, I'll be in the front row, Dre.
Oh, absolutely. I'll be sitting in the back row.
Yeah. Throwing what? Paper at my head or something? Is that you, Dre?
No, absolutely not. Nope. Front row. Teacher's pet. Please click subscribe. Please click like. So please click the bell, upper right-hand corner.
What is the? Let's take a lap real quick. ES is range bound, RTY in the middle of a range, Bitcoin 90,800, bouncing off those 90,000. That would have been a fun range trade today. Holy moly, that was awesome.
Marcus looks comfortable at this levels now.
Yes, it does. Look at that hashtag. Ooh, I mean, I was about to exaggerate that move. A little push uptick in the ES 68.46. Look at the 5 minute. Upper end of the range. Look at the NQ 25,614.
Okay.
Anne Marie, you didn't hit like. Anne Marie didn't hit like. That was what the problem. Anne Marie. Let's see if we go from thank you, Anne Marie. It's like that. Boom. We're higher. Okay, plus 10,000. Thank you. Plus 10,000. Delta 4 ES.
Wow. Okay.
Longs might be.
That's a lot for what was NASDAQ at? Oh, back up to that.
Minus 6K. Now it's minus 5,800. So we got two different stories going on here. We got
no kidding.
Positive 10,000 in the ES, negative 5,800 in the NQ. That's pretty good for the NQ. Pretty big number.
You think these NASDAQ shorts are going to cover with the ES delta so high? It looks okay. I mean, I think longs are still, like I said, there's still a really interesting trade to be had for longs.
Okay.
Yeah, those buyers are just here to make it difficult for the sellers. That's it. Looks that they just look for stops and then go down. They come again, look for stops and come again.
Yeah. Wow.
And 5 minutes.
I'm done shorting this market.
And longing. This might be.
Yeah, I'm done shorting this. I cannot short this anymore.
Nope, still long.
You can't see how many
table.
tries.
Okay.
They tried how many times there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times with no follow through. Nothing.
No follow through upside or downside, Mo. It's all good, right?
Downside, and even upside. Yeah, even the upside, they are not accomplishing anything. But I put the benefit for the doubt for the sellers because they were stronger today. So they should show more. However, the buyers, they're already weak. Showing this is good for the buyers. You know, it's that means they are holding.
All right, we got bids in.
I lost confidence for the sellers.
Very good.
Dre, we're bidding 545s to 565. So 5 micro NASDAQ, 20-point spread underneath the 15-minute range.
565, okay.
For a short?
Long.
He's working bids. All right, low of session. 25,564 and the orders. We got MOC, market on close, coming at you in about 3 minutes. 3 minutes. What is market on close? 50 minutes past the hour, about 10 minutes before the close, not about 10 minutes before the closing bell. Simply put, volatility. We get blindsided by that. Working bids at we're starting where Dolby time 565.
565 down to 545. So it's like that old trade we used to do, Jay, like 20-point spread, 5 points apart, 5 micro NASDAQ.
I like that.
But we've identified the 15-minute range, probably a 30-minute range now. So let's just see if we can come down and just kind of scoop up those bids and then maybe just bid back to the upside here. That's kind of the plan, is to see if the 15-minute range breaks and gets back within.
This was like a reversal challenge on Friday.
Brutal. Yeah.
That's incredible. Bring it back.
That was a tough one.
Bring
that was
it
a tough
back.
one. It's a good time though. It's nice having the versatile challenge
Absolutely.
back. Feels great.
Come on, man. Mandy.
We got Power Hour back. We got hashtag Power Hour, hashtag Fast Markets,
You.
reversal challenge. Almost at full strength. Feels good.
All right, 2 minutes MOC. 2 minutes till MOC. It's gonna go ESNQ and then the YM. Let's take a look at the YM. Haven't given it much love. Shout out to Steve R. You haven't lit me up about that yet. YM here. YM trading 47,749. About 100 points off the lows.
Yeah, man, he's a king slayer.
Oh yeah, that was. Oh, what's happening in Crude? CL, everything holding pattern. CL trading $58.80. Okay.
Okay.
At what point we did see the 60 handle?
Okay. Love seeing oil below 60. That's great. Never going to see sub $3 gas in Chicago ever, but it's nice to see it other places.
It's wild. Yeah.
We'll just raise taxes until it's $4 in perpetuity. Just keep it right there.
All right. 50 seconds till MOC. Get you those numbers. See what the market wants to do.
This looks preemptive long at 68.46 and quarter. Stop at 68.43.
Stops. Oof.
Let me wait for the trigger first.
We're gonna see a big one. I feel like we might see a big one here.
Wow, right, Trey? Doesn't it feel like there's something?
Yeah. Well done, Dolby. Calm before the storm. Calm before the storm. MOC. 20 seconds. 20 seconds. 50
so
past.
Exciting. Let's go.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Let's go MOC.
Attention. You're doing great.
Let's stretch the bottom in the 15-minute range.
You're absolutely killing this, Dolby. I love you.
Come on.
So here we go. And here we go.
Nothing.
Buy side. Nothing crazy. 500 mil buy side ES, 800 mil buy side NASDAQ, 100 mil buy side Dow. Those numbers can and will change. What we've been seeing a lot lately is those numbers will spike buy side or sell side at the last minute here in about 5, 6, 7 minutes. So right now, they're showing buy side. 500 mil buy side ES, 780 mil buy side.
I'm long at 68.45.
68.45 already.
Okay.
Stop at 68.43. Only one.
All right.
Well, that's MOC. It can change though, Dre. We seen the billions coming on the sell side. It got kind of crazy.
Last second
on Friday.
Last second flashes. Mohammed Long from 6845. 6845. Ooh. Let's check back in with some of our live funded traders. Let's see how that is looking. We saw some new names. We saw a couple names. But up there, Collins. Good job. Collins clocking it in. Nicholas A up almost 11,000. Liam up 10,000 bucks. Job well done. Great way to start the week. Man, oh man. All right. Keep an eye on that. Let's get into the hashtag Power Hour submissions. James, how we looking? Will you rate it, James? 1 to 5. How'd they do today?
Yeah, let's find out. Here we go. We'll go through them really quick, and then I'll give you my rating at the very end.
Ooh, I like this.
For those of you who are watching Fast Markets, we asked you to tag us on the X and show us your trader wins, your trader setups, and anything else you're looking to brag about today, and you did just that. Here are a few selections. First up from Finn. Couldn't be happier at Topstep, and this is Finn posting his payout request email. Congratulations, Finn. Your hard work has paid off, and you are getting $1,350 sent directly to your bank. So good work there, Finn. We love seeing you show up and put in that good work. Also, for Power Hour, coming up from Ba, last 2 months have been so good. Yo, Topstep, I'm going live this month. Well, Ba, we hope to see you there. And once you are live, be sure to drop us a casting call. Come on, TopstepTV, hang out with us. Talk about your journey. We love to see it. Look at that win rate percentage, 83%. Way to go. Also, coming up today, Woody Trades, day 6 still on evals, but not anymore. We did it. Funded with 5 Topstep 50Ks, lowercase s, by the way. Crazy how 3 weeks ago, I spent over $2,500 on Topstep eval fees. Now we took our time. The results are different. Max allocation on Topstep, and the next step is a payout. You get it, Woody Trades. Keep it up. Don't stop. Keep going. And finally, to end our Power Hour fast market submission, Mr. Spicy. I passed a combine this morning, caught the short from the top. Then I received the email activation for the XFA. No activation fee is awesome. Caught the long from the bottom and made some money on the first day. Total payouts $0, but his goal $10,000 before February 2026. So Andre, today I am rating our Power Hour submissions a 4 out of 5. You guys are doing great. We could use a lot more. So show up tomorrow, guys. We're gonna be doing the same call all week long. Now back to you guys.
Love it. Absolutely positive vibes all around. MOC buy side growing now up to $1 billion. $1 billion buy side S&Ps, $1 billion buy side NASDAQ. See a little push higher here. Mohammed Long from 68.45. Mo, what are you looking for an upside target?
Yeah, I'm looking if we break this high to at least take the stops at 68.51. That's my target, but I will not put a sell order there. So I'll wait to see. Maybe we can get a zombie rally or something, and I start trailing. Looking good. This high is very strong, 68.48.
Nice little momentum trade there, Mo. Hopefully you get the follow through when this bids into the end of the close here.
We'll get the push. 72% long on the tilt in the ES, 71% long on the tilt in the NASDAQ. Let's trade NASDAQ 25,624. Let's trade in the ES 68.46. Still hovering about 11 points off the lows there. And we'll see still staying right around $1 billion buy side.
NVIDIA. This is strange. NVIDIA is actually broken up and out of its 5-minute range.
We're under $1 billion now.
Bidding 185. Oh, hello.
Under
okay, I'm stopped out.
Flip sell side. S&P's just flip sell side. Okay.
There it is.
NASDAQ almost there as well. Wow.
Liquidity in 10 seconds. Let's see if
Growing
they
sell
try
side.
to. Let's see if they try to short this thing at the close.
Yeah, it doesn't work for me today. Not long, not short. The market is just chopping everywhere.
Now buy side. It is flipping. It is flipping back and forth. It is flipping back and forth. Now light buy side. It was.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Tricky.
This is designed to take your money, man.
Yes, it is.
That's a move. That's NASDAQ for you. If we could get up, I mean, it's too late now, but
this MOC,
you know, those
come on,
640s would have been interesting for shorts.
All right, yeah.
The best thing that you do to manage your risk.
Yikes.
Lose whatever you can lose, what you can afford to lose. That's it. Don't get mad on this market or something. This is how it is sometime. So the best loser wins. So as you can see, all my shorts was correct, but the market didn't move to the target. So I took minimum loss of all of this. And then when I took a long, I also took the minimum loss in that trade. So what else that I can do? Nothing. Just don't lose your account.
That's definitely the name of the game. Now, all right, here we go. ES 400 mil sell side, NQ 300 mil buy side. Everything is opposites. We saw the delta, both one positive, one negative. We might just ride this out in the close. We have 3 minutes and 30 seconds to that closing bell. It's
gonna get flat.
Do we have something or just working the bids?
I'm just pulling orders. Yeah, just pulling those bids down by the 566s. I don't. There's no need to be in a trade this late if I'm not already into something. We didn't get that price action to the downside. The liquidity sweep, stop run, whatever you want to call it. Did not get it. That's what we were looking for. So higher highs, higher lows. Here we go. Probably end up at like 25,640s or something, and just hang out.
What will we see here in the last 3 minutes of the trading session? Look at this.
Man, this is how power hour is sometimes.
Be like that. Sometimes to be like that. We got ES. All right, 68.47. Pretty much the same price. Gold trading 42.21. A little push higher here in the NQ 25,631.
NVIDIA catching a bit of a bid.
There you go. Maybe profit
so there it is.
There you go. Longs were maybe right. Depends of where you got out. If you didn't get stopped out, very choppy indeed.
Yeah. I mean, the higher low trend line was nice. If you
Not
like
a
the
whole lot
600s.
600. We
this is the craziest price action I ever seen. Actually,
storm in a teacup.
I mean, when I short, they just took me stop and go. When you're long, they took your stop and go. So today is not my day, obviously, and this is what let traders go crazy actually sometime and trying.
Absolutely, Mohammed. That's the thing. That's the
Mark
thing.
the market.
You'll second guess yourself. You get frustrated. You go on tilt, over trade on days like today. A lot of head fakes. A lot of head fakes. You think we're going higher? No. Think we're going lower? No. We are. The moves were not clean today. So you manage your risk, and you're setting yourself up for a good week. They like today.
Yeah.
There's gonna be tons
Definitely
of
want to
opportunity
manage
this
your
week.
risk on a Monday.
Tons of opportunity coming at you. If you took it on the chin a little bit, don't worry. There's going to be tons of opportunity to get that back. If you're up nicely, job well done.
100%.
A lot more coming. Here we go. Pushing higher. MOC minus 100 or 100 mil sell side. NASDAQ 200 mil buy side. S&Ps. Look at the NASDAQ trading 25,000. 640. ES trading 68.49.
Here we go.
And there we go.
Nice bid.
ES or NASDAQ's getting squeezed. It's got to be the squeeze.
Yep.
Look at that ladder.
Delta was negative in the NASDAQ, positive in the ES.
Correct. ES1.
Idiot bidding to the upside. ES1.
Huge. Look at that. Huge size.
At this go.
So the trade was you had to wait till the last 60 seconds. 60 seconds and perhaps catch the momentum.
Right.
You can't spell momentum without Mohammed. As always, thank you for jumping on 68.55 last trade in the ES. Look at that size of the ladder here, the closing bell. NASDAQ 25,660. 75% long tilt, minus 18,000. Oh, jeez, smoke. There's that push higher. Bell incoming. There it is. That was, you just had to wait.
That was
the 60 seconds. That was it.
What a
That's
move.
60 seconds. All right, Mohammed. Fantastic stuff. As always, great seeing you. Dolby time. I love you. I owe you one.
Thank you very
after
much.
How you pulled that together in Power Hour. That being said, shout out to all the bellers. Tricky day today. We're just getting started. It's going to be a crazy, crazy week. You know, FOMC on Wednesday. Wednesday, that is. With that being said, with my main man, James Harden, take us out here into At the Buzzer. Good job today, Dolby.
Absolutely, Andre. Thank you to Andre, Mohammed, and Dolby for one heck of a power hour. You guys sure know how to bring the thunder, bring the heat and the fun, even if the markets are just hanging out with us. And for now, chat, our show is over, but At the Buzzer is just starting. At the Buzzer is coming up next with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. Starts at 3:15 and runs until about 4:30 most days. So if you're looking for more market breakdown action, go no further than Topstep. Stick with us right here. We're going to have it automatically redirect you there, so you don't need to do anything. Get up, walk around, come back. At the Buzzer will be on. Then later tonight, 7:30, Coach Dakota is back with Slow Markets. If you missed it last night, don't miss Slow Markets tonight, as Coach Dakota is joined by Coach Jay, I believe, on Monday nights. So that is something not to miss. Two of your favorite coaches on Slow Markets. Again, that's 7:30 p.m. Central Time tonight. Then tomorrow morning at 1:30 a.m., Aaron Trades will be back with the London Open. 3:30 a.m., Deanna's Euro Trade is on. And then, you know it, chat, we're going to be here bright and early for you, 7:15, with another bell-to-bell episode of TopstepTV. We're gearing up for FOMC on Wednesday. We still got a lot of market action ahead of us, so strap in. The week is just getting started. I'm James Harden. You're the chat. And this has been TopstepTV. Hang in there. We'll see you all tomorrow. Let's go.